Good, good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, October 10th, 2023, and a lovely drizzly fall morning. It is my pleasure to open this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. And now the board will recess into closed session to hear items 33 through 39 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments on the closed session items may do so at this time. So Kim, can you open that?
Now taking public comment on closed session items 33 through 39. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, seeing no one in the room, do we have anyone online?
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Just wanted to thank you for starting at 8 and let you know that you are in many people's thoughts and prayers as you conduct the county's business. Take care.
Thank you for your gracious comments. Appreciate them.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. So with that, we will recess to closed session and see you at 9 a.m. for the start of our business meeting. Thank you. All right. Good morning, El Dorado County. Have reconvened to open session from closed session. County Council, do we have anything to report at this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board did hear item number 33, and there is no action to report out.
Okay, thank you so much. So we are back. This time, we normally would have the invocation. And rather than an invocation this morning and this morning only, I have some opening comments that I believe are important to make. And once again, this is just for this week only. So thinking back to the public forum portion of our last business meeting, which was on September 26th, I think it's important to state, in fact, we need to be very clear that the hateful and anti-Semitic comments were disgusting. And I believe that there was a collective disgust across from the residents of El Dorado County, within our county family, and within this board. Those comments were even more repulsive in light of the horrific attacks on Israel over this weekend. We also understand the importance of upholding the right of free speech as provided for in the First Amendment under the Constitution. We recognize that that is an essential cornerstone of our democracy and one that we fully uphold. That said, we will also assert our right to free speech. The vile, hateful, and anti-Semitic comments do not reflect the culture or the values of El Dorado County. They're not what we stand for. They're not what we embody. I think it's also important to note that they will not define us. While hate seeks to divide and destroy, we have seen quite the opposite in El Dorado County over the past 2 weeks. We have seen our community come together in fresh new ways, in the spirit of unity and love. We have also seen folks from across our county reaching out to us with really practical guidance and helpful tools and a generous measure of grace as we work through this. We're really grateful for those gifts, and we thank everyone that has reached out to that end. I think this Zoom attack shocked us out of complacency and ignorance. And that's a good thing. May we use this as a time to recommit ourselves to coming together and to fostering a caring and connected community, which is El Dorado County at its best. So thank you all. All right, so with that, let us get down to the county's business. We have a packed agenda before us today. And but before we do that, Supervisor Lane, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Happy to.
Please begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we now have the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. I will first turn to staff. Do you have any changes?
Yes, Madam Chair, staff are requesting the board continue item 27, which is the skate and bike park ordinance, to next meeting, October the 17th.
All right, excellent. And I would also like to pull item number 16 on the consent calendar. There was, when we first adopted the agenda, it seemed like a rather routine matter. As we got into it, I realized that there's a matter of public concern, so we need to have a little more time to talk about that. Are there any other changes on the consent calendar? Supervisor Lane.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to pull item number 12 for discussion.
Item 12, very good. Supervisor Heidel,
No changes beyond that?
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yes, I agree with you, pulling 16 and no other changes.
All right, very good. Supervisor Parlin.
Just a quick comment. Item 17, thank you for the starting on the scenic corridor ordinance. I am tickled pink. However, I'm concerned with our limited resources of staff, how it might impact our design standards. project that we've been looking
Ah,
for. So
yes.
if maybe we could ask Karen Garner to give us an update on the design standards. So we understand where that's at, because that's been long awaited, and I'm just concerned. I want it all, of course, but I would like an update on that.
So are you suggesting in a future board meeting or in a memo, or
I think just a memo would be adequate. That'd be fine.
that would be helpful? All right,
Yeah,
thank you
thank
very
you.
much. All right, and just for a point of clarity, because we do have a packed agenda with many time certain allocations, we will hear items 12 and 16 after the department, at the end of the department matters later on in the day. All right. Kim, let's take public comments on our consent calendar, please.
Not, just a preface, the timer is not working, so I'll be using a manual timer and it'll notify you when there's 10 seconds remaining. Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the room? Come on down. Good morning.
Good morning. Carol Lewis, President of the Taxpayers Association. On the 26th, I became before the board to ask them to define the consent calendar and department matters so that the public can understand why so many of government processes are being moved into the consent calendar without being discussed before us, and listening to what you have to say for those items before you make the vote. So the county council said that he wanted to talk to the chairman and the vice chairman before you responded. So I'm asking, do you have a response?
At the end of public comments, I will certainly get back to you on that.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the boardroom that would like to speak on the consent calendar? Good morning.
Good morning. Dean Getz, Eldorado County taxpayer. So I'll slip my comments in here because I don't, like most of the public, can't show up and spend most of my day waiting for the opportunity to make a comment about process, order, nuance, and specific
Actually,
items.
this is just for topics on the consent calendar. We can't have an open public forum on any time of the day.
Understood, Ms. Thomas. The process by which you adopt a consent calendar leaves a lot to be desired.
Okay.
My statement that you interrupted was down that lane. That lane is the process by which you adopt a consent calendar leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
For you to pull an item 16, and push it to sometime later today, by which the only thing I'm here for is item 16, is not convenient, not a good process, not a public process, not a process that serves your constituents. So I wanted to come and find an opportunity to speak to the process and the process itself, not the item itself.
Okay.
That is that there is an adjustment to an item that's over $100,000 with no identification of what that adjustment is, no comparison of what the item was and what it is now, is a process. That process leaves a lot of concern, unnecessary concern, for the public to question whether you're working for us or someone else. So I just wanted to identify that that process would be much better served if it were always a comparison of what was and what is being asked of you to decide. I don't know how this board could possibly make a decision not knowing exactly what it looked like before and what the changes are being required. And I'm assuming that you're not seeing anything more or less than we're seeing. And that's not much. Like, for example, on item 16, just as a process, I can't tell what's being changed. You should, as a process, prior to any consent item, being put on the consent calendar, be able to identify what's being asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else in the room? All right, Kim, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Lyle Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pines. In the context of good governance, I am expressing my thanks that you had a clear statement of values at the beginning. Thank you, Chair. Also, that you have handled the consent calendar by removing items that are in the public concern as well as supervisor concerns. I second the comments that future clarification of how a consent agenda is created would be beneficial. It's a challenge in good governance, the efficiency with the public involvement, and I obviously urge you to err on the side of public involvement and not overload the consent agenda, which I've seen in other jurisdictions. I just want to leave you with one suggestion, which is to specify the time limits for open forum like you did last time, and consider, since this is the adoption of the agenda either now or in the future, placing overflow open forum, for lack of a better term, at the end of your agenda so that you have all the tools necessary to focus on county business. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kim Beal.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kim Beal, property owner and resident in Cameron Park. I'm speaking on item 17, scenic corridor. In general, I'm opposed to having a scenic corridor status in El Dorado County because of the mountains that we live in. When you are on a roadway, you see the peaks and ridge lines of many, many properties throughout our county. And I'm concerned about the impacts to private property owners to restrict the use of their land, such as denying them to build a home on a ridgeline on their property to enjoy the views. Also, when this was considered more than 2 decades ago, the county had not adopted one because it would have included at that time the requirement to bury power lines, some of which were owned by SMUD and PG&E, and it was too cost prohibitive. And I think that there might be many other items that would be detrimental to the county's budget or to private property owners. And so if you approve this item to move forward, I will of course monitor it through the normal planning process that you are engaging into and will more specifically provide comments at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. And let me answer the comment about the consent calendar. We've certainly been getting comments about increased items on our consent calendar, and the board has heard this input, and we've directed county staff to come back with a policy on what is put on our consent calendar. So there's clarity for board members and for the public. And we expect that to be coming back first part of November. So shortly, so look for that board item where we can discuss that together. So thank you for that. And as far as when we take items, how many of you are here for item number 16? All right. I would like to suggest that because you are here, so thank you, good point. Certainly want to honor your time, that we will take items 16 and 12 when we adopt the consent calendar immediately after public comment. So thank you for that. Yeah, appreciate you showing up today.
And then Chair, I wanted to, I don't know what the right word is, but there's an email we just got this morning at 7:30 from staff saying that staff recommends that item number, what's the cannabis application this afternoon, that it be continued to November 7th. And I didn't know if everybody had seen that, and would we include that in the adoption of the agenda, or?
Yeah, county council has guidance on that. So David?
I appreciate you acknowledging the request to continue it. However, I think it might be best to take up the continuance request at the time the hearing is set.
At the time, okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Very good. But to let people know, we did get that request from staff. So that'll be an interesting
Yes,
Yeah.
we will talk about that, the 2 p.m. time certain allocation.
Okay.
Yes. All right. So with that, Kim, can you read what we're doing here with consent calendar?
Sure. Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull items 12 and 16 for discussion. Continue item 27 to October 17th, 2023.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. So with that, let's hear item 12, Kim.
Item 12 comes to the Department of Transportation recommending the board, one, find in accordance with El Dorado County Board of Supervisors Purchasing Policy C-17 that the purchase of heavy equipment rentals are exempt from competitive bidding. Two, authorize the chair to sign the agreement. Three, authorize the chair to sign the agreement with Holt of California as needed for equipment rentals. And four, authorize the purchasing agent to increase on-call equipment rental agreements on an as-needed basis.
Good morning, Raphael.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Any questions that you have for the department, I'm here to answer them for you.
Supervisor Lane, I believe you pulled this item.
Yes, I did.
All right. Floor is yours.
Thank you. And Mr. Martinez and I did have the opportunity to speak this morning. And I also was able to talk to our CAO, Ms. Schmidt, about this as well. This is an item that's coming before us. It's rather routine. It's for rental equipment for the countywide, as equipment breaks down or as specialty items are needed for a project that we don't otherwise have. And so therefore these rental agreements are in place. And this one that's before us, two that is before us is for a period of 3 years. My problem and my concern is that the funding source includes Measure S funds. You'll recall that Measure S only pertains to the basin. And it was an increase in the transit occupancy tax that was gathered large amount of public support. I believe the election was like 80% in favor of raising the TOT for the specific purpose of additional money. And the term additional is super important, especially in this context of this item. Additional money be dedicated to road maintenance and snow removal. I have been trying to get my hands around what the department typically has spent in both of those regards up in the basin over the last 5 years to establish some kind of baseline. Thank you. That therefore the wording in addition to could then be applied. I would argue, and I think we will argue about this particular item, because I went back and looked at this item back in 2020, and this is very routine for the county to do, to have such agreements. Therefore, the use of Measure S funds is concerning to me, because the one thing that I was very clear about while the ballot was being discussed up in the basin, while I was then running for this position, that it had to be very clear that this was in addition to, over and above those other monies. This is a routine contract that has been in place for years, and the amounts have changed. And in this particular case, the funding sources have changed, but it's routine and it's well established. And so therefore, I do not agree that Measure S funds should be used in any ways for this particular contract. And I know that we differ on that, but I'm usually very open-minded. I want to hear additional information. The discussion that we had today did not provide me with any feeling that this would be an appropriate use of Measure S funds. And the other thing that's somewhat concerning to me is the fact that the Measure S advisory committee that has been established, they meet on the 18th. They haven't had time to discuss this. They haven't looked at it. And I have no feel from them whether or not they feel that this would be an appropriate resource. But from my perspective, I don't think that it would be. And I'm willing to entertain approving this without the Measure S, without committing the Measure S funds. Or we can vote on it as it's being provided by staff, and I'll simply vote against it. But I would ask my colleagues to also understand that up in the basin, this was a big bone of contention. And the whole reason for having an advisory committee was to make sure that the funds would be utilized in the way in which we all agreed would be, the terms of that agreement. And I don't want to start off on this foot.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that wasn't a question. I'm
sorry.
There's no question there.
Any
Not a
other-
problem.
So Supervisor Parlin?
Right. Thank you for that. So, yes, we had that huge discussion about putting that on the ballot measure, and we made sure that additional was the highlight of that ballot measure because it was important. It's like we already spend funds. And so, and then I want to be cautious too, because this is where we get with some of our advisory committees. They're not they don't have authority to direct funding, but yet they're there to see
Oversight.
what's going on. Right, oversight. Was it technically an oversight committee?
Yes.
In the
It is
so an
oversight.
oversight committee
Yes.
is a little bit different than because I've been on those for school bond measures, and what they do is they get the reports and stuff, they look it over, and then they discuss. And if I know we submitted reports saying whether we thought it was being used right and all that stuff. And I know that it's going to be a bone of contention. My thought was, Raphael, can you explain why you're pulling in Measure S now? And in the big picture of things, because my thought was more that when we looked at the DOT budget as a whole, I thought we would say, here's traditionally what our percentages were, of this pot of money, because you can't do a dollar amount because every year the dollar amount's different, but you could do percentages to say this percent's usually spent in Tahoe in the basin. And then the Measure S would be above and beyond is how I envisioned it, but I don't know if that's where you're headed and how are you going to prove that to us?
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Of course.
So that is a question.
Yes, and that one I can't answer as well as Supervisor Lane's concern. So sure. Any other questions, or do you want me to answer now?
No,
I could
let's-
do that.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Do you have any, do you have a
Yeah,
question?
I got a question, Raphael, on this particular
Sure.
item. Most of that
First off, I
rental
understand.
goes to, most of it is the rent to use equipment for snow removal. Am I correct or not?
Yes, it is, but it could be all used for other types of construction equipment as well, or parts as well.
Good question. All right. Any other questions for Raphael? All right. Go ahead,
Okay,
Raphael.
so here we go. Once again, morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Raphael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. So the reason why the 15% allocation of Measure S was placed on this board item was for efficiency, was for not only for the purpose of not to have to delay, if in the event, in collaboration with the Oversight Committee, that they decided that we wanted to either do more snow removal programs, more equipment for either construction or grading or rolling of asphalt, that if we needed to utilize any Measure S funding, that we already had this board item, and then we wouldn't have to come back to the board to then ask for permission to use Measure S to do this work, that it would be already initiated. So anytime we allocate funding to a particular board item for a contract, it's saying that we could potentially use these funding sources, or we could not. Those are just estimates. So we could potentially use 15%. We could maybe even use more, 20%, or we could potentially use 0%. If the committee, in collaboration with the Department of Transportation, say, no, you know what, we don't want to do any snow removal. We just specifically want to do roadway paving, and we have the equipment in-house, then we don't create the work order to utilize the funds of Measure S. We just use our own regular road fund. But if they do, then we already have this process. Now, let's say we did the opposite. Let's say we crossed out Measure S off of this board item. Well, then if in the event that the meeting that we have next week with the Oversight Committee, they say, hey, we want to do about 50% more snow removal. And we say, well, we don't have the equipment for that. We're going to have to rent more equipment. They say, okay, well then rent the equipment. Then we'd have to come back to the board and say, okay, we want to be able to use Measure S for this process, for this snow removal, but we don't have the equipment. So we'd like to now rent it and use this work order. So it was just a matter of efficiency that we brought it as part of this, but we wouldn't necessarily utilize those funds for any project unless we got agreements by the committee that in collaboration that this is a good usage of it. So
actually, a quick question then,
yes.
Raphael. Just for the sake of keeping Measure S really clean, is that a big deal if the Measure S committee in conjunction with, all of you in the Tahoe Basin decide that they need additional work to come forward with an additional app, on the consent calendar?
Because this is the first time that it's come before the board, and I completely understand the optics of it. It's very complicated. The contracting work order process that the department in collaboration with the CEO's office has to go through is complicated. And so we're always trying to find efficiencies and making sure that we don't have to come back before this board or create a board item. But this being the first one, I can completely understand why let's make things cleaner. I don't have a problem with that.
Would it be difficult to add on to?
Later on. So what I'm trying to say is that for this board item, I don't have a problem with scratching out the 15% Measure S, but that for future projects, I hope that I can explain, and especially at the next Oversight Committee, that this is the way the process works and that we would not be supplanting any of our Measure S budgets for regular day-to-day maintenance up in the Tahoe Basin. I extensively want to make that clear because by no means is the department doing that. 100 trillion% definitively, we are not supplanting any of the Measure S funds with our regular day-to-day maintenance.
Sounds good. And that sounds like that'll be a good conversation to have.
And it would be a very good conversation for future board items that do have similar type of usages of funding.
Right. Unless are there any questions for Raphael? Then I'd like to move to public comment, then bring it back.
I just want to reframe your question perhaps just for more
I got one
clarity.
too.
Okay.
Is Raphael, how long does it take you to get an item from you to here? What is that process? Because I think that's what we're trying to get at.
It takes us about a month.
And there it is right
So there could be a
It's this
time factor.
Because we always have to remember when staff has this process they have to go through for agenda items to get here.
Yeah.
With winter coming, getting the contracts in place, I totally understand. And I appreciate you understanding the concern.
Most definitely.
And the flexibility of the funding. So I get why you're doing this now. We've already had snow apparently. So getting ready. And then that gives the Measure S Oversight Committee some talking points on, do they really want more snow removal or not with these funds, or do they want road projects? And then you can adapt your funding sources to it. So I think that's the bit is we're trying to get our contracts in place early. And the funding can or can not come from Measure S if we want.
Exactly.
Sounds good. Supervisor Heidel?
So for clarity, if we were to remove the Measure S funding, are you then proposing that the total amount be reduced by 135,000, which is the 15%, so that we would look at authorizing $765,000 to this account? Or would you choose to use one of the other funding sources to make up the difference, add the 15%?
I'd use one of the other funding sources to make up the difference. These are all estimates. These are all estimates. Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
Question. Good question.
Okay.
Got it. Yes.
And I hate to belabor this, but just a follow-up question. In 2020, November 17th of 2020, when this contract was last approved, the funding was SB1 funds, 50%. CSA 3 funds for snow removal equipment, 45%. And then there was a little bit of tribe funding in there. This year, you're recommending 65% come from TOT, 50% from discretionary TOT, 15% from Measure S, but it's all TOT. So 65% out of TOT. So why the big shift in how this is funded?
Once again, these are just estimates. If we were to go back historical into every single one of those contracts, I can tell you they most definitively did not measure up to those percentages wise. We are just giving just rough estimates as to what we can maybe predict, but they are not definitive measures of exactly where we're going to, because it's all dependent on what the project that season is going to bring
So
us.
maybe a clearer question then is why, how come there's no SB1 funding?
There's the question.
SB1, because SB1 funding is typically done with contractor work, similar to some of the surface treatments that you're seeing in the county, Green Valley, on Cameron Park Meter, and in Christmas Valley. Those are typically done by contractor work, and
equipment rental.
But in 2020, this was the equipment rental agreement, and all the funding, almost all the funding came from SB1.
That is true. And we determined that the efficiency performed by us doing SB1 and then all the paperwork administrative to report back to the state of California, it's much easier to go with a consultant doing surface treatments for a lot of our SB1 money, as opposed to doing it with our own forces, and then let our own forces to do a lot more of the remedial work, such as the snow removal, the potholes, the guardrails, that kind of work. So we shifted in the way we did our day-to-day and our funding usages due to the state and due to documenting and providing
sense.
information.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Raphael. Appreciate it.
Sure, my pleasure.
All right, Kim, let's take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 12. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, come on down. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, everybody. It's nice to be here in person and not behind a screen.
Yes.
I love seeing your faces. This is more probably a semantics question because nothing really gets under my skin, and I'm a contractor. I would love to be able to just have non-competitive bids all day long. When I bid to you all, guess what? Usually I'm competing against 3 or 4 people. Sometimes I get the work, like our company did not do your wallpaper here. I like to always point out, see the bubbles and the icks. That's because we didn't get that bid. The low bidder got it. I bid this, I didn't get it. And I'm a local business too. So when I see things like not to exceed non-competitive bids, as a contractor, I say, oh, it's a happy day. Because guess what? I'm always going to use all of the money you allocate to me. I promise. I have yearly contracts with many school districts. I understand because we have repairs. Kid use Sharpie on the wall. They're remodeling their classrooms and they need to reuse tack panels. How do I be transparent? Every year when I renegotiate my contract, we have a point of sale list. They know exactly ahead of time. I'm going to charge you hourly. Here's our hourly rate that I'm bidding to you. Here's my material rate that I'm giving to you. What I want to know is when we do these not to exceed contracts with one individual, when I know there's many, many companies we could choose from, are we getting a point of sale to give us an idea? What is that truck going to cost me per trip or to rent? Because guess what? Everybody's going to use inflation. Everybody's going to mark it up because when you give people not to exceed amounts, they're going to use it and you're not even probably going to pay attention as long as you end up under budget. So I really encourage you with these non-competitive, always, I'd love to see us go as close to local as possible. I know with heavy equipment, probably United Rentals, bigger companies are all we have. But I really discourage in the future. I understand every single job, we need to have it done fast. Maybe consider a yearly point of sale competitive bid process. At least know ahead of time, what is Green Valley going to charge me to pick up that body? Because you probably don't know, do you? All you know is you gave them a certain amount of money per year not to exceed. Same with this. You will be shocked when somebody's forced to give you a point of sale, give them a 3% per year inflationary increase, whatever you want, 5%. And I bet you're going to suddenly see different numbers or more competitive numbers. So really, that's my comment on 12. I don't know anything about snow removal because thank God I live in El Dorado Hills where we don't have snow. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them. Good morning.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I was listening to this item and I thought the words that Supervisor Lane might have said was premature, that it might have been premature to be using the Measure A.
Yes.
S, excuse me.
Okay.
There's a lot of measures.
I
isn't
know.
there? The Measure S money, and seeing it on the agenda, surprise. Okay. When you guys still are discussing, the committee's discussing the use of the money. But at the same time, I thought Raphael's response in saying, back then, this is our approach. Now, more efficient, more effective way would be doing it differently. Because we are doing it differently, therefore, different funding under the circumstances. I still think Measure S is appropriate if the committee had taken up the action to see this item. They might say, yeah, this is an appropriate use of the Measure S money. So I would hope your decision-making might be crafted in such a way that it doesn't exclude Measure S, but include it in some kind of approach so that the department then can be most effectively using the funding that it has available under the methodology of how it's approaching the work itself. In-house, county staff versus contract and consultant is essentially, I just wanted to craft the discussion hopefully to your benefit. Thank you very
for your
much.
Comments.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Come on down if you have any other comments. Hello again.
Again, good morning. Carol Lewis. So I'm speaking as a citizen because the last meeting on September 26th, Supervisor Lane brought up the subject of how you go to competitive bidding. In 2015, as I was walking precincts in El Dorado County on a measure that the taxpayers voted in that hasn't been instituted, I don't believe, I ran into an individual who worked for a contractor in Folsom. This contractor bid a job in El Dorado County and won the bid. I don't know what the policy is right now for El Dorado County, but he won the bid and the Board of Supervisors pulled back the bid because there was a benchmark of $500,000. So anything that was over $500,000 at the time would go to bid. So this was over that. And this contractor won the bid. They pulled the bid back. He was the lowest bidder. And then they broke it up and gave it to their preferred contractor list in El Dorado County. So it gives you an idea of what this county has been involved in. I don't know if that is still a policy. We have a supervisor who was a candidate for supervisor, who was a sitting supervisor at that time, whose brother was one of those contractors who won part of that bid. So I would suggest that you look into your policies and make sure they're clean. This contractor will never bid, he said he will never bid in El Dorado County because you don't do business fairly. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, Kim, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Hi, Biodenic Koshan. I know I'm probably talking too much, but hey, some of us activists have that challenge. So I'll keep it short. I just want to commend the good governance I'm seeing, that you moved an item to accommodate the public, that you've heard such wisdom both from board members and members of the public. And I especially like Kelly's comment about the bubbles, because that's always, I think, competitive bidding, but not always the lowest bid. You know, it needs to be about how do you advance the public's interest. And this is a tough question. I think you're having a great conversation. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, excellent. I will bring this back to the board for final discussion. I just do want to note that we still need to hear item 16, and we're pushing up against our 10 a.m. time allocations, which are an outside presentation. So is there any further discussion from the board? Are we ready?
Just one question. Raphael, did we have any problems in the past? You know, you've added the Measure S funds. Have we had any problem with the funds in the past? I mean, you can increase it by 5% on other areas, correct?
We've never had any trouble paying for any of the rental contracts using our road fund. If I ever did not have enough funding, I'd come back to the board and ask for additional funding.
Very good. Supervisor Lane, what is your wish on where we go with this item?
Well, especially this being the first one out of the gate, with
Sure.
the exception of Pioneer Trail, which was a big exception.
Mhm.
And that one was vetted. I'm really uncomfortable, again, going back to my original point, that this is something we've always done. We've always had these in place. Measure S is supposed to be used for over and above normal. And I understand everything that you're suggesting, not suggesting, advising, and how the process works. But this, to me, we
And-
can't start out the funds in this manner,
So the
in my
thought, so
opinion.
the thought was that staff had recommended that perhaps we take the Measure S out of this contract, leave
Yep.
it at 900,000, allow the time for the Measure S committee to meet. You all decide if you wish to have these funds and give you additional tools in your toolbox as addressing, road and maintenance issues and snow in Tahoe. And then we can always amend this contract in the future.
It's 3
So-
years.
Well, exactly, but he could come back. with an
amend it in
amendment,
a
is what I'm
month.
saying. Yeah.
Or I can come back with a board item if in the event
Exactly.
that there is additional equipment needed for Measure S purposes. My only question, and I'm going to have to put county council on the line here, is can we, because it will jeopardize our snow removal process for this winter if I was to not accept this board item today. So can
Okay.
I just scratch that out, the 15%, and just add additional percentage to one of the other funding sources? Would that be acceptable for our policy?
Could we move, for example, could we move item 12 without the inclusion of Measure S funds? And authorize staff to make up the $900,000 term with additional, with,
You got one of the other
With the
additional
other
funding
options?
sources.
Like CSA 3,
Sure,
that would make sense.
sure, that would be fine.
I think your question is in this context of whether that action is appropriate under the agenda item is presented, and I do believe it is. But I think that, and you're addressing this, but it is going to be important that you specifically identify the funding necessary so that the contract itself is fully funded. There are
Okay, perfect.
other restrictions on entering into a contract without having identified sufficient funding for it. So I think that
Excellent.
you would want to make sure that it's very clear as to what that funding is, and where it's coming from and the amounts.
all right, thank you for that guidance. All right. So Supervisor Lane, would you like to do that?
Yeah, are you ready for a motion?
Let's do that.
Okay.
Yes.
I would move approval of item number 12 as presented by staff with the amendment that Measure S funding in the amount up to 15% be removed, and that the county service area 3 be increased to up to 20%.
Sure.
Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second for just clarification
Sure.
really quick. Are those CSA 3 funds available?
Yes, there
That's
are.
doable.
Yes.
Okay, very
Excellent.
good.
All right, we
Yes.
have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Great.
Thank you, Raphael.
Thank
for
you very
letting
much,
us
Ward.
walk through
Appreciate
that. I
it.
appreciate that. All right. So with that, Kim, let's hear item number 16.
Item number 16 comes from the Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, current planning unit, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign amendment to an agreement with ICF Jones and Stokes for the provision of specified specific environmental consulting services for Central El Dorado Hills specific plan.
All right, so good morning, Rob. And the reason I pulled this item is I believe that seeing all the comments that have come into us, I think there's been a lot of confusion as to what this item is and what it isn't. And so if you could clarify what this is to the public and to this board, Rob, thank you for walking us through this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So yeah, there has been a lot of public interest on this item, much of which believes that the project was evaluated by the Planning Commission and that was a final action. So I want to start there. In April of 2022, the Central El Dorado Hills specific plan project and all of its entitlements were brought in front of the Planning Commission. That meeting was extended to June of 2022. And at that hearing, after taking public comments and after deliberation, the Planning Commission recommended, and that's the key here, is recommended that the Board of Supervisor not certify the environmental document and not approve the project, which included the whole of the actions, which is a general plan amendment, which is a specific plan amendment, excuse me, a new specific plan, a rezone, a large lot final map, a development agreement, and so the whole package of actions. The zoning ordinance section 130-63020 says that rezones would be approved by the Board of Supervisors through a recommendation of the Planning Commission. And further, section 130.63.030 speaks to general plan and specific plan amendments being heard by your Board of Supervisors. So just to be clear and just for the record, the item that was heard by the Planning Commission was a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors consistent with these sections. Subsequent to that hearing, the applicant asked to put their project on hold for a time so they could figure out which way they were going to proceed. Once they asked the county to reinitiate moving forward to the Board of Supervisors through review of changes in the regulatory environment related to greenhouse gas and air quality, the staff, along with county council and along with the applicant, determined that some modifications to the GHGs, particularly the greenhouse gas mitigation measures, was warranted. And what I can say with certainty is there is no proposed changes to the project as far as the configuration of the project or the entitlements that are being requested. But our task as staff is to bring forward in front of the Board of Supervisors a legally defensible CEQA document. ICF is the contractor consultant that we've been using to do that evaluation and prepare those documents. I'm not a GHG expert or a modeler or any of those things. And so we rely on those consultants that have that speciality to support staff in bringing those items to your board. Let's see here, make sure I have everything. One of the public comments that we heard in open forum was related to the changes to the documentation and not necessarily understanding what the change was. I think as articulated in the staff memo or the Legistar text, this is very specific to just looking at the air quality and GHG sections of that environmental document. And what it will do will result in a recirculation of those two sections with an overview of the reasoning, why the analysis happened, what the analysis says, and what the outcomes of that analysis are. The other pieces of that puzzle is that those have to then be incorporated into the final documents that come before your Board of Supervisors. So that is the effort that we're talking about now, is that preparation of those materials, the recirculation, which will be noticed to all the same folks that got notification of the public hearings for the Planning Commission. We do intend to have of course, a Board of Supervisors meeting that's likely to occur in the early part of next year, January, February-ish. But it's going to occur after the recirculation and the public comment period for this document. That's the intent. So we're not necessarily here to speak about the project, but this item is inherently related to that project and us bringing forward for your board to consider not only the recommendation of the Planning Commission, which will be the item that we bring forward. So when you see the item come before your board, it will be staff bringing forward the recommendation of denial of the project. However, we need to ensure that the document that you'll be evaluating, particularly should your board choose to go a different direction, is legally defensible and has all the pieces that are needed. And so that's what we're here today to try to do. I am not the best to articulate all of the nuance of the changes, but at a high level, it is, the regulatory framework is kind of ever changing. And we identified that there was some issues with the mitigation measure that was included in the package of actions that the Planning Commission did review. But I want to make certain that there's not a bunch of project changes. This isn't money to go, change the configuration of things. The request is very much the same, but it was staff's recommendation to pursue this. I think that, I don't want to speak for the applicant, but I'm sure that they don't want to expend the additional funds and all of this effort to get in front of your board. But all of us agreed that this is a piece that needed to be done. I think that attachment B is on page 11, particularly, is the identified costs related to the amendment. And that attachment B or exhibit B is the modified scope. We've also included attachment C to your Legistar, which is not only the original contract, but the amendment number 1. Page 22 of the original contract identified those costs and that scope. And then page 35 of attachment C included the first amendment. So at each stage, we've identified a modified scope and a modified cost broken down by task so that your board can consider those things. And so attachment B is what we're here in front of you with, that has a modified scope to prepare this documentation, all in an effort to bring the item before your Board of Supervisors for final action. And I believe that concludes my staff.
Really appreciate the really helpful and clear explanation. And once again, I know there in some of the comments, there was some concern. I want to reiterate that county taxpayers are not paying for this EIR. It is developer paid for. Is that
I have
correct?
2 other comments I should have made.
Okay.
One is that, this is entirely funded by the applicant. So there's not county costs associated with this. This is basically a contract through the county, and the costs are borne by the applicant. Second, if your board should choose not to approve this contract amendment, our environmental manuals, because this is specific to environmental documents and that allows for contracting outside of the county process. The applicant could potentially go and contract directly with this organization to finish it, but it kind of takes the county out of that, management of the contract review. We still have a seat at the table, but I would say that our preference would be that the contract is through the County of El Dorado and not directly through the applicant.
What's the benefit to having the county involved in that process?
I think we have, while we would be able to review all the documents and the things, it's the county's document ultimately, should it choose to be certified. And so our role is just that we have, I guess, more hands-on management of the activities and the schedule and all of those types of things.
Okay. And then once a clarification, you said we are only recirculating 2 sections of the EIR, and that's related to the greenhouse gas emissions, which have changed at the state level. And what's the other section?
Air quality.
Air quality.
Yeah, they kind of
That's
go hand in
right.
hand. And
Yes.
so, but then there'll be some other changes to the document just for conforming changes. So
Okay.
when you change those things, you have to go make sure that you haven't cross-referenced inappropriately or those things. But it would be modified through like an errata type of document in the final EIR that's brought forward to your Board of Supervisors.
All right, thank you. All right, so at this point, we'll take questions from the board, and I believe Supervisor Parlin had your button up first.
Thank you. So I think that one other question that we all read in the comments in this updated EIR, targeted updated EIR is going to be recirculated, right?
That's correct.
The Planning Commission recommended that the board not certify this EIR. So it begs the question, wouldn't this EIR, once it's targeted, updated, go back to the Planning Commission? Because otherwise we're not going to get the benefit of the Planning Commission taking another look at this updated document. And the public's going to miss out on the opportunity to voice their concerns at the Planning Commission level. And I think that's a fair question that we've been asked in many emails. So is that part of the process normally, or could we request that it be part of the process? It makes the most sense in my mind logically, but I know the law isn't always logical. So county council didn't even smirk.
Let me just think for 1 second before I
Sure.
answer that question. And there's a lot of other folks that might be involved in a decision like that, but effectively, the project that was considered by the planning, I mean, it's ultimately your board's decision. I think the recommendation has been brought to the Board of Supervisors from the Planning Commission. As I stated earlier, the project that was evaluated would not necessarily change. I mean, there's not changes to the configuration or the proposed project. These are, GHG has been a little bit of a moving target. And so the longer things wait, the more, you need to update that material to make sure that it's consistent with state laws and other things. I think, as I understand it today, the Board of Supervisors could take that action, considering the amended or the revised draft EIR and final EIR, because to be honest, this wasn't sort of a concern that was, so the recommendation to the Planning Commission identified concerns that they had with the project and ultimately recommended that your board deny the project. I think the Board of Supervisors could evaluate this project with the modified information, particularly since the project hasn't necessarily changed. And this wasn't a recommendation of the Planning Commission, but I think your board has the ability, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Livingston, to make that determination when it comes in front of you. But right now we have a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors from the Planning Commission, and our intent is to bring it forward to
Right.
your board.
Can I follow up then with County Council?
Sure.
So County Council, can we make that determination today? Because we're being asked to update the agreement, to update the EIR in a targeted manner. If the board says, yeah, we would like to do that because it's kind of needed, looking at the GHGs and all that, but could we say today, but we'd also like to send this updated EIR to the Planning Commission? Because they're the ones that look at EIRs for us and make recommendations. And they originally recommended that we not certify it. So would this targeted update change that perhaps? Wouldn't we want to know? And would we want to go to all the trouble of having a big old board meeting just to send it back? It just seems very inefficient. And we've not been through something like this, I don't think, in recent times. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I do not believe that it's within the scope of today's item to provide that direction to have a recirculated EIR referred back to the Planning Commission for review. I do want to acknowledge, and I think Rob was addressing this, that there are requirements that if there are significant changes to the project itself, not the EIR, the draft EIR, but the project itself, there is potentially a requirement that the matter be referred back to the Planning Commission for review prior to consideration by the board. So I want to acknowledge that. But as I understand it from the presentation, what's being contemplated is not a significant or a revision at all to the project, but rather revisions to the environmental document. And there is no similar requirement that simply for those changes to the environmental document. Again, you would retain that discretion. I'm not denying you that.
Right.
But it wouldn't be required that it be referred back to the Planning Commission.
But the real question is logistically, process wise, do we have to wait until there's a board item to send it back to the Planning Commission? Because it just seems very inefficient. That's all. And it seems like it would confuse the public more.
I suppose you could direct staff to bring a separate item to have that discussion. I just don't believe
Okay.
that it's within the scope of today's item. To
But
make that
maybe we could ask
determination.
for an agenda item to discuss it. Thank you. That's really what I want to know.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, Rob, I got a question to ask you, and I don't know if you can give me an answer on this or not, but the ICF Jones and Stokes Incorporated, are they working on other projects for this developer? Are they working with this, developer on other projects, like Marble Valley, for example?
Yeah, I can answer that question. Yes, there are contracts in place for them to work on the Village of Marble Valley and also the Lime Rock project. So they are also but I believe Village of Marble Valley is the same applicant. I don't believe the other project is. So to answer your question, yes, they are also contracted to be working on other projects with this applicant.
Okay.
They also are an on-call contract for planning services on other projects. They were working on long-range planning projects through our on-call services and other project-specific contracts. So they are working on other things with the county as well, but particularly to this applicant, yes, the Village of Marble Valley is a project that they are contracted to work on.
Okay.
Supervisor Heidel.
So Rob, are we anticipating any consequential changes to the EIR as a result of this? Greenhouse gases is kind of a new category for a lot of us. I've tried to study it and understand it. I'm still not understanding it. But I don't anticipate a lot of substantive changes. For instance, if there was a number of mitigation measures that came out of that, we're going to have to do A, B, C, D. Then I think we have the justification to redirect it back to the Planning Commission because we got surprised by the results, right? I'm not sure where we are at this point, but do you, and with your technical expertise, anticipate substantive changes as a result of that RDEIR?
I would categorize most of the changes based on, there's some remodeling that had to occur,
Right.
but I believe it's very targeted in the mitigation measure piece. And I don't think it's like a wholesale change. I think there's a couple of mitigate, or maybe one even specifically that is at sort of target here. So it's not, throwing the book out and starting over. It really is targeted related to this one mitigation measure. But, like I said, there's also, the interaction between the GHG section and the air quality section, and then also just conforming changes across the document as a whole, because when you modify an outcome here, you have to go back and make sure you change those. But no, I don't believe, it is such a significant change that it's you're not going to see a whole new slew of mitigation measures as an example.
Okay, and that's what I was looking for. So thank you.
Great, you bet. All right, Kim, let's go ahead and take public comment on item number 16 on our consent calendar.
Now taking public comment on item number 16. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning again.
Good morning again. Okay, now I'm putting on a different hat. And I'd like the Mountain Democrat to make sure when they quote me that they're correct when I'm a citizen versus when I'm here with the GOP. I was quoted last week as the GOP, and I was actually speaking as a citizen and made that very clear. But today I am here on this item for District 1 representation of the El Dorado County Republican Party, which is about accountability, which is about adhering to the will of the people, the will of the general plans, and the will of promises that people ran under. With that said, there has actually been quite a bit of modification. Now, I'm not sure when they ask about modification to the original design intent versus structurally how they're placing or wishing to place, I should say, onto this property. It's actually gone into a lot more apartment complexes, condos, townhomes, and high density single house. Originally, the plan had at least given us some half acre and custom acre lots. We're not seeing that on the frontage. I wonder why, because no one's going to spend the kind of money that it would take to get a multi-million-dollar home on El Dorado Hills Boulevard, which is going to be filled with traffic, smog, and congestion. What I am asking is that we do revert back to the planning commissions and their intent. They voted 5-0 to not move this forward. The applicant had every opportunity for 10 days to debate or contest that ruling to the planning commission. They did not. That right there should have made this a null and void, and we should be starting over again with a whole new application. In my opinion, for us to be fronting, I'm not really sure. Have we already been reimbursed the $200 and something thousand? Because we're seeing that this is now a total of $363,000. Have we already received back the $200,000+? I'd like to know that. And what are those conditions? If you reject the policy, do they still have to pay for it? I'd like to know a little bit more about what our arrangements with this developer are, because really we shouldn't be entering contractual negotiations with developers. In my opinion, I think they should have to give you a check up front, like a material deposit, whatever you want to call it. And speaking for the people, we want to remind you that we did have a ballot measure. 99% of the El Dorado Hills put their voice out there, trusting our elected to act on behalf of the citizens. I've said it before, I will say it again. No one is entitled to a rezone. They are entitled to the process. They are not entitled to a rezone. There has been a false misunderstanding continuing today that this developer is entitled to some kind of return on their investment. I would agree, build a golf course, build a park, or sell it and keep it open space, but you are not entitled to a return of market value of residential value in today's valuation. I'm sorry, that is just incorrect, and it is misleading people to think they have no choice but to compromise. We do have a choice. We have a choice to stand firm on the promises of Parker Development that this was and was going to remain a beautiful, iconic piece of land that those of us who have lived here for decades, if not century, I think we're up to people who've been here for a century, have enjoyed as the entrance of El Dorado Hills. As I came up 50
Please wrap up your
yesterday.
comments. That was the
Am I
timer.
done?
Yes,
Oh,
I'm
I didn't
sorry,
hear you.
Kelly. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We vote that you reject this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. And once again, I do want to clarify that the item as per our county council is not to send it back to the planning commission. That could be another discussion for another time, but it is whether we extend the scope and the terms of this agreement with consultants. So just wanted to clarify. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again on this item, and thank you for pulling it out and respecting the public's interest and time in hearing it out of order or even hearing it in some detail today. Number one, as I mentioned before, I think the process as Supervisor Parlin is starting to flesh out is vitally important, and I think that you all are in an unenviable position to always be right. And I mean, that is absolute. You got to always be right. That being said, the little sound bites that come out of these meetings are incredible. Like, for example, we have police power and we don't have to heed to the community's citing of private agreements, or we need a legally defensible CEQA. Well, of course you need a legally defensible CEQA. And the one that's being presented, or the one that has been presented, is fatally flawed. It doesn't have 135 units of currently planned tradable residential units in Toronto. So you have a CEQA out there with the state CEQA clearinghouse that shows 135 units. We now have confirmation from staff that wasn't in the materials that were presented this morning that there are no changes. So it's what I was hitting on before about the process. What exactly is being changed with the $100,000? We now know what that is through the discussion from staff today. And I just want to highlight that you don't have 135 units by your own records. So a public records request pressed for over a year produces, the last record is 2008 for the units that are being traded today in the plan. Let me just be
You
clear.
can keep your comments to the agenda item at hand, though.
Fair enough. That being said, we're talking about a contract for changing documents related to this particular item. We've made statements to the effect of we need a defensible CEQA, a legally defensible CEQA. And we're not accomplishing that. And I just want to highlight for you, the process is flawed. I don't know how staff can sit at the table and represent the public when they're being reimbursed by the developer, which brings me to the Levine Act. So the party in this contract has asserted to the public that there is no contribution of more than $250 to any of those in control of the decision before you. The party that's funding that consultant hasn't made that. The developer's reimbursing for these costs. It's an intermingled contracted party. They need to be making the same certifications. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
My name's Mike West, 20-year resident of El Dorado Hills. The fact that Parker's project is on today's consent calendar is a slap in the face to every El Dorado County resident, especially the El Dorado Hills residents, who will be the most negatively impacted. Backroom dealing, which has resulted in this situation, is unconscionable and probably a violation of the Brown Act. The Planning Commission process protects citizens from the harm these harebrained proposals can cause. Yet the board has seen fit to ignore that level of protection. If this board approves item 16 on the consent calendar, you will confirm the commonly held opinion that this board has become a subsidiary of Parker Development. Reject item 16 so you can look in the mirror tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a clarification. We did pull it off the consent calendar. So, we thank you all for your comments that have written in. We know there were a lot, and we have read everyone's comments. So good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ellen Terra, and I've lived in Serrano Village D1, excuse me, for 25 years. And I just want to be on record as stating that what has already been mentioned here, those 135 lots that are part of this proposal, cannot be de-annexed from the Serrano HOA without a vote of 2/3 of the entire homeowners association. I've stated this many times, but it just keeps coming back because that property has not been removed from the project. It can't be ignored that just because there's a private agreement that has to be honored. And I also would like for you to look at the environmental impact report again and make sure that we've not missed anything addressing this private agreement that is not, so that it's not violated. We're all very concerned about this item, and I think that's why there was so much response to item 16 on the consent calendar, because we do not feel that this is moving in a positive direction. We do feel that it should go back to the Planning Commission if there are changes made. And obviously, the Planning Commission wasn't in favor of the EIR to begin with. So it just seems to me that things are upside down and backwards and not moving the way they should for the homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate you being here this morning. Is there anyone else in the boardroom? All right, seeing it, let's go online, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm not going to repeat all the great comments I've heard, but in terms of good governance, I do urge the board to either table this, or if it's under your purview, to refer it back to the Planning Commission. I like the questions that you've heard, especially from Kelly, as well as Supervisor Parlin, and I think they need answers, and slowing down the process seems like a good choice. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Hillary Crow.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Hillary Krogh, and this came up so suddenly that our association, El Dorado Hills Townhouse Association, and individuals really just did not have time, or just didn't write a letter. But what I want to say is thank you for pulling the item, but in the process of pulling the item, it was mentioned that we didn't realize how important of an item this was, or how many people wanted to speak to this. Basically, the topic, this project evokes a lot of concern and emotion for people. And I think that's what we're, even though it's procedural, and I think we understood that, or I understood that in terms of funding, it still is, we see in this item and we become concerned. So my concern actually relates to something in that vein, that we didn't realize how important of an item this was to people. That's why it was on consent. So I would suggest that all of the county supervisors read all of the letters that were previously submitted through the Planning Commission process, because once this item gets on the board agenda, you're not going to have time to update yourself on what this project is about and how much of a concern it is to people in El Dorado Hills. So I asked you, because this project started in 2019, that many years ago, that we have at least the individuals and groups that have CC'd you on our letters to the Planning Commission, etc. We've had it's even been revised to get the public to warm up to it even more. And even in that revision, so we had to go through the initial project and then the revised project. And it's been a long process for the people, that you represent. So please give it due diligence and look at the history and why. And basically, they have a project already. This developer has a project and could have built this project years ago. They're just being a little bit greedy, wanting more of the open space and the recreational leisure property that we wanted in El Dorado Hills. And this really affects the county in terms of the entrance to the community. This shouldn't have taken all of our time, all of your time. It could have been built a long time ago as their original project, but they want more. So why should we have to
Timer just
pay?
came up. So if you could wrap up your comments, Hillary.
Okay, so why should we have to pay? And I don't mean monetarily, I mean in terms of just the beauty of El Dorado County to have more than what is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just a very quick comment. Since we are talking about extending a review of the environmental impact issues associated with the proposal, I want to bring to the supervisor's attention an item that I certainly commented both as a member of as an officer of El Dorado Hills APAC, but also as a member of the leadership team of the Community Council regarding the scope of the environmental impact. I believe that right now it is insufficient. We have brought forth, APAC did, in its statement regarding this proposal, information that would call into question now 25-year-old negative declarations pertaining to endangered and special interest species. I believe that information is unequivocal, and yet, the county has not stepped forward to take a look at and trigger a new sequence, not only for the Parker development issue, but also for everything associated with the El Dorado Hill Business Park, and quite frankly, other developments. So if you're going to go forward on this proposal, I encourage you to redirect staff to encompass the broader view of the environmental impact. There are species of interest. There are endangered species that could be impacted by this development. And if you're going to go forward and please extend it correctly. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. All right, I'll bring this back to the board. A couple of questions that I heard. So Rob, have we been reimbursed? What is our process for this?
Yeah, so this is while it's a contract through the county, it is with the consultant and the applicant. Yes, the consultants invoice the county for work done, and that is passed through or paid by the consultant. So this has been regularly or routinely invoiced and paid for by the applicant. There's no cost assumed by the county.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And in the board action before us today, does the board have authority to extend the scope of this EIR review?
What's being presented today is a very narrow scope of this air quality and GHG.
Right, so the board
I
item
believe if your
today,
board wanted to expand, or I think you could give direction for us to go explore that, but that is not the request in front of you today.
and the board item doesn't give us the authority to do that
We can bring
today.
that back.
I might seek some help with counsel, but I mean, I think that, the request
outside
today
counsel.
is a very specific request to work on those sections and not to open up the whole environmental document or the biological section as was discussed, or, other portions of the EIR. It's very specific to this
The targeted.
request. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, bring this back to the board for,
If I may,
Further delivery?
I may, if you don't mind, I apologize. But one of the comments that I heard was that, and if I in any way articulated this, I want to say that I was incorrect. But there is no that the applicant is entitled to anything. The process as outlined in our zoning ordinance is for the planning commission to make a recommendation to the board of supervisors. There was no appeal ability because no final action has been taken. It is just that, it's a recommendation. And so your board has the ability to approve, deny, modify, all of those types of things, this project, when it comes before your board. But even if this were to be evaluated by the planning commission, again, I don't think can't speak for them, but I don't think the recommendation to your board of supervisors would change. And what is being brought forward when this project ultimately comes is the planning commission's recommendation. It won't be some other recommendation from staff or anything like that. It will be the recommendation of denial of the project by the planning commission.
okay, thank you for that. And I also want to thank everyone for your encouragement for us to continue to review the deep history of this. We understand how visceral of I think of an issue this is to the residents of El Dorado Hills. We understand how important it is. And I believe we all have been, keeping up on it because we recognize that we don't have, couldn't bring us up to speed in 3 days when this board item finally comes before us. So we are keeping on top of this issue. So Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, Rob, I understand, the planning commission's recommendations, what we're going to hear with respect to the study for air quality and greenhouse gases. Would staff be providing some inputs as to what the consequence of that RDEIR is? i.e. there's no new mitigation actions. All of the current proposed mitigations are significantly are basically in conformance or in compliance with what has to be achieved relative to CEQA. Is that something that would come back to this board so we really understand before we take anything else into consideration that there was no significant substantive changes that came out of this additional work?
Yeah, so there's a recirculated environmental document,
right,
that would go out for those sections. Public comment would be taken.
Yep.
And then the final EIR, which is effectively the response to comments, will respond to any of those comments that are taken. The hearing materials, including the staff report and the CEQA findings, statement of overriding consideration, those types of materials would all articulate. But yeah, there would absolutely be a discussion of the change and what it meant from then to now.
Okay, very good. And that would be
until when we
at
get
the
in front
first
of your
board hearing. It would be not a separate public meeting, but it would be at the first board hearing on the project if it continues.
It would
whatever.
be, yeah, it would be part of the materials that would be brought
Okay.
forward to your board for deliberation was, this is what the planning commission saw from that time. Here's any and all things that have happened. And here's what's in front of you.
So if
at
the
that
board
time.
felt that there was a significant unexpected result of that additional CEQA work, that we could send it back to the planning commission at that point, right? We would still have the discretion to do that?
I believe so.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good question. Supervisor Lane.
Yeah, this is, this project has a lot of history and I know very little of it. But I know enough to know that there's a lot of history back here. This is, yeah, this is important. So I want to understand the recommendation of the Planning Commission, what exactly they recommended. Are they recommending a 5-0, by a 5-0 vote, they're recommending that we not approve the project, or that we not approve the CEQA document, or both, because the CEQA document is part of the project? The big vote was what?
Yeah, so, and as some of the members of the public did state, there was a 5-0 vote. It was to do two things. The first action that's always taken is on the CEQA document, because you can't necessarily approve a project unless you've dealt with the CEQA piece. And so their recommendation was to not certify the environmental impact report. So that's the first piece of it.
And that was a 4-1 vote. I
Or
have the
4-1,
meeting- I
excuse
have
me,
the
yes,
four- I have the
4-1.
meeting minutes here.
Right,
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah, 4-1 vote on the CEQA document. I apologize.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you,
can pass that down.
Supervisor Farland. Then there was so one of the planning commission members didn't feel like the CEQA document or was so inadequate or whatever that they would vote against it. Then there was the vote on the actual project, which includes all the entitlements that I listed, the specific plan amendment, which is the El Dorado Hills specific plan, the existing plan, which you've heard some folks talk about, some of the density in that project, and it being transferred or moved or taken out of one and put into the new specific plan, which would be an authorization. So that's another piece. Then there's a rezone, and then there's a large lot map, which would set up for future subdivision maps, smaller lot maps. And then there's a development agreement, which was also, so all that whole package of entitlements was in front of the Planning Commission for recommendation. And their recommendation wasn't to take any piece out, but to recommend to your board denial of those entitlements.
Okay, and then another question, this is me just trying to understand the process. So the board makes that recommendation. It's not an action, it's a recommendation to us.
Planning Commission?
Yes,
The
the planning commissions, it's a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors when and if the project eventually gets to us. That's their recommendation. So the developer could go two ways, right? One is they could appeal the recommendation, but it would have to be on some grounds. Or they could just continue forward with the project, continue the process forward, because eventually has to come before us anyway, because of all the things that it involves. Is that correct?
Well, I think one piece of it may not be correct,
Okay.
and that's the appeal piece.
Hmm.
So only if the planning commission is the approval authority is there an appeal opportunity. The recommendation of the planning commission is just that. And so the developer's choices are to effectively continue with the project,
Or
you
not.
know, make some sort of modifications that are such to the way like county council described that it would go back because it's a new or revised project, or just bring forward to the Board of Supervisors their concerns or their project with that recommendation sort of as the basis of that discussion. So there's no appeal necessarily of a recommendation, because the general plan amendments or specific plan amendments and the rezone are sort of that policy level. So that is why it resides within your Board of Supervisors to make those final determinations. But because the actions and the zoning ordinance says very specifically that those should come to your board with recommendation from the Planning Commission, that is the so their action was to make a recommendation, not to approve or deny a project. And so there's no appeal necessarily, because your board has the final approval of those actions.
Okay, that is a very good clarification, and I appreciate that. And it was brought up in many of the letters and comments to us that the developer could have appealed, didn't, therefore. So it confused me, but your clarification was what I needed to hear. And so therefore, to continue this CEQA document has, because of times changing and the amount of time that has passed, it's requiring an update with regards to the greenhouse gas emissions and other air quality issues because of the time that has lapsed. So it needs to be updated to be, in order for us to eventually make a decision on the whole of the project. So what we're talking about today is just updating this one document so that the whole thing can come before us at some point in time and a decision can be made.
That's correct. We're updating 2 sections of that document
Yeah.
specifically. And then the final, there will be modifications to the response to comments based on the new circulated document.
Right.
So you'll see that.
And then final question, if we decide that that's their problem to update these little aspects of the CEQA document or the EIR, all kind of the same thing. What difference does that make? Because you just said the developer could contract with this firm on their own. It doesn't have to go through the county. Why does the county want to be in the middle of this?
So this consultant is on the list of qualified professionals to work for the county.
Okay.
We have had a longstanding contract with them to work on this project. This project goes back even further than this most recent. There were previous contracts. We also have other contracts with other consultants helping as an extension of staff. This is a very complex project with a lot of, to review and third-party review and all those types of things. And so the county prefers to have the contract, like I stated earlier, go through us so that we do have control of the contract, the scope, the schedule, those types of things. But the environmental manual specific to reviewing environmental and preparing environmental documents gives the planning director the authority to allow for a contract to be specific directly from the applicant to that. A lot of times the perception is that then we're not part of that discussion. And so having the contract go through the county gives us, to some degree that control and gives, we're not, I think it gives us a more direct participation, whereas instead of things going between, all the communications go through the county to the consultants as opposed to directly between them. And then we're sort of on the outside looking in. And so our preference is to have the contract go through the county so that we have that, that we always have a seat at the table. It's always the county's environmental document, but we have a stronger presence, I think, with the contract being through our department.
And then that makes it very clear to me why the public is concerned about that, because they feel that maybe we're assisting the developer or some, and to your knowledge, especially with regards to this document being updated, is the county in any way trying to help the developer for a particular outcome? Or what is our level of participate? Why is it so important that we convey information to the consulting group as opposed to the developer doing it? What does that matter at the end of the day?
May I jump in real quick while Rob thinks about it? Because I think maybe in part to answer your question, and I just want to acknowledge, regardless of who takes the lead in the initial preparation of the EIR, ultimately, should the county choose to move forward with the project and certify the environmental document, it's the county who's the lead agency, and it's the county who must exercise its independent judgment in certifying that document. So I think I don't want this point to be lost, that again, regardless of who takes the lead in preparing it, it's not the developer who is approving an environmental document. Ultimately, that would be this board's responsibility. And so to Rob's point, I think the idea of having the county engaged more directly throughout the process is preferable, so that we have better control to ensure that what is presented to you for certification, again, recognizing that it's the board who then would exercise its independent judgment in certifying that document, that it meets all legal requirements. It's not to say it can't be done where the document is prepared perhaps with a consultant directly contracted by the project applicant. It's happened before, it's not unprecedented, but ultimately the county is the one who's responsible for it. And so having the county with the direct contractual relationship with the consultant provides the county with greater control, making sure that we do end up, the board has a product in front of it that meets its legal requirements so that the board can then exercise its independent judgment should it choose to certify it and approve the project. And that's, I'm speaking in general terms because though I know we're talking about a specific project, but these are concepts that are applicable to pretty much any development project that might come before you.
Any other questions or comments? This time. Okay, Supervisor Parlin?
Yeah, with a project of this magnitude in the county, and these larger ones do tend to go on for years and years and years. They just do. Is there a web page dedicated to this project to explain the process, where we are in the process, what are the next steps, and some FAQs? Because I really think that in hindsight's always lovely. In the responses when we were acknowledging that I received and read the email, it really would have been helpful to me to have had a link to an FAQ page for this project. And I think that this project, because one of the fundamental questions is, can the board just say no today? I mean, people would love us to say no today, but as we're hearing, people are entitled to the process. We can't say no today along the way. Who knows what we're going to say when it finally gets here. But I think that would be great to have in an FAQ for folks that we could point them to. And so we have consistent messaging.
I can speak to that. So I will have to verify the project specific webpage. But regarding FAQs, I've already been tasked from the planning and building director to prepare those.
Okay.
Our hope was to have those out in advance of any recirculated documentation so folks would know what was coming.
Okay.
But this contract amendment, because of the costs in doing that business, had to be done before I would go and say, here's what's coming, because but I think those are already in development.
Okay.
And so we intend to have a frequently asked questions, particularly related to what the process looks like moving forward. Some of the history of kind of what the recommendation was, particularly from the planning commission, because that, as you saw from the public comments, was definitely something that the public is interested in. Also about what are the land uses that are allowed in the existing zoning and other things, because that's come up at the planning commission hearings and others. But so we are already working on a frequently asked questions in conjunction with the public information officer for the county and within our department. So you can expect to see those things before this document is circulated for the public.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just want to know, I was looking at this alternatives, and we may not have to choose and approve this proposed amendment. And it states there, this would result in delays completing other tasks and projects that staff are currently fully engaged on those staff that would absorb the additional work needed for new development projects or processed by the department. So we really don't have to approve it. The only problem is this will kind of delay the process, correct?
Yeah, so that if there's a contract that goes outside of the county, there's a few pieces that have to be, we still have to review the scope of work. We still have to authorize that scope because ultimately, like was stated before, it's the county's document. So instead of amending this contract that we already have existing and we already sort of have in front of your board of supervisors, we would then be reviewing and providing comment on a contract directly between the applicant and the consultant. And so basically we would be going through a similar process, but we would just be looking at those documents. And then ultimately that would be a contract between those two. But we certainly still have all the ability to review the scope of work and costs and all of that. We just don't have the decision making if it goes outside of that. But alternatively, yes, you could choose not to approve this amendment, and then we would be working with then the applicant and the consultant. I would say for continuity, they would have the same consultant preparing it because they prepared the materials up to this point. But then we would be working with them, and all of that would then have to be in place before we would be able to recirculate and all those sort of things. So there would be some delays related to that and additional work. But I think, my opinion, we would end up in the same place to some degree where those modifications are still necessary for the county to feel comfortable and moving forward the project to your board with the recommendation of the planning commission. And so we would just be working outside of our process and more with the applicant and potentially this consultant on those items. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. And my concern is like I was talking about, is the ICF Jones and Stokes Incorporated is already working with the applicant on other developments.
Through the county. So that is a
Through the
county
county. Okay,
contract as
all
well.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thanks.
All right, what is the will of the board on this?
Can I make a motion?
Absolutely, of course.
I make a motion not to approve the proposed amendment at this time.
Is there a second on that? Any other discussion?
I mean, I just want the community to know that we're not voting on the project. But this is just a little element that we just have to move forward so that the project can come before the board and they will have their due process. So it was very confusing to me to read what's before us, but it's much clearer now after hearing public input and hearing from staff what it is we're doing and why. And so I would move approval of the item before us.
I'll second it.
And as a additional discussion, I think, we understand the community's viewpoint on this. We recognize the Planning Commission has recommended a denial. I think this board has the obligation to have a due process. And so this is just finalizing that due process. So when it does come before us, we have complete information on which to make an informed decision. But we recognize that the Planning Commission has recommended a denial. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, motion carries 4-1. So thank you all for the discussion today. We appreciate you being with us. So, all right. Is the board okay pushing on to our 10 a.m. presentation?
Let's go.
Okay. Oh, great. Thank you. All right, so with that, we have a special presentation from RCRC today. So Kim, can you read item number 28 into the record, please?
Item number 28 comes from Supervisor Parlin, recommending the board receive and file a presentation provided by representatives of the Rural County Representatives of California on their strategic plan and the work of their affiliated entities.
Good morning. We are delighted that you're here with us this
Good
morning.
morning. It's always a pleasure to spend a little time with one of our member counties. And I want to start by thanking you for sending Supervisor Parlin to be such a able and solid representative of El Dorado County.
She is wonderful,
thank
isn't she?
you.
Yes.
Yeah, we love having her so close to Sacramento,
Yeah. Wonderful.
Yes, so thank you. Kim, thank you. Could you put up the PowerPoint, please?
I will say she is an enthusiastic representative too, and she
Yeah.
regularly
Yes.
updates us this board. And
Kind
so
of brag on you guys a lot.
Well, we appreciate that. So let's go to the next slide. I am Mary Ann Wormerdam. I am with Rural County Representatives of California, and I lead our Government Affairs Division. So let me start with sort of the big overview. About 3 years ago, almost 3 years ago now, our board, on behalf of all of our 40 member counties, adopted a strategic plan. And that strategic plan, you can see before you, has 4 major aspects: equitable access, impactful advocacy, healthy communities, and operational excellence. 3 of the 4 are outward facing and are interrelated. And obviously, operational excellence is internal and is a way for us to try to achieve the best governance as an organization on behalf of all of you as our member counties. I'll spend most of today talking about the 3 other aspects of the strategic plan. And let me just start with acknowledging that because they are interrelated, and maybe because I come from government affairs, I would say that the foundation for all 3 of those aspects is the work that we do in government affairs, whether it is the work we do in front of the legislature, the Congress, or regulatory bodies on your behalf. And it's all with trying to achieve the goal, the vision of being the premier advocate and innovative service provider for rural counties in California. And I'll talk about the innovative service provider aspect as well. I believe I have about 30 minutes, so I'll move through pretty quickly. And if you have questions, please do stop me so that I can be responsive to your questions when they occur to you.
Thank you.
So let's go to the next slide, please. So as I said, I'm biased. I believe that the foundation is state and federal advocacy. And we touch on three major areas: the state legislature and state policy, federal congressional policy, and then the underpinnings or the implementation of those policies in the regulatory space. You can see before you the areas that we focus on. You'll see some common denominators between the state activity and the federal activity. I think it goes without saying that forest health, wildfire, and forest stewardship is the top focus. And I'm not just saying that because I'm in El Dorado County. I think we all recognize that without a healthy watershed, that those of us on the valley floor also get the benefit of wildfires, regrettably, but also suffer the consequences with respect to water quality issues, air quality issues, and water supply issues. So we have worked with CAL FIRE, US Forest Service, and other stakeholders who are interested in trying to achieve forest health over time, recognizing that we have decades of what we would articulate as mismanagement of the forest resources that we just need to get our arms around, and it'll take us some time. That kind of rolls into water and drought. As I acknowledged, we've been blessed last year, and we expect that we'll have a reasonably good water year this year. Nonetheless, being an arid state, I think California is always focused on drought issues and water supply issues. One of the things that is most difficult for us as a state, and which will be teed up for 2024, is the recent Water Board action to look at Bay Delta water quality health. And that affects all of us, whether we're in the Sierra Nevadas, on the North Coast, in the Valley, even in Southern California as it relates to water supply issues. So that will be an area that we're going to be very closely monitoring and engaging in on your behalf. Broadband, housing, energy, those three areas are ongoing. Don't mean to minimize them. Our broadband activity was really given a boost up when the governor signed SB 156, $6.1 billion of investment into the infrastructure. It's done a couple years ago. One of our advocates, Tracy Ryan, a resident of El Dorado County, I might add, she worked diligently to try to get that money. And then we also, of course, have the Infrastructure Act at the federal level, a couple of other funding sources. All of that we're weaving together, and I'll talk to that in a moment, but it's all being woven together under Golden State Connects Authority. Energy kind of reaches into what's in the box there. And energy has been an area where, as we become increasingly electrified, and as the energy grid becomes increasingly at risk because of wildfires, we have focused on a couple of areas. One is working with the CPUC. It has been an area that was a new practice area for us. We started about 3 years ago, and I am not a CPUC subject matter expert. Let me just say, I spent all my time in the regulatory and legislative world. The CPUC is its own special creature. I don't quite understand it. I won't pretend to you that I understand all the nuances. We have several staff that are really working to understand it and advocate effectively within that venue. And we're looking at not only the broadband aspect of it, but also the energy aspect of it. And that talks to PG&E. PG&E is the largest service provider in our 40 member county organization. And we've had opportunities for animated conversations with them. About 1.5 years ago, we invited the PG&E, the new CEO, Ms. Poppy, to come in and chat with us. That precipitated monthly meetings with senior PG&E staff. Thankfully, Ms. Parlin has been there to be an advocate for rural counties. it's been a tough slog. I'll just be straight up about it. PG&E, I mean, they've got their challenges between lawsuits and oversubscribed resource, et cetera. But I think they've been particularly challenged in trying to meet local government concerns. And they've been a little inartful. And I apologize if any of you are part of the PG&E family, but our experience has been inconsistent. It's been inconsistent at the CPUC level, and it's been inconsistent in our conversations. With that, we firmly believe that if we're not in conversation with them, we are not going to get anywhere. So we continue to work on these monthly meetings, trying to move things forward. And the area I think that we've spent the most time focuses on two specific topics. One is vegetation management. And what are we going to do with all the vegetation that needs to come out of the forested landscape? I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. The other is some of the strategies that PG&E has implemented, including PSPS and EPSS strategies that have, let's say, provided opportunities for elevated hardship for the communities within their service area. And I say that with some sarcasm because I think it has been very challenging for them to get it right. And I think there's been a challenge for them to understand that this means real hardships for real communities. So that's an area that we continue to work on. I'll just note in contrast, several of our counties are served by Southern California Edison, and the challenges have been a little bit less stressful in Southern California Edison service area, partly because of the strategy that they've taken vis-a-vis PG&E, and frankly, partly because their service area looks a lot different and is less forested than PG&E. So I just want to acknowledge that. The other blocked area kind of relates to energy and wildfires as well. And that's the recently constituted Property Insurance Ad Hoc Committee. Our board constituted that a couple of months ago. I would encourage all of you to listen in if you're available on October, I'm going to get this wrong, I think it's the 16th for the next insurance ad hoc, when Insurance Commissioner Lara will be speaking to the 6 members of our ad hoc. It is, I do want to just caution you, we do want to avoid any kind of quorum issues. However, if you'd like to listen in, it's Mr. Lara has committed to being there in person. On the 16th. Thank you for confirming. And we expect it'll be a very robust conversation. There are no easy solutions. I think we in California have done some things as the electorate that have also put us in a little bit of a box. With that, I think there's also opportunity to course correct. And we're hoping the conversation with Insurance Commissioner Lara will give us that opportunity to do so. We're also working at the federal level. I shared with someone a couple of weeks ago that California Congress member Maxine Waters, she's one of the more progressive members of the California delegation. And I don't remember that I've, in my course, the course of my career working on legislative matters, that I've often had an opportunity to agree with Congressmember Waters. However, she did send a very strongly worded letter to Treasury about 3 or 4 months ago now, expressing very accurately the challenges with the insurance situation in California. I just note that because I think at some point we will see some federal activity in this area, and RCRC is committed to being part of that conversation. And the ad hoc is foundational to giving us the information and the guidance from our board that will help us provide what we hope to be good information and guidance at both the state and the federal level. One last thing under federal advocacy, I'll note, people often ask me, why is RCRC involved in the Farm Bill? What do you care about the Farm Bill for? Well, you're correct, and portions of the Farm Bill really do talk to the farm community and the programs that are funded for the farm community. There are two titles that we are particularly interested in. One is the forestry title That's where U.S. Forest Service gets a lot of its funding and policy direction in terms of how it manages the resources within its portfolio. So we're very active in ensuring that not only do they have the resources, but also more recently that they adopt more aggressively a approach to stewardship as well as fire suppression, so that we have both of those equally moving forward in the forested landscapes. And the other forestry title aspect is funding. This Congress is a little unsettled at the moment, so it's not clear what those resources will look like, but we are hoping that those resources will continue to be robustly funded so that U.S. Forest Service will have the resources it needs to bring on staff and other strategies to do their work. I'll note that as part of that, we're also working with Mr. LaMalfa's office to try to ensure that U.S. Forest Service firefighters get an extension on their increased wages so that they are competitive with organizations like CAL FIRE. So that's why we are involved in the Farm Bill. I think I'll move on now. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that we have other activities, and under equitable access, RCRC over the years has approved, our board has approved 6 different affiliates. One of them, and our oldest one, is Golden State Finance Authority. It's been in El Dorado County since 1993. We provided mortgages and mortgage assistance to 595 individuals or families in this county, and just under $3.75 million in down payment assistance. Frankly, Golden State Finance Authority is what funds all the work that RCRC is able to do. This program has been in place for 30 years, and over the years, it has done over $1 billion in mortgage and other funding mechanisms to get people into homes in rural California. And that includes affiliated entities like several cities that are in more rural parts of non-RCRC member counties. Next slide, please. As part of Golden State Finance Authority, we have National Home Buyers Fund. It is a second affiliate, which is a federal presence or national presence, where we are working in several states to provide the same kind of mortgage funding opportunity to low-income individuals and families in rural communities. This program has been relatively recent, about 21 years in place. 41 individuals or families have purchased a home through GSFA and NHF with over $460,000 in down payment assistance. National Home Buyers Fund and GSFA are very interwoven in the work that they do. And National Home Buyers Fund is one of those areas where we hope to grow in future years. But the focus, next slide, please, is really GSFA in California. And here you can see where our presence is, what that presence looks like. And not all of our 40 member counties are GSFA member counties. That's also always an opportunity for them. But here, this encapsulated some of the work that we've been doing in our member counties, our GSFA member counties, and GSFA is a JPA. So one of the newest program areas has been to provide some down payment assistance to county employees. All counties have been invited to look at this program and see if it works for your employees to recruit and retain them in your county operations. And we've had very good.
Yeah, I just want to make sure the board knows that we do, I've talked to HR and we do promote this as an
wonderful.
incentive when we're trying to recruit in this really difficult hiring environment. So, because I remember
Excellent.
Darren McDaniel from Merced had said that it's helped them coach, for lack of a better word, some employees using this because they're a member county. And so I did check in with HR and we do. So I just want everybody to know that.
Great.
And it's a way, I believe he meant to say recruit from other
Yeah.
counties.
Slip of the tongue.
Although it is more honest moments, you might say, Coach. But yes, it was something that our board identified about a year and change ago as perhaps a way where we could better position our counties, particularly in some of these hard to fill slots, so that we have something to entice, poach, recruit, otherwise invite individuals to look at our member counties more favorably as they're looking at opportunities for professional growth and development. So that is, as I said, a relatively recent addition to GSFA's portfolio. Next slide, please. I mentioned that one of the other areas is broadband. About 18 months ago, maybe it's close to 20 months ago now, the board approved Golden State Connects Authority, and it was clearly developed with an eye toward accessing and bringing into rural counties the dollars that were available for broadband deployment. We know that while the telecoms have arguably captured these areas and may have lit up one address, that for the most part, our rural communities are left behind. So Golden State Connects Authority is looking at trying to remediate that and taking advantage of all the dollars that are available at the state and federal level. So that involves federal EDA funds, LADA grants, and working with our counties to ensure that our counties are as well positioned as possible to utilize those dollars for deployment in their counties. Some counties are farther along than other counties. Some counties are regionalizing their approach so that they can get the benefit of numbers that they as an individual county might not have. You think counties like Alpine, Plumas, Sierra, smaller counties, where it's in their benefit to collaborate with some of the other counties in similar circumstances. And we're providing guidance and assistance to them, particularly to help access these funds. We do get a lot of pushback from our telecom stakeholders. And as I should mention, Supervisor, Calaveras County Supervisor Jack Garamendi is the chair of GSCA, and Supervisor David Griffith from Alpine County is the vice chair. Those two gentlemen have been very clear in articulating to the telecoms, you want to retain these areas? Fine, step in. You're not going to do it? We're going to do it. And we're working with an organization out of Utah that has the largest municipally owned open access networks in the country. They're working in several states. We've got them on contract. And the idea is that we're going to do the same for our rural communities in California. The last mile is the area that we're really focusing on, but we are open to any opportunities to get broadband connectivity to all parts of our 40-member county membership. Maybe I'm probably running a little bit out of time here. Let me go to the next slide, Kim, thank you. So I should also mention that Golden State Connects Authority and the planning grant process and the grant application process is being run out of our economic development shop. Barbara Hayes is the lead on that, and she's been working very closely with government affairs to ensure that we're integrated with any policy changes that are taking place at the state or federal level as we try to move this program forward. We went from 0 to $20 million in assets over about an 18-month period. So it's real. It's real. The one asterisk I would note is that to the extent that GSCA is dependent upon federal dollars, I'll just note that the complications in Congress at the moment with the prospect of a government shutdown has implications for how and when these dollars might move forward. So we keep on keeping on. We're hopeful that they'll sort things out before November 17th, but I did want to note that it is something we're also keeping an eye on because it can have implications for our own timelines.
And Marianne, just really quick for clarification, because I just wanted to remind everyone that El Dorado County, don't hear it very often, but at our CRC meetings when this GSDA effort was unfolding, because the supervisor friends and primarily pushed our county so early into broadband that a lot of our presentations at our CRC, we weren't mentioned or we were left out. And then I would freak out and I'd ask the question, like, why aren't we on the chart? And they're like, oh, because you guys are ahead of everyone. So I just want everyone to know, because we kind of look like an outlier on these charts here. And that's partly why is, but we joined the JPA though, because there are times where it's beneficial to all, the more voices, when they're going for grants. And Kyle Zimmelman has been tied at the hip sometimes with Barbara Hayes at our CRC to make sure that we aren't missing out on anything because we went our own separate but collaborative way. So I just want to make sure everybody understood that, because I used to really kind of get freaked out. And so far it's all good and we're doing great as far as the county on broadband effort. So I just want to clarify.
And we're in GSCA and RCRs. We don't want to get in the way of anything that a county might be doing because that's not in anyone's best interest. On the other hand, if we can help lift up everyone and we can do something to facilitate what's already occurring, in this case, in your county, in El Dorado County, we're happy to do that as well.
Thank you for that
So,
clarification.
thank you,
absolutely.
Supervisor
All right,
Carlin.
great.
Yes. Let's move on to the next slide, please. One of our other affiliates is Rural Alliance, Inc. And Rural Alliance, Inc. is a nonprofit affiliate. It has been dormant for a good number of years. And a couple of years ago, about 20 months ago now, our board decided that they needed to either do something with it or get rid of it. They decided to do something with it. So we have a small board of 3 supervisors, Supervisor Menetre from Mariposa County, Supervisor Alba from Lassen County. And now I'm going to forget who the last supervisor is because I mentioned them all by name. There are 3 of them.
Okay,
I
great.
can get that to you if there's an interest. At any rate, the RAI board authorized staff to move forward on 2 areas. One is housing, and what kind of information do we need to do a better job in rural California to meet our housing obligations? Are there impediments that we can address through policy changes? Is it localized for some reason? We contracted with CSU Sacramento, and they're doing an assessment right now of our 40-member counties and what has been the experience with respect to bringing forward housing in our counties, particularly housing that's affordable for county staff. And we hope to have that contract completed at the end of this year to give us a better idea of where there might be policy changes at the state level that we can try to advocate on behalf of, or guidance to individual counties where maybe certain modifications can help ease some of the housing situations in our member counties. The second area, and the one that I'm personally more excited about because it affects what we do in government affairs, is to work with a couple of state legislators. Senator Alvarado Gil has been one who's been very interested in what I will call hosting a group of legislators from Southern California to come into rural California. And she's really focused on Yosemite, because Yosemite brings in the recreation aspect. It has had wildfire issues, has housing issues, it has rural hospital challenges. It has it all in terms of demonstrating what is going on in a rural county that affects your experience as a urbanite coming to visit Yosemite. And it's her hope that in bringing in some of her urban colleagues, particularly, frankly, some of her Democratic colleagues, to see what's going on and to get at least a more organic feel for the challenges that you all face in governing these counties, and hopefully have a little more sympathy for the rural county argument. So that project will commence in the spring of next year, and we're hoping to get 6 or 7 legislators to participate, show them a be very hospitable. I was going to say, show them a good time in terms of giving them a view into the issues, but also be very hospitable in creating a positive feel for their experience with us. So that's on deck.
Senator Alvarado Gil has been an incredible representative to rural California and to her district. Yeah.
You know,
amazing.
if the Energizer Bunny has competition, it's Senator
I
Alvarado
agree.
Gil. Since we're talking about members of the legislature, I will just note that we have the benefit of Speaker Robert Rivas, who comes from San Benito County, is very well conversant in rural county issues, and incoming pro tem former Marin County, Humboldt County Supervisor Mike McGuire, Senator Mike McGuire, coming as the pro tem. Again, someone from a rural county who we believe will at least be more sympathetic to some of our rural county issues.
Yeah, I want to make a
yes.
comment.
Okay, and I also want to acknowledge, we're so grateful you're here because we hear so much about RCRC.
I'll wrap it up. I'll
but
wrap it up.
We do have another presentation and another hearing that we need to hear in the next 45 minutes. So I just
Okay.
want to be a little sensitive to time. but
Yes.
We're so glad you're here. So,
Well, and I
Supervisor-
apologize if I've
no problem.
lingered too long. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. I was down at the Natural Western Resource Committee. Caucus is what it was, the House of Representatives, and spoke at Yosemite. And they were talking about all those issues, especially bringing up good forest management and about what happened in the Caldwell fire. So
Yeah, we're hopeful that some of those members who were there will be there again in
Yeah.
the next Congress, but well, who knows? It's
Right,
looking
exactly.
It's fluid.
yeah,
Yes,
hopefully.
moving right along. Let's talk next about Golden State Natural Resources. This 501c3 public benefit corporation was established about 5 years ago now with the intent of creating better forest resiliency. The focus of the project is 2 pellet processing plants, one in Lassen County, one in Tuolumne County, that would take the overburden, low and no value material, pelletize them, and put them on the open market. We know that there is a demand for them as a bridge material, particularly for countries like Poland, Japan, South Korea, who are looking for bridge fuels to move away from coal and move into something that's more in accordance with the Paris Climate Accord. So we're very optimistic. However, we're talking about CEQA earlier, and we're going through the CEQA process now. We hope to have that done in the second quarter of next year. We also expect that there will be some litigation associated with that. There typically is on these kind of projects. So while we are aware of that, we continue to move forward and hope to have a certified document, as I said, by June or so of next year. And it's a very exciting project. We're looking at opportunities to bring in public-private partnerships, people who actually have experience in this area, who can help partner with us and bring this to life as a way to bring our forest, one tool to bring our forest into better sustainability. Okay, next slide. Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority. Again, Supervisor Parlin has been an active participant on this JPA. It's been around since 1993, and its focus is trash and hazardous materials management. Currently, we're looking at SB 54 implementation as well as SB 1383 implementation. It is a 40% job for a couple of our staff, and we continue to work with our counties. We've got the benefit of Ted Ward from Del Norte County serving on a couple of advisory committees. So we're feeling as if there's an opportunity to keep moving forward. Although I would just note for SB 1383 implementation, it's going to be a lift. And Cal Recycle has been challenging to work with as well. So I don't want to discount it, but in the interest of time, this is an ongoing affiliate area, and we work directly with your representatives in your respective waste management divisions. That's it.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I overtook my time a little bit. I know that Supervisor Parlin had expressed an interest in just acknowledging some of the work that we've done before the PUC. I don't know, I can send to Kim a couple of the most recent letters, so
I
you get a
just
feel.
Wanted something on the record for anyone in the public, especially in the board, to see some of the advocacy work. I mean, it was the one was very recent about the CPUC submission about these PG&E rates that we're all really concerned about. And on the one hand, we want the work done, but we want to make sure the CPUC understands our residents cannot handle any more costs in their living, increases in living expenses. So and so I thought John Kennedy's letter was well done. He's very engaged with the CPUC. I have ended up having to get on some CPUC calls to testify because of these issues. It's so hard to, like, the CPUC feels like it's its own little government, quite honestly. So it's another place where we have to interject ourselves to help them understand who we are, what we're about. So I appreciate that, Marianne, very much.
well, Marianne, we're
Yes.
just delighted you're here and recognizing that most of the voting block is in urban areas of California. It is so important for the rural voice to be united and to be raised in advocacy at the state level. And so we are so grateful for your ability to help us do that. And Supervisor Parlin, we are incredibly grateful for your fierce engagement in this. We know we are represented well in this, and it's so important. So,
And, and it is challenging when you have an urban progressive legislature that doesn't always understand some of the rural challenges, but we've got a very mature team. They're top shelf. And even though the outcomes may not be the whole answer, I like to think we make progress where we can find opportunities to do so. And it's always with your voice in our heads. So thank you very much for the time. I'm sorry I overstayed my welcome a little bit.
So appreciate it. Is there
And
any pressing,
anytime.
is there any pressing issues for the board before we go to public comment? All right. Thank you. Stay tuned. Thank you, Marianne. Great presentation. Kim, let's take public comment on this presentation.
Now taking public comment on item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Let's move online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online, now taking public comment from 525.
Hello.
Hi. Lyle Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pines. Interest of time, keeping it short. Great presentation. Thank you, Supervisor Parlin, for all of your hard work. In the context of my experience, San Diego County, reaching out to counties that have both a major urban presence as well as a rural presence, I think is critical. And I really liked all the comments concerning how important forest management is, because I think that's a connector, again, across many counties. Thank you for this report.
Thank you. All right. Thank
There's
you.
no additional public comment.
Thank you again, Marianne. Just really appreciate your efforts and look forward to continued success.
All right, thank you for coming up, and I'll see you next week.
Perfect. And I apologize to the public that we are a bit behind in our agenda. We will now move on to our other 10 a.m. time allocation, which is our Library Commission presentation, which is very exciting. And then we will see about our 11 a.m., which is the hearing. So
item number 29 comes from the Library Department on behalf of the El Dorado County Library Commission, recommending the board, 1, receive and file an annual report from the Library Commission, and 2, provide direction as needed at the Library Commission concerning a work plan, issues to study, or other areas pertaining to library services.
it is always a pleasure to have our commissions present their work to the board. So just a hearty welcome to our Library Commission. Good morning, Bryce.
Very happy to be here. Bryce Lavelle, Library Director. The Library Commission has prepared a report.
Excellent.
So, Kim, could you load the
course.
slides? Thank you.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
And I just wanted to add, that one of our commissioners for District 3 was unable to attend this morning.
Thank you for that.
Good morning. I'm Julia Fisher, Library Commissioner for District 1 and the chairperson of the committee. Basically, I'm going to go under we kind of state our purpose as representing the community regarding the library issues and serving as a liaison between the board and the Board of Supervisors and the public. And we are a little bit behind on some of our powers and duty due to the fact we've had a couple turnovers in the commissioners this last year and a new library director. So we regrouped some, but we're still getting towards our powers and duties, which I'm not going to go all the way into it. You can review it, but it's basically advising you of what we're doing to help improve the library system and help the library system work on its on a better basis.
Oh, sorry. Your time is not up.
Well, I'm trying to get through it so we can give each of the commissioners a little bit of time to say what their libraries are doing. And it's divided into 5 districts, 5 libraries. And the first one, obvious, District 1 is myself, and I represent El Dorado Hills Library. District 2 is Elizabeth Blakemore, and she represents Cameron Park. Barbara Raines is 3 in Placerville District. And District 4 is Janie Johnston, and District 5 is Jen Giuliani. We also are an advisory executive board for the Friends of the Library, which is a volunteer organization that provides help to the libraries, staffing type help, and major portion is fundraising. They raise funds to help pay for some of the events and books and do it in various ways, whichever one the library gets the best results for the library, including used book sales. Things they've supported have been like summer reading programs. In El Dorado Hills, they help support the 3D lab. So it's and getting out there and promoting the library to the public. And then that basically we start with District 1. This year, we've had a successful summer reading program. The current issues current events we're going to have is this Saturday, the El Dorado Hills Fine Arts Association is having their show on the property with the library. And in conjunction with that, the library will be doing a little reception for the lifetime members of the Friends of the Library. So it's, it looks like it's going to have a very large turnout. I think now what I'll do is introduce Elizabeth, District 2, and she can tell you about Cameron Park.
Thank you so much, and best wishes on a great art show and reception. How fun. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Elizabeth Blakemore, and I'm here as District 2 Library Commissioner. I'm a new commissioner, but I'm a longtime supporter of the library. So about 28 years ago, I was a Friends of the Library and helped raise money to build Cameron Park Library. And I got to go to the grand opening and push my little stroller with my 2 little kids. So I'm really pleased to be giving back to the community and helping support our Library Commission activities. Cameron Park Library in District 2 is a vibrant and active library that draws in citizens of all age groups. When I supported the bond issue 29, 30, whatever years ago that was, we were told that the library was not, it's like, people don't read books anymore. Why should we support the library? Well, I got to tell you, all the citizens in District 2 use the Cameron Park Library, every age group, 0 to 5 groups. There's story times. If you ever want to have a bad day, come in and see a play group, come to one of the story times filled with young families introducing their children to the love of books and meeting one another. We have after-school programs for youth at the library, including after-school adventures, pause for readings, crafts, and educational activities. It's a great resource. For even our adults, we have conversation clubs going on at Cameron Park. We have technology troubleshooting for seniors. Really great way for seniors to get those resources. And then our hub activities are supporting families and individuals in our communities on a day-to-day basis. Our food distribution served 200 individuals and 222 families in Cameron Park who came to get food distribution and diapers and things of that nature. So the library in District 2 is a vibrant and active community resource location, as well as a phenomenal place to read, to get any kind of book you need and any kind of resource you need. So District 2 is alive and well.
District 2
Yeah,
is
I want to
hopping.
make a comment. Thank you for everything you're doing. I really appreciate it. And also, we're going to expand, hopefully, the Pioneer Park.
Ah, excellent. All right.
Yep. Yeah, Hub Day, yeah.
Yes. What fun.
Our District 3 representative is not available today, but we're going to have District 4 now.
But that picture says everything. My goodness,
Yes,
is that
it
just the
does.
most fabulous picture of a little girl who was a grand prize winner for the reading. It is really fun. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Janie Johnston, District 4 Commissioner representing Georgetown Library. The staff at Georgetown Library is truly amazing for all of the programs, services, and special events that they hold. Some of the regular activities include play and learn with tots and grandparents, Mother Goose on the Loose for babies and young people, Lego Friday, and Poetry Thursday, which has been headed by the Poet Laureate of El Dorado County. The library also offers monthly mental health groups, as well as WIC, which is food assistance, housing assistance, veterans help, and a HEAP representative, which helps with utilities. A nurse is on site weekly as well. And there is more. There are different craft programs, including Family Craft Night, Teen Art, and Crafting Fun for Kids. The most recent addition has been a series of vegan cooking classes. Patrons can also check out a state parks pass with their library card. And this may be unique to Georgetown, but if you have a critter in your house or around your property and you need to trap it, you can check out a trap.
Nice.
Wow.
The library.
Who knew?
Full service.
The library has a pantry with food and diapers that are offered for anyone who is in need. A few of the special programs are the Easter egg hunt, the animal program with Wild Things, and Get Messy Day. All of these programs are provided by and funded by our friends of the library. Our library is also a heating and cooling center when the power is out. And unfortunately in Georgetown, that's quite often. The Georgetown and surrounding areas are served in so many ways by our library that our library is the center of our community. Thank you.
We have heard that.
Yes.
Yes, we have heard
That's
that.
another thing I brag on is the library.
It is,
so
it
Thank you,
is.
Jeannie.
Wonderful.
Very good.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. I'm Jen Deliani here for District 5. The South Lake Tahoe Library is a beloved part of the community. There is a robust schedule of events and activities for all ages that are very well attended. We include a bilingual book club, which is offered on Zoom, which has international attendance.
Wow.
For the first time, we are going to have 2 librarians on staff. We're also hiring a new community services advocate. She specializes in connecting community members in need with services like housing, mental health, food, clothing, health insurance, among other things. Providing these services and activities has really taken our library into the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank all of our library commissioners and also to touch upon Supervisor Turnbow's point in South County and Pioneer Park. So we have a monthly hub day, but we're expanding services down there. And through Parks and Rec, the at Pioneer Park, inside the Rex building, we're going to have library and also hub services on various days throughout the month. So we're gearing up for that. Hopefully next month we'll start that in official capacity.
Wow, that's wonderful. Well,
Fantastic, Bryce.
we
Thank you.
so appreciate our libraries. In fact, we love our libraries. We
Yeah.
say that often, and
do.
really value that each library is reflective of the community and that meets the community's needs, which are diverse across our diverse county. And so that none of that would be possible without all the dedicated efforts of all of you and as well as all of the volunteers that might meet the needs of our community. So just a deep thanks to all of you for your engagement in this really critical part of our communities, and also to you, Bryce. You've just been also, I mean, we didn't know what we'd do without Carolyn. She was hard to fill. And then you've just been a breath of fresh air.
Right.
Jeannie, that's
Jeannie was-
Jeannie.
yeah, you went back to
Jeannie,
Jeannie.
we do without her, and then
So-
Carolyn, and now you, who's just carrying on their deep legacy in caring for our community and
Right.
moving this really important work forward. So just wanted to acknowledge that and appreciate your leadership. So yeah, thank you all for this presentation.
So one other acknowledgement, when we did our strategic plan survey, the public input, the number one service that came out of that in that whole survey was library. So people who think that the time and place for a library is gone and everybody just goes to the internet, wrong,
That's
right?
And
So
we
we
still
need
need
to,
that human connection, which our libraries
absolutely.
provide.
And the
So much
programs
more.
that it runs, you
Right.
can't get programs online like you can in person.
Not
I mean,
like
it's
that.
just totally different. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely.
And the small little refrigerators, especially when the kids get there and stuff, there's something nutrition for them to eat. So it was a great thing. We worked on Carolyn and I did.
Yes, you did.
Yep.
Supervisor Cronin?
So District 5 is exceptionally large. I have a large district, but you have, huge. Paul Pines Library didn't get mentioned in the presentation. And so I just would like to understand better what it has or doesn't have as far as, the hubs and all that stuff. Because I think that that's an interesting conversation. I'm from Pollock Pines, so it's near and dear to my heart, as are you. And so, so just trying to understand where is Pollock Pines in need of more, because it's so tiny. Help me there.
Right. It's a tiny powerhouse, very popular library, story times and all the different programs that we offer. And it being so small, sometimes we offer the programs at the community center because we have limited parking. And from a hub scope, we hope to have the Pollock Pines Library offer hub services in the future. So we're working at a lot of things right now on the background with just staffing and seeing how we'll be able to do that. But that's one of our priorities for that site is offering hub services, and no promises, but we're also looking at open hours because we're open in a limited number of hours. So there's various projects kind of in the works, but the Pollock Pines Library is near and dear to my heart because
Yes,
I
I
grew
knew
up in
that.
Pollock Pines and I grew up at that library. pretty much.
Right? Yeah.
Mhm.
So I just wanted to point that out. And then another thing I'm just gonna poke the bear is, reminder to everyone, Georgetown Library, we don't own it, and it's a concern in the community right now. So I just want to I'm gonna keep banging that drum because the time on the current lease is shortening, and we need to figure out what we're doing and where we're going, because that library is far too important to the community to not have a plan in place. So thank you for that also.
That's on the radar as a priority
Yeah.
as well. And like you said, the Georgetown Library really is the heart of the community in many ways.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Thank you so much. Great presentation. We'll take public comment now on this presentation. Really appreciate everyone being here and your good work.
Now taking public comment on item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online.
Let's move on to 525.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
That's too funny.
No fair, making me laugh. Leo,
Couldn't resist.
Leo from Pollock Pines quickly sharing that my mother chose the house that we were all raised in, and I was honored to do end-of-life care because of its proximity to the local library. All 5 of us go to the library when she needed breaks. Love libraries, have benefited from Cameron Park, Placerville, and now in Pollock Pines. So happy to hear about the expansion of hub services and would encourage supervisors to consider perhaps having an occasional town hall in the hubs that are in each of the districts as a way of creating this feeling of inclusion that libraries are so important to. Thank you for taking the comment.
Thank you so much.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, thank you all for your great work in representing all of us in the Library Commission and serving our community in such a beautiful way. We appreciate you.
See you later. Bye-bye.
All right. And with that, we will move on to our 11 a.m. Hearing. So Kim.
Item number 30 is a hearing to consider the recommendation of the Planning Commission on the Rizzuto project to request a general plan amendment from rural residential to low density residential rezone from residential estate 10 acres to residential estate 5 acres and a tentative parcel map to create 2 parcels. The Planning Commission recommending the board take the following actions. 1, adopt the mitigated negative declaration. 2, adopt the mitigation monitoring reporting program. 3, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for general plan amendment. 4, adopt and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance for rezone. And 5, approve tentative parcel map to create 2 parcels of 5.13 acres and 5.17 acres.
All right. Thank you, Kim, and welcome back, Rob. And with that, I will open the public hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rob Peters and board members. Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. I am anticipating Melanie Shasha providing you the presentation on this item as she's the planner on the item. So
Okay,
she should be
excellent.
joining us virtually from Tahoe.
Oh, wonderful. Excellent.
Hi all, I'm trying to start my video, but the host has stopped it.
Great. Well, see about moving you. We appreciate you being with us, Melanie. Welcome from Tahoe.
Good morning. Yes, Melanie Shasha, Senior Planner with the Tahoe Planning Stormwater and Vacation Chemical Division. As stated, this is a project to for general plan amendment, zone change and parcel map for a 10.3.
Melody, we don't see, we just see a black screen.
Oh,
And also, we're having a little trouble hearing you. If there's any way to get a little clearer, your voice is a little garbled.
can you hear me better now?
We still just see a black screen.
Yeah, that's interesting. Can you hear me now?
No, you're actually worse. You're faint.
So if you'd like, I can go ahead and sort of speak to the item. I probably can't go into as much depth as Melanie, and she may be able to join in while she's getting some of those technical.
All right, maybe you
revisions.
start and then, we can.
Yeah, so this is as Kim described, this is a recommendation from of the Planning Commission in the same way we talked about that this morning on a general plan amendment and a rezone and a tentative parcel map. So effectively, this would create 2 parcels. Let me see if I can bring up a exhibit. No, I believe she was intending to use the exhibits from the, she's sharing a screen, so she's going to do the screen and I'll do the
Excellent,
discussion.
Melanie. That's really helpful.
So go ahead, Melanie, if you think you've got it resolved.
Well, can you hear me any better?
Not really. Can you speak up or?
Yeah, I'll try to speak louder. This site is in the Rescue Community Region, but on the border with El Dorado Hills.
Actually,
Community
I'm
Region.
sorry, we cannot
Yeah.
understand
Can't
you.
understand.
But with your visuals and Rob in the room, I think we have a dynamic combination here.
All
So
right,
let's try
go
that.
ahead. So, yeah, so you can see, so that's an aerial view of the site, that going from the northwest corner to the southeast corner is Green Valley Road. So it is adjacent to. It is currently has a general plan land use designation of rural residential and an existing zoning of RE10. So it is a 10-acre parcel. Maybe you could jump to the tentative map or the proposed general plan and rezone maps. Let's start with those. So, so this is sort of a start and beginning. So you can see that that same sort of parcel alignment that is rural residential is Green Valley Road. It is the only rural residentially general plan designated parcel in that area west of Green Valley Road. And so this request would make it consistent with all of those to the west, south, and southwest. And that also is the community region boundary, that Green Valley Road. So this would bring it into conformance with the other parcels in the general vicinity. Can you go to the zoning map, please? So the existing zoning is RE10. And so it is being proposed to be RE5. That designation is consistent with the proposed general plan designation, as well as the zoning to the north and the south of the parcel directly adjacent to Green Valley Road. Can you jump to the tentative map, please? So this is a depiction of the tentative map and the resultant two parcels. You can see there the shaded area is basically a shared encroachment off of Green Valley Road, which would provide access to these two parcels. So there would be a 5-acre parcel to the northwest and a 5-acre parcel to the south there. That dividing line is right there adjacent to that shared access. That access is located within an existing easement. And so there is an easement, a roadway easement that moves sort of along that proposed property line. And so, and provides access to some parcels potentially to the west of this development. The intent here is that the applicants should choose to split the lot and build 2 single-family residences on the parcels. And so that is the intended use of the site. I know at the Planning Commission hearing, there was some discussion about some historic sort of commercial activities that had taken place. I think a farm stand and some other things. And so, they made clear at that hearing, and we would continue to make that clear now. The intent is to utilize these parcels for residential uses. So I think with that, I will go ahead and again, just kind of identify the recommendation of staff to your board, which is to adopt the mitigated negative declaration based on the initial study prepared by staff, to adopt the mitigation monitoring program in accordance with secret guidelines section 15074D, incorporated as conditions of approval. Adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 152-2023 for general plan amendment 21-0001, changing the land use designation from rural residential to low density residential. Adopt and authorize the chair to sign ordinance 5183 for rezone Z21-001, rezoning from residential estate 10 acres to residential estate 5 acres, and approve the tentative parcel map to create 2 parcels of 5.13 and 5.17 acres in size from existing 10.3 acre parcel. And this is located within Supervisor of District 1.
Well
That
said.
concludes my presentation, and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Excellent. At this point, do we have any questions for staff? And I'd also like to invite the applicant up if they have anything that they'd like to say. So any
I
direct
have one for staff. I think it's
Sure.
very short. There's a current encroachment permit, correct, for the combined parcels, so there will be not be an additional encroachment permit, because I know that's one of the issues off of Green Valley Road, is every parcel has its own entry, and that creates a lot of issues with respect to line of sight and other things. But I'm assuming this is an existing encroachment.
I believe that there is an existing encroachment there, but it would need to be upgraded to provide the dual access. I know that the applicant's engineer is also here and may
Okay.
be able to speak to that more directly, but I believe there's a condition
That
of
was my
approval,
question
which
also.
I'm
Yeah,
bringing
Okay.
up.
because that's always an
Yeah.
important factor. Yeah.
All right. So they can address it hopefully. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
That's all.
Let's get a Question from Supervisor Lane?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, under discussion and background on the staff report, it states that the planning commission's motion passed with a 4-1 vote, and then in parentheses, it says one member was absent. And so I think to make the record clear, it should be a 4-0 vote with one member absent.
I believe you're correct.
Yeah,
There
I
was
think
one
that was
absent. I
confusing
think
for
that's a
you.
typo. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. There was one absent planning commission member, and so it should be 4-0
4-0.
with a one
Right.
person absent.
Yeah.
Correct.
catch.
And just to verify, condition number 9 from the Department of Transportation is to obtain an encroachment permit and for the driveway access. And so that would be improved through an encroachment permit through the Department of Transportation
Okay.
to meet standards.
But just one access, not two. Yeah.
Well, it's a shared access
Right,
at that.
It's a
point.
shared
Right.
access.
Yeah.
Okay.
But one access for two parcels.
Correct.
Exactly.
One
Okay.
encroachment
That's
onto
good.
Green
That's-
Valley Road that would then go, I guess, east and west.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, that
Very
makes
good.
sense.
Very good.
That was a
Alright.
good question.
Good. So at this point, I'd like to invite the applicant, or they're up to share anything you'd like to with the board. So good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Thomas, members of the board. I'm Robin Peters. I'm with Delta Engineering, and I'm here representing the applicants and owners of this property, the Rizzutos. Very straightforward two-way split, as you can see, with the general plan amendment and zoning amendment to bring the property into consistency with everything else that's going on the southwest side of Green Valley Road. So as Rob pointed out, this property sticks out like a sore thumb currently, and this zoning amendment or general plan amendment would bring it into consistency with everything along Green Valley Road of its type. With respect to the encroachment, yes, it is a shared encroachment. There is an existing encroachment there now that is being used for access to the site. It's been used for quite a long time, as far as I can tell. It will be at that same location.
Okay.
It will be brought up with a new encroachment permit to current standards. Geometrically, it just has to be tweaked to make sure that it meets current standards. But then we also are required to dedicate access rights to Green Valley Road along the entirety of the balance of the property. So there cannot be any additional encroachments in the future with that access right dedication along Green Valley Road. So that will be the only access point in perpetuity.
Oh, that's very
Very
helpful.
good.
Thank you
Yeah.
for clarifying that. And
Yeah.
appreciate any further questions for the applicants?
Thank you. We've reviewed the conditions and mitigation measures. Take no exception. Staff did a great job putting this together. So if there are no other questions, I appreciate your time and effort. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I have a question for Rob, though.
Absolutely.
So general plan amendments, you can only do so many times a year, right? And they're back step and all that. Is that one of these or is this different? How does that work?
Yeah, so I believe it's that each element of the general plan can only be modified 4 times a year.
Is that how it is? Okay,
Yeah,
good. I
and
just want to make
so
sure.
oftentimes if we've had a lot of requests or, they don't come, we don't process a lot of general plan amendments.
Right.
Should we need to, they can be bundled so that you can do sort of quarterly, all the ones that have been done, but it takes a little while to get those in play. We have not processed a lot of general plan amendments, so there won't be any delay in getting this done.
Very good. Just wanted to
Yeah,
clarify.
this year we haven't done. many.
Well, we
Yeah,
haven't,
no,
but I
last
wasn't,
year we
you
had
know,
several. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah,
bundle.
it's
We
dependent
did.
on the projects as they come, and it includes, so it's based on each element, but it would include county initiated ones as well. So if we knew there was a couple, we would try to batch those so that we don't take the opportunities away.
Thank you for that.
Excellent. All right, well, let's go ahead and go to public comment on this item, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 30, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone else in the boardroom that would like to speak on this item at this public hearing?
Now taking public comment from online, now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Hi, this is 525, the public making public comment. Just congratulations on a great public hearing. Obviously, all the work was done. Great questions that were asked by the supervisors. Happy to see that you're achieving consensus, and it looks like you'll get to go to lunch on time. Thank you for good governance.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, this time I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for further discussion or action.
Madam Chair, I would like to move Planning Commission's recommendation on all 5 items that are identified.
You don't want to read them?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And I will second that.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and best wishes in your new homes. So
Thank you.
thank you so much. Well, and Rob, thank you and to Melanie in Tahoe, thank you for all your work on this. Appreciate that. All right, so with this, we have 10 more minutes before we generally break for lunch. Our staff is gone at this point. Is there any other department matter, CAO, that you recommend we get in before lunch, or should we just break for lunch?
I am texting the director of transportation right now to see if he can.
Because that one should be quick.
That should be quick. So
You
let's
want
see
to
if
just wait one moment?
Sure, let's see if Raphael can boogie on over here.
Jinxing it, no, it should be quick. We've done that
Yeah, but he's
before.
ways to
Yeah.
go.
Careful
Come on,
what you ask
Raphael.
for, right?
Yeah.
Goodbye. Have a great day. You're welcome. All right, we'll wait just a few minutes to.
Play the Jeopardy song.
That we made up a little bit of time this morning. Thank you all for
You're
your
welcome.
efforts in that. And great presentation this morning from RCRC and our library commission.
Thank
And
you
this was
for making that
fantastic.
happen. That was good.
absolutely, that was great. Good stuff. Good discussions. Have we gotten a hold of our DOT staff?
Well, I got a response, but it doesn't answer the question.
Oh,
He
dear.
said, oh, no, I'm so sorry. I'm like, so are you coming? So apologies.
No apologies. This is just one of the things that happens when an agenda is fluid. So,
Correct.
yes.
I know.
Okay, it looks like we need to break for lunch.
Okay, with that, we will break for lunch then and be back at 1 o'clock for our time for our open forum, and we will continue the business this afternoon. So thank you all.
Would you consider maybe coming back at 12:45 and taking this item? Ahead of the 1 o'clock open forum?
That's not a bad
Is it
idea.
helpful?
That's not a bad
That's not a
idea.
bad.
Yeah, we got enough
That's a
time.
good suggestion. What
That'll
is,
work.
will the board?
Yeah.
That works. We'll make it work.
Yeah.
Is there?
Do we know Raphael's?
That's
I'm texting right now.
Okay.
okay, as long as that could work
Yeah,
for
that works for
our
him.
staff, it's a good suggestion. Unless are there any other members of the public that might be involved, engaged in this that might not know that we're coming back? All right, shall we hear item? How long is that? Are we expected item 26 though?
Are we anticipating a lot of public comment?
Possibly.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
I recommend you my.
Okay, well,
Item
let's take
26.
item number 26. That's the end. Okay, excellent. Well, let's take item number 26 and we will hear item
Okay.
25 after lunch.
Item number 26 comes from the auditor controller recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution authorizing the issuance of a sale of special tax bonds and approving and authorizing forms of a supplemental to fiscal agreement, preliminary official statement, and bond purchase agreement, and authorizing additional actions in connection therewith for Community Facilities District number 2014-1 Carson Creek.
Welcome, Mr. Hunt. You're on.
Your mic is
Actually,
off.
your mic is off, but you're on.
Hello.
There you go.
Okay. It's a good thing we got in before noon because I've prepared remarks and it starts out with good morning.
Excellent.
In 1992, the Board of Supervisors formed the Bond Screening Committee via a resolution. Prior to 1992, the CAO and the Department of General Services were responsible for forming assessment districts and for issuing bonds. There were some issues. So the Board of Supervisors put together a team of 9 county officers to review the formation of assessment districts, Mello-Roos districts, and to review debt issuances before it actually before we sold the bonds. I believe the bond screening committee's done a pretty good, I wasn't here in 1992, but I think overall the bond screening committee has done a pretty good job with the administration of assessment districts, Melrose districts, and issuing debt. Only problem I recall is we had a real estate developer sue us for a property tax refund once. But other than that, we have a very clean record. In the role of the bond screening committee is to reduce the county's level of risk to a very low level in the event the county issues assessment district bonds or Melrose bonds. So our main goal is to reduce the county's risk. So the general fund has never stuck with a bill of any sort related to these Melrose districts. In the 1990s, the Board of Supervisors approved the Carson Creek specific plan and a development agreement with the developer in the 1990s. And in the development agreement, it said we would assist the developer in obtaining assessment district or Melrose financing. Now that development agreement has expired, but we have also entered into a deposit and reimbursement agreement with the developer related to the issuance of bonds, where they have advanced us money to pay for appraisers, special tax consultants, and other expenses related to, I'll call it the quality control work related that the bond screening committee does and my office does, and county council and the CAO does before we actually issue bonds. About $33 million of Melrose bonds have been issued for the Carson Creek Melrose district. They were issued in 2016 and 2018. Historically, when the county issues Melrose debt, there's very little public interest in it. This bond sale is different. And it's different because the federal and state government disrupted our economy in 2020 and 2021. We didn't issue Melrose bonds for this project in 2020 or 2021. There was a great deal of uncertainty. Oh, no one will ever buy another house in El Dorado Hills. No, who knows what could happen? Maybe nobody will pay their property taxes in El Dorado Hills. So the bond sale has been delayed. That caused it's a good thing, although it's brought a lot of attention to it. For the past 2 years, we have lowered the taxes for the people that live in Carson Creek Heritage. The special tax has gone down in Carson Creek Heritage because the project has continued to build out and is very close to build out now, which kept raising the special tax revenue, which meant we didn't have to charge the individuals that live in Carson Creek Heritage the full allowed maximum special tax. So the taxes have gone down for the past 2 years. In the tax bills that everyone just received are 18% lower than the max tax, according to the documents that they received when they purchased their home. So the taxes are 18% lower than they could have been. If we sell these bonds, the tax rate next year will go up 24%. Now, most people expect a 2% rise in their special taxes. Because of these unusual circumstances, the special tax rate in Heritage will go up about 24% next year. I was aware this was going to happen. I contacted an acquaintance who is very interested in all types of taxation and let them know about it. And which is fairly unusual, we had a member of the public attend our bond screening committee meeting. No one on the bond screening committee, the bond screening committee has done some fun things. we sold bonds that enabled the county to build an El Dorado Hills Library. So sometimes it's fun and gratifying to be on the bond screening committee. In this particular bond sale isn't as fun. The bond screening committee made a motion to recommend your board approve this bond sale, but we had two qualifiers on that. One qualifier is that the developer agree that this would be the last bond sale for the Heritage Carson Creek subdivision. The community facility district documents, the Mello-Roos documents, would allow up to $50 million in bonds to be issued. The bond screening committee, I contacted the developer and said, if you agree to never come back and ask us to do another Mello-Roos bond sale for this subdivision in the future, the bond screening committee will unanimously approve your request to issue these bonds. We also put in somewhat of a pessimistic revenue forecast for the bonds, in that we're sizing this bond based on the assumption that a senior living facility that's zoned in the Carson Creek specific plan never get built. Now, if that facility does get built, it will generate special taxes, which would tend to lower everybody's special taxes in the Heritage Carson Creek subdivision. And also, because we left that expected revenue out of the bond sizing, the bond amount will be somewhat lower than it would have been otherwise. Things changed rather quickly. World events, interest rates, etc. If we were going to close on this bond sale today, the bond would be about the face value of the bond would be about $6 million, not $7 million, but would be about $6 million, because interest rates have gone up since some of the estimates that were put together and reviewed by the bond screening committee were established. I'm best in the morning. I have an email from Lennar where they've committed not to ask for another bond sale. I'm going to work with county council to more formalize and perfect that communication and commitment. But there will be language in the offering statement that says this is the last bond sale for this Mello-Roos district, which would make it impossible for us to issue bonds in the future, because we're letting the bond investor, well, if we issued bonds in the future, we would slightly reduce the security of the current bond holders. And we're committing, should we go forward, your board want to go forward with this bond sale, we're committing not to issue any additional bonds. A member of the public has found some errors in the draft offering statement. That's absolutely correct. I know in one case, Lennar is spelled wrong, among other errors in the offering statement. How this has developed over the years, there'd be times for one bond sale, we would, and the offering statement ends up being over 100 pages, we'd end up reading 15 different versions of it page to page. So there's a draft before you. The resolution that we're asking your board to adopt would give the county council, the CAO, and the auditor the responsibility to perfect, for lack of a better, to clean up the offering statements, which we certainly will do. And the underwriter would insist that we did it anyway. So at this point, although I am on my lunch hour, I will entertain any questions the board has, and then I'll sit down and see if the public has any questions or comments.
All right, excellent. Supervisor Hale.
Two questions. One of the key things you said was that all of the purchasers of the homes in the Lennar Heritage subdivision were aware of the maximum bond level of $50 million, correct?
Well, when you say aware, I mean, I've bought real estate before, and our legislature, of course, every year adds this much more required disclosures when you buy a home.
Right.
It's a required disclosure.
Okay.
That when the home is purchased, and that said, certainly they're currently paying Mello-Roos taxes, so they're aware of the Mello-Roos tax. They should, again, I didn't read every word on every, well, I've bought homes before where I don't read every single word on every disclosure, but yeah, they had the opportunity. It was disclosed.
And then the second question is, when would you expect the bonds to be paid off to where they would not have that special assessment? Some of these things go on forever. That's
Yes.
not the case here.
That's not the case here. I believe the current bonds mature in 2048, and
Okay.
these are sized to mature in 2048. The Mello-Roos district and the document that was in the closing documents when they bought the home state that special tax could go for as long as 2056 or a long time out. But and don't get me wrong, 2048 is a long time out.
Right.
But,
Okay.
it would, all these bonds would mature and the special tax would go away in 2048.
Thank you.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just got a question, Joe. I mean, you were saying on this paperwork and stuff, did these people, when they were signing this, was it brought to their attention that they were in a
If you have a
Mello-Roos?
good realtor and a good title company, they would, there's this, the paperwork's this thick when you buy a home.
Yeah.
They would
Yeah,
make sure to
I
point,
totally understand.
they would
Yeah.
make sure to point that out. Now,
You don't know if they did or not.
Right.
One of the other questions is, it's going to increase the taxes anywhere from $300 to $500 per year. If I have my figures right, is that true or not true?
300,
Before,
I'm looking
because of the
about
size of the parcel.
$344 to $600
$600,
per
okay.
home every year.
Because a lot of these people are on fixed incomes,
Right.
Especially because it's a senior community, and that's my biggest concern.
Right. So let's assume the senior living facility goes in. That will, if that happens and a few other events happen, right now the special tax is programmed to increase 2% every year. If the senior living facility goes in, that would be, there's also delinquency rates and other factors, but that would be a factor that would tend to lower the special tax for all the homeowners. But whether that goes in or not, I don't know. I'm a senior, you're a senior, certainly there's a
understand that.
need for a place for guys like us to live where they'll give us a bath and feed us every morning and help us get our bib on, you bet. So yeah, it wouldn't shock me if a facility like that went in sometime in the future. It's
Yeah,
zoned
but
for
how
it.
much would it lower the taxes down to, you think, your estimate?
George, it would
You
depend.
can't
I'm not going to give you an
I
estimate. It
know.
would depend.
I'm just-
It would
just
depend when that
asking.
real estate
Yeah.
transaction took place.
Right, okay.
So there's some unhappy homeowners in the Heritage. I don't blame them for being unhappy. If I lived there, I'd be unhappy.
I think it's important to clarify, though, what would be the consequences of the board not approving this item today?
Well, I mean, that's probably a better question for county council. We made, Lennar had a plan to pay for infrastructure. Part of the plan were to get Mello-Roos proceeds. Whether we could be held civilly liable for refusing to take this action or not. I did get I'd say there's some risk of that. And again, I got a high C- in business law at Sac State, almost a real C,
And while
high C-.
And while no
So-
one likes.
So Mr. Livingston relies on me for advice all the time.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Any other questions for staff right now before we take public comment on this item?
I have just a quick question. The original authorization was for not to exceed $50 million
Correct.
in bonding capacity. And so who decided that it was a good thing to cap it at 40 instead?
Well, I mean, the bond screening committee, I mean, we're, like I said, this is because of the COVID event. This is, we've never done a bond issue like this before. Because usually again, if we would have sold these bonds in 2020 or 2021, no one would have had their tax, they wouldn't be taxed 18% under this year, and they wouldn't be getting a 24% increase next year. So no one, if you get a property tax bill and it goes up 2%, you don't react to it. I don't doubt for a minute there's some people in Heritage that are unaware of our meeting today, and they're going to call Karen Coleman next November or October when they get their property tax bill in the mail and say, well, what happened here? And then she'll refer them to me. And
Their current rate was a false rate because we should have sold the bonds earlier.
yeah, false rate's not the best, but yeah,
For lack of a better term, it was, yeah.
It's less than was ever expected or
Right.
projected. Yes.
Which is, yeah, certainly no one likes a large windfall. I mean,
Right.
like a large expense, but there were extenuating circumstances.
If Carla was here in the room, she would say, what a great thing that they got an 18% discount this year. If Carla Haas was here.
Right. All right. Thank you, Joe. Let's go move on to public comment on this. We appreciate you taking your lunch hour to be with us.
Now taking public comment on item number 26, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on this item, which is number 26?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I take no pleasure in addressing the board on this matter. First of all, because I have the greatest respect for Mr. Harn and his hard work and his ethics and his commitment, continued commitment toward transparency. However, I think that there are a couple of issues that you have to consider. I would hope you can consider before you would move this thing forward. That obviously the issue is the tax burden of 24%. We can talk about the reduction this year and what might happen in the future if a memory center on 4 acres comes about, and that might mitigate our taxes in the future. But those are what, really what ifs. The pure and simple truth of the matter is next year, many seniors in this community, and as Joe had mentioned, are on fixed income, will be hurt. This is again a senior community. I might add that just as for full disclosure, and please don't get me wrong, Supervisor Wendy Thomas. But your parents also are going to be impacted directly by this because they live here and they're property owners here. So with all deference, and I believe firmly that you will be fair and equitable in any reviews, but you really need to recuse yourself from this discussion because your parents are involved in a decision that fundamentally to increase their liability on their properties. So bear that in mind, that we're talking about people who are going to be impacted negatively. Certainly there's a lot of people who can afford it, but a lot of people can't afford that increase. And we're talking about 24% next year and probably 2 years, because we're going to be maxing it out from that point on. To Supervisor Heidel's comment about how long. That's 25 years. Very few of us will be around, quite frankly, to see this thing put to bed. but people that will inherit our properties or we sell the properties will have to live with the decision you're making right now. The second issue is the issue of risk. When I attended the meeting, by the way, I was the citizen that attended the bond advisory committee meeting, and I was treated with great respect by those members, and I'm very grateful for all the impact and the information that Joel has given me since that point. But we're talking about risk. We're talking about risk again, and we're talking about what you're going to put in your documents. And there are gross and glaring errors in the current document, and you should send it back to them, to staff, before it comes back to you for consideration. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from George Steed. George, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, there we are. I'm George Steed. I'm a resident of Heritage, taxpayer of the CFD 2014-1. And I will be paying the special tax. And my concern is specifically, what are we paying for? There has been no full disclosure of exactly the facilities associated with this bond request, nor of the expenses being funded by this bond request. Now, some of the community facilities within the CFD that were authorized by the original signed resolution have not been completed. They are inconsistent with county ordinances and plans and are subject to pending litigation. These items are not included in the official preliminary statement and must be disclosed to the bond purchasers. And I would assume to each of you supervisors before approving this resolution. We would like to see that information as taxpayers so that we can weigh in on public comments regarding the actual facilities and expenses that are being reimbursed to the developer. And I assume as supervisors, you would demand the same information before proceeding to encumber the taxpayers as well as the county with the additional bonded indebtedness. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue W.
Yes, good morning. First of all, I'd like to say that I live in Heritage and I'm a widow of a disabled Vietnam vet. I'm on this is really going to hurt my financial well-being. I know Joe said something about we had a couple of years of the taxes going down. This year was the only year that I saw that my taxes went down, and the taxes going down is not going to compensate for what's going to be given to us in the future. I would like to know, I would think that the Mello-Roos for our community would be going down because we keep selling more and more houses, and it should be spread out amongst all the residents. And so it's, very perplexing what kind of mathematics they're using to figure out, when we keep getting more residents. And I'm urging you to either put this on hold or vote against the increase for our special community. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. I'd like to make a disclaimer that my parents do live in Heritage, in the first phase of Heritage, and I was not aware that this was a part of their development, that this would impact them. And while I'm not financially dependent on my parents, we are partners in some other issues. So out of an abundance of caution, I think I will step away at this point. County Council, is that your recommendation?
It's very difficult for me to assess the nature of the conflict given the short period of time.
I always want to err on the abundance of caution. So I think at
That
this
is
point,
certainly your right to do so. It does seem like it is fairly attenuated, given I do not understand that you'd have an interest in the property that they do
No.
own within Heritage, nor do I understand that you are in other ways financially dependent on them.
Right.
But again, it is in your discretion, should you choose to in an abundance of caution, recuse yourself, having with this issue having just arisen, you're certainly free to do so.
I did not understand that this would potentially impact where they live. So I will step away at this point out of an abundance of caution. So
Okay, very good.
luck to the board. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Harn, we had some questions. Would you care to respond to any of those?
Well, one suggestion was that you send this back to staff. Well, if you adopt the resolution, you're sending it back to staff. However, with the intent that we go forward and execute the necessary documents to accomplish this bond sale. The other thing, all the funds, the bond proceeds have been used 100% for EID costs so far. There's been about $33 million of bonds sold so far. We've reimbursed Lennar for a little over $30 million worth of EID infrastructure, which is allowed under the Mello-Roos documents. And I would just like to say, I mean, myself and the bond screening committee, we could, I mean, if we were eager to help out Lennar, we could go past, we want this done. We want this done. I realize 2048, that's 25 years, a long time from now. The other bond issues and many Mello-Roos bond issues are for 30 or 40 years. So we're holding it at 2048. And again, because we're holding it at 2048, we're going what was estimated to be about a $7 million par value bond issue 3 weeks ago to very close to 6 million. So the bond screening committee, myself, and I certainly know your board, we have empathy for the taxpayers in Heritage.
Thank you. I see District 5 button on. Is that a carryover?
Yes,
Okay,
no,
go ahead,
no,
Brooke.
yeah, that's new. Thank you. So is this additional 7 million also going to be reimbursement back to the developer for EID improvements?
I believe the bulk of it is for EID FCCs. However, under the Mello-Roos documents, there are other costs that would be eligible for reimbursement. There's a lot of costs that are eligible for reimbursement that they'll never be reimbursed for, just because it'd have to be a $200 million CFD and bond issue for all of the infrastructure that went into Heritage Carson Creek.
And then my final question is, I do not see, there's a lot of documentation here and I've gone through as well as I could, much of it, but I do not see anywhere outside of your comment that you have an email from the developer that says they won't be asking for any new money bonding. But is that documented in any kind of legal documentation?
As I mentioned, for lack of a better way to describe it, I'm going to work with the county council to get a more formal communication from Lennar. But once these bonds are sold with an offering statement that says there'll be no more bonds issued for this CFD,
Where
county,
does it say that in here?
I believe it's in the offering. Guess I should be near the mic when I talk.
Please.
It's in the offering statement. And I hate to look to find it in the offering statement, but I cannot, these bonds cannot be sold without a letter from the county council and a letter from the bond council and a letter from the underwriters council and Dave Livingston is committing right now. If he can't find that in the offering statement, he'll never give me the county council's letter. I've seen it in here, but it's a relatively thick document.
So if it says in the bond offering that this is going to be the last series issued, why do we need something from the developer agreeing to that if we're stipulating it in the bond sale?
Well, they could have shown up today and said, we have a Mello-Roos district with a $50 million cap. You're cutting us off at $39,850,000. You've breached our agreement. So, but once it's in here, we'd be putting all the other, all the other bond, well, no underwriter would sell the bonds because we'd be putting the other investors at slightly enhanced risk. Accordingly, we can't take an action that puts other investors at additional risk.
Supervisor Lane, did you have more on that thought? Because I think maybe where you might be trying to go, which might make us feel a little more, is in the direction if we were to conditionally approve it with the understanding that the cap would be lowered to 40 million. Is that kind of where you were going perhaps? Because that's basically what we're being told, is we're saying that there was an email agreeing to lower the cap to 40 million. So there won't be future bond issuances, that this would be it.
Did you find the offering
find it?
statement?
It's right here. The county may issue additional bonds for refunding purposes only.
What's that mean?
Which means if the interest rates goes down, we can refinance these
Right.
bonds, but we cannot issue any additional bonds. And there's other language in the offering statement, I believe also, and I will show it to county. Well, actually, I'll show it to Janeth since she's reliable.
Is it in one of the documents attached today that you were looking at?
Yes, it is. It's the offering statement. There's 2 draft offering statements in the board packet.
So county council, do you feel it's necessary to condition this with what you understand of what the offering is and the way it's
Right.
worded?
I think with the language that the auditor pointed out, I would agree. It makes it clear that the county's not going to be issuing any new money bonds. I doubt the auditor would have objection if it was conditioned on, providing a, ensuring that the offering statement states that no new money bonds will be issued. I think that's the intent. I haven't had a chance to review the entirety of the preliminary official statement to see where else it may reference the limitation on the ability to issue new money bonds. I trust the auditor's representations that it's well documented within that, but just to ensure that
Wouldn't
that
hurt. Okay.
is carried forward, I doubt
Yeah.
there would be much issue in conditioning your action to reflect that in the official statement.
Very good. Any more board discussion?
Does that help Supervisor Lane? Do you think that if that's included in our statement?
Yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Just anyway.
And then dialing it back one more though, to what Supervisor Thomas originally asked, if we don't do this today, what are the repercussions again? Because the development agreement you said is expired. I mean, what, I'm just, keeping it real.
We also have a deposit and reimbursement agreement with the developer where they have fronted us money to make sure we have costs to cover special tax consultants, et cetera,
Okay.
to prepare the offering statement. The bond screening committee asked Janeth San Pedro that question, and there's some risk. Now, how significant that risk is, you'd have to go into closed session and maybe Dave would have, no, I gotta picking on Mr. Livingston.
It is difficult to quantify.
Okay.
I think it is important to note that that the development agreement, has expired, but I think it's also important to recognize with the other agreements and our underlying duty of good faith when entering into contracts, I think warrants moving forward as previously indicated, whether we would be subject to some civil liability to the developer for not moving forward with the issuance. Admittedly, it is difficult to quantify. There is some level of risk there, given the steps that have been taken to date, but it is really hard to quantify it beyond that.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I wanted to, there is some risk with doing so. and
Always.
Is it in the best
Yeah.
interest? Because in kind of as a trade-off, I see it as getting this cap, so there will not be future bonds. It will not go up again. And it could, like you said, they could only do more bonds to restructure and lower it. So, I mean, this would be the last increase due to bond sales, correct? If we do this today like this?
Yes, there's language in the bond documents that would prevent us from issuing any additional bonds other than refunding bonds where we would pay these bonds off and issue new bonds at a lower rate.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that.
Yep, okay. Supervisor Turnbull, this is in your district. Do you want to offer a motion or would you
Yeah,
like one of us to?
I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I'm going to make a motion not to approve this. Because there's a lot of residents that are very upset down there and there's a lot of concerns that I have, especially when a lot of these residents live on fixed incomes. Especially, and you know how it is, being a senior, a lot of people, a lot of people are on Social Security. They only get a certain amount of money per month. So I just think at this time, I'm just not going to approve this. I'm going to make a motion not to accept this.
Okay, do we have a second? I'm not hearing of a second. Do we have an alternate motion or a motion then to move forward? Because I'll make it if nobody else wants to.
Go for it.
I'm going to move that we approve the auditor controller's recommendation to authorize the bonds with the condition that it's very explicitly stated that this is the last bond measure for this particular subdivision.
Creating no new money or whatever. What were the words you said actually were more clear? Because they
Okay,
could do a bond issuance, but to lower, so.
Right, they could lower to not to increase through additional bond measures, the amount of tax monies to have to be collected to basically reimburse for the purposes of this CFA.
Is that tight enough, county council?
County council,
you
would you
wanna tighten
like,
it
would
up
you like
for
to help us with the wording?
Yeah, I mean, I'll defer to the auditor. I think that the term that was utilized is that there would be no new money bonds.
No
issued.
new money bonds.
There it is.
All right, thank you for that. No new money bonds.
Okay,
All right,
that works.
do we have a second?
I'll second.
The
So,
motion's- Go ahead. For
Under
discussion?
discussion.
Yeah.
Should it also be contingent on the developer signing some kind of legal agreement that memorializes that? Or is it enough just to have it in the bond offering?
Well, that's a great question. And I think that, and perhaps we need to think about the two means of constraining the future bond issuances. One, to the auditor's point, once it's put into the official statement, it could arguably constitute some type of misrepresentation that the county made if we then thereafter are issuing new money bonds, because it, to the auditor's point, would decrease the security for the bonds that have been issued. So I think that provides some assurances vis-a-vis our relationship with the future bondholders. I think the auditor also notes, however, that we do have the developer does have a prior authorization pursuant to some prior agreements with the county for bonds up to $50 million. That perhaps creates some additional avenue of obligation that we may want to constrain. Again, it sounds as if the developer has no issue with agreeing to not make further requests for bonds beyond new money bonds beyond what's being requested today. It's been memorialized in an email to have them put it in some more formal communication. I don't, unless the auditor disagrees, I don't think that the developer would have much issue with issuing that letter to us.
Correct. And I'll work on that letter, or I'll get that letter and show it to the county council. And again, we can't sell these bonds without a legal opinion from his office.
So if you wanted to include that within your
So
direction.
I'll amend the
that's fine.
motion to include the letter to be
better-
submitted.
Yeah.
So we get it really nailed down. Thank you for that. We have a second to the amendment.
So can I have clarity on what we're proposing then? Because we just talked a lot.
It's a letter from Lennar where they they waive any rights they have to any additional new money bond sales in Carson Creek. I have an email,
Okay.
but it's real loose. Just he said, agreed, you betcha, because they want the bond proceeds to reimburse them for
So
infrastructure
this
they've
is
already paid
this
for.
is conditional approval.
Yes.
Without that letter, this
Right.
isn't happening. Okay. I amend
There's
my.
two things that
yeah.
basically have to happen as a result of the condition. So,
Okay.
all right, so we have a motion and a second.
Can I just make sure that I have it correctly? So.
Sure.
So you're going to approve the item as stated, adding in a conditional approval for one, that there'll be no new money bonds.
Right.
And two, that you receive a letter from Lennar waiving any rights to any new money bonds.
Correct.
Man, Kim, you are awesome.
So no new money bonds after this issue. is
Correct.
what you-
After this issue. That's
Yes.
probably the better way to state it. Yep. Okay, with that clarity, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're now up
Quick item.
to lunchtime. Are we gonna be okay to get back at 1 o'clock?
I think with today's calendar, we don't have a choice, do we? Because we have a 1:15 item.
We have a
Yep.
1:15 item, but if that's time allocated, it could move to the right, but I'd favor we try to get back in 23 minutes.
Yep.
Right.
All right. That's our goal. 23 minutes and we're back here. Thank you,
Yep.
Kim.
Good morning, El Dorado County. We are back for open forum. And before we begin, I have a few opening comments. They reflect the comments I made at the beginning of our public meeting, but just in case you weren't here, I want to provide our community with clarity. In regards to our last business meeting on September 26th, the hateful and anti-Semitic comments that engulfed our last business meeting were disgusting. While we certainly acknowledge the importance of upholding free speech as provided for in the First Amendment of the Constitution, recognizing that it is an essential cornerstone of our democracy, we will also assert our right to free speech. Without a doubt, the hateful and vile anti-Semitic public comments are fundamentally un-American. And this board, along with everyone else I have talked to, emphatically agrees that hate does not reflect the values of El Dorado County. And please know that hostile rhetoric will not be normalized in this public square. There have been a lot of jurisdictions that have adjusted their board meetings to cut off Zoom participation in response to these attacks. Now that is for each city and county to decide what is right for them, and I don't presume to know what that is. What I do know is that El Dorado County is 1,700 square miles, and we will not allow hate mongers to cut off your right to participate in your own local government. To that end, please know that Board of Supervisors meetings are a limited public forum to discuss matters of county business within the county's subject matter jurisdiction. Accordingly, this will serve as a first warning that comments that are unrelated to a matter within the board's subject matter jurisdiction or that are unduly repetitious are disruptive in that they interfere with the board's ability to conduct its business. It also interferes with other speakers' ability to provide comments. If a speaker makes such off-topic or unduly repetitious comments, I will first request that the speaker conform their comments to these rules. Should the speaker fail to do so, I will then move on to the next speaker. So Kim, with that, can you please open public forum? Oh, it is? Okay, great. Great, thank you.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like, anyone in the room that would like to speak? Come on down. Good afternoon.
Hi. I'm going to piggyback a little on what you just said, and I'm sorry, I'm getting over a cold, so I'm doing the best I can. Recently, Mr. Hydall led the Board of Supervisors, like complacent sheep, to accept a proclamation declaring July to be American Christian Heritage Month going forward with little to no discussion. This proclamation was only rescinded due to public outcry and communication from the American Defense League directly to the Board of Supervisors. Mr. Hydall, your actions and those of the board gave the green light to make El Dorado County a target for blatant anti-Semitism, as well as denigration of the people of color who live here by outside groups who are following your lead, as overheard during profanity-laced comments made recently at a Board of Supervisors meeting. Mr. Hydall, you further fanned the flames by seeming to have no problem with what was said, but only objected to the profanity. The other members of the Board of Supervisors seem to regret their actions or inactions only in hindsight. Mr. Hydall, now our neighborhoods have been peppered with very specific anti-Semitic literature. You have sent a clear message to hate groups that El Dorado County is just the place for this reprehensible expression. I fear to see what might come next. Mr. Hydall, I have lived in this county for decades. Over the years, I've heard just about everything you can imagine about Jews and people of color, but never to my knowledge in the chamber of the Board of Supervisors. For the first time in my life, I am highly uneasy and fearful for my friends and my family in this county. I repeat, I am now having an underlying sense of unease and fear I have never before experienced anywhere, which is why I considered calling in my comments so that I cannot be seen by Zoom viewers. Mr. Hydall, I hold you responsible for bringing about this entire situation and call for your resignation. El Dorado County should not be a target for hate, but remain too great for hate. Thank you.
for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Sabino. I'm an Episcopal priest who served in El Dorado County for 10 years, and I've been a priest for over 22 years. My faith is the very core of who I am, what I do, and how I live. And the values that Jesus teaches are seeking and serving Christ in all persons, loving those who are not only close to me, but my neighbors, enemies, and strangers. I strive for justice and peace among all, to stand against injustice, discrimination, and mistreatment of others. My faith teaches me that I call all humans my family, and that faith transcends political party labels, and country citizenship. Denigrating another person for their faith does not have any part in the Christian tradition. Our county has a vibrant diversity of religions, and it is imperative that we recognize and honor all of them. We have an opportunity to face those hateful messages that are being promulgated in our community and help foster an environment and respect for all faiths. Unity in diversity, it's not an empty slogan, but it's a principle that enriches us all. And thank you for your opening comments.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Peg Vanderkar from Placerville. First of all, I wanted to say that I really respect the work of this council, of this Board of Supervisors. I know it's difficult and people operate from where they believe is the best place to come when they make their decisions. And I respect the efforts that you each have to make. And in addition to that, then I'd like to say that having experienced some of the hate literature that has come out recently, I'm really also supportive of the decision to rescind the month of Christian. I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of what you voted for, but I agree with the past speaker that that we should be a community that supports all religions and behaviors as long as they are not, that sounds bad, all behaviors. Anyway, what I mean is people who are being respectful and care about their community. And those who are not doing that, we need to be concerned about, especially this week, this day and age. Stuff that's happening that's anti certain religions is very disturbing. So support for you all, because I care about what you do and you have to make tough decisions and do hard work. And I appreciate that, each of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is David Cook. I'm a person. I'm a follower of Jesus. I'm a husband. I'm a father. I'm a grandfather, and I'm the lead pastor of Cold Springs Church for the past 25 years. I am a committed resident of El Dorado County, and I care what this community is and what it becomes. I stand before you today, Board of Supervisors, as a person, a man created in the image of God like you, in all people who have ever lived. I speak to you from that conviction and as a leader in our community. These past weeks, we have had insidious, explicitly evil activity under the guise of free speech and implicitly tied to my faith, Christianity, of which I resent. And in the horrible anti-Semitic comments that have been flooding our community at the Board of Supervisors meeting, and now most recently in paper flyers spread throughout the county. Let me be absolutely clear, this is evil, and without a doubt, straight from the pit of hell. This is not biblical Christianity. If anything, it is anti-Christianity of Jesus's great commandment to love the Lord your God with all your hearts, with all your soul, with all your mind, and with all your strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself. I want you to know that I stand against these words, actions, and sentiments and see them as cowardly acts of intimidation under the cloak of anonymity perpetuated by false courage found in not standing publicly before you or our county leaders or our community to spew their evil vitriol. We all have the responsibility of creating the community that we live in, but you, as elected officials, have an even higher calling to represent the highest and the best values and ideals of our community. You have a public voice in your position, but you also have a private voice of your personal convictions. Numerous times I have stood at this podium and prayed for this Board of Supervisors and our leaders throughout the county. And almost every time I have prayed for wisdom and courage because I know your position requires those things. And this is a time for you to exercise courage and explicitly stand up to denounce these acts of evil hatred that do not just impact a segment of our population, but every one of us. And that was the beginning today, but it's going to have to happen over and over. In this time, I'm reminded of German Lutheran pastor Martin Niemöller's words. He was a pastor who initially supported the rise of Hitler, but came to see the evil that was happening. He resisted and eventually was sent to concentration camps. He survived and in 1946 wrote a confessional that has been captured in these words about the silence of German intellectuals and clergy, including, by his own admission, Niemöller himself. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Okay. Can I make one more final statement?
Yeah, can you finish it?
Is that okay?
Yes,
Sure.
please. Yes.
Okay. I want to continue with this quote. But they came for the trade unionists. I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. And my encouragement finally is to stand up against evil in our county, because evil does not retreat willingly. Be women and men of courage. Lead us. Be assured in this, I will be with you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Appreciate your
Thanks,
comments.
So it does look like while the timer is working, the sound is.
The sound is not all right. It's a fluid thing. Who else would like to speak?
Tiny bit of help.
Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Kathy Adams from Grizzly Flats. I know we're not on the agenda. I'm looking forward to when we are for housing issues. I'm excited because I am transitioning from a limited AARP contract with the county to a county job. So I can pay for a house in 5 years, but I'm 2 years behind. And hopefully I found that there is a building department ombudsman that will be my next best friend. They don't know it yet. However, I've been talking to you about getting the community cleaned up because there's still a lot of debris. We made good progress on that. We got a community cleanup day. Fire Council is now making it more of a priority to continue. It's a little bit of a challenge, and I understand that the El Dorado Community Advisory Council meets between Placerville and South Lake Tahoe because that's just how geography is. But it makes it a challenge for me that I will need to continue talking to them. And I've traced up the chain of command to Cal Recycle, and wildfire cleanup is a priority for them. And so hopefully this will help other, the mosquito fire and other communities too. They need to show me the money, give me the money or us. Meanwhile, I did start a food bank distribution in Grizzly Flats that's going very well. On Saturday, we gave out to 23 households, serving 47 people. Plus we're adding on things that people need to get through the winter as far as winterizing up there with blankets and hose insulation and things like that. So this is a warm up for coming back and talking to you again. Thank you.
Thank you for the update. And boy, you've certainly had so many challenges. Thank you for all your efforts.
Yeah,
My
she's
goodness.
doing a good job.
That's wonderful. Good afternoon.
525.
Hi, 525.
In person.
In person. I don't know if I'm going to get through this, so I'm just saying in advance. I'm okay with crying. Crying's okay. We need to cry. It's cleansing. And it was a bit of a rush to get down here on time. Thank you for taking such a short lunch. In terms of good governance, it's been an awesome meeting. Just love the way you're focused on the county business. Will share, I'm a little concerned, just tongue in cheek, but in my training, it gets hard when you just keep going and you didn't take a break and you didn't take a long lunch. So how you balance all of that, good luck to you, but just it's appreciated, but also remember we're all human. Thank you, Chairman Thomas. What an awesome opening. I'm from San Diego County and in Southern California. And like you said, every county is different, but they're showing backbone. And I appreciate how you're showing backbone, allowing somebody like me who calls too much, we'll admit that, but to be on the phone and clean my garage and all of that while being publicly engaged and then come down here in person as I run errands in our great county seat of Placerville. So thank you for letting everybody know that you're committed to it. Thank you for giving us a clear guidance, which I'm assumed is now the whole board's, that this is a county of caring. In all my way too many years of activism and, primarily trying to be a peacekeeper in different protests that can go not the peaceful way, love is the key. You've heard it from our pastor, you hear it from so many, and the social science research states very clearly that hate won't win as long as we up the caring and the loving. And, I have relatives, in-laws in Israel. I have other colleagues, NGOs, non-governmental organizations in Palestine. And right now, innocents on all sides are suffering from the way too much hate that we have all around. I'm glad that you're making sure that doesn't get another foothold here by focusing on county business and also having the backbone to use free and caring speech to address it if somebody is hateful. And just to tie everything together, we named all our daughters and children by going through the Old Testament. And this is from Micah, one of my daughters. And it goes, "Oh, human, what has God shown you? What does God require of you? Act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God." Thank you. Awesome public servants. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Nice to have you in person today. Is there anyone else in the boardroom who'd like to speak? Come on down. Once again,
Don't start that clock.
we won't until you get on down here. No problem. Good afternoon.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name's Bob Sandy. I was on the agenda for 2 p.m.
And we haven't addressed that item yet.
It's been,
We haven't officially continued it yet.
okay, I was told to stay here until you
At 2
officially
o'clock.
do
Yes,
that.
So stay
So
until 2
can I
o'clock.
take 2 minutes? And
If you want to speak on that item, we need to wait till 2 o'clock. If you want to speak on something else that's not on our agenda, we'd love to hear your comments.
oh, well, can I speak at 2 o'clock on mine?
Yes, absolutely.
Because I'm been postponed.
Yes, you can speak at 2 o'clock.
I don't want to be unfair,
No,
so.
you can speak at 2 o'clock.
Very
on that,
good. I'll-
Absolutely. And we
I'll
will
wait.
start the clock again at 2 o'clock. for
Very
you.
good. Thank
You bet. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the boardroom that would like to speak on open forum? All right, Kim, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Lee Tannenbaum.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I want to make sure you can hear me.
We sure can. Go right
Great,
ahead.
thank you. So I was going to come and speak at 2, but I do want us to talk not on that topic. We all met on September 12th of 2023, and this board unanimously voted to make some short-term and long-term changes to the cannabis ordinance. There was the term low-hanging fruit, I believe Supervisor Hydall used. And that item is going to come before you 1 week from today on October 17th. And we're waiting from a date from planning as to when the longer term discussions will happen. But I do want to say thank you to the board and to staff for making the short term changes so quickly. However, what was not discussed at the September 12th meeting were all of the specific changes for both the short and the long term. And this was due to what I am going to call a spoon-fed short list for simplicity purposes. Sorry about that. But what I have sent to each of you board members, as well as the clerk of the board, is the summary list that was discussed at the Planning Commission meeting that the board did not get to see as a memo from staff. In that letter, there are 2 lists. One list is the short-term sort of low-hanging fruit that requires no CEQA changes. It requires nothing else. And then there's the longer-term list that the Planning Commission needs to revisit. You all have that in your email, or you may have it in your hands. I don't know. But what I would like to ask is that the board, and I'm going to ask this again next week, but I'm prepping everybody for it. What I'd like to ask this board to consider is for the October 17th are 2 things. 1, direct staff to prepare the full easy and low hanging fruit as part of the near term ROI as noted in the email that I sent to you. And number 2, direct staff to set a date with the Planning Commission to discuss the other long-term changes to the existing ordinance. Please remember, this was your decision. And while the September 12th hearing was a bit confusing, the decision was made by this board to do the low-hanging fruit. So we offer the data to you for the review and hope the board will keep its commitment to allow for all of the low-hanging fruit to be encapsulated in the October ROI discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Emily Erica.
Good afternoon.
Hi, thank you. I'm calling in today from South Lake Tahoe. I want to say thank you for your statement that you made at the beginning at 9 o'clock today, denouncing the anti-Semitic callers from the previous meeting, as well as the words you used when you opened this public forum. I just expect our leaders to act with a no tolerance policy for hate speech of any kind in your chambers. So thank you. I also agree with your decision to rescind the vote to have June be the Christian Heritage Month. I believe in the freedom of religion and the separation of church and state. I want all religions, especially our Jewish brothers and sisters, to feel safe and welcome in our beautiful county. The other day when the hate speech was happening, my son said, Mom, what can we do about this? He's 12. And I said, at the time, I said, I don't know what we can do right in this moment. But after time to think about it, I realized that calling in and voicing my opinions about freedoms and the importance of tolerance in our world was one thing that I could do. So I expect that you, all of our leaders of the county, will continue to move forward with that idea of tolerance. And then also, I guess to speak directly to Mr. Hydall, I believe that you take some time and look into your soul. I want to believe that you made this, came at this, all this from a good place, but I think that the public might want to hear from you individually denouncing the hate speech. So that's what's on my mind. Thank you to all of you, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you for your comments. Your son should be proud.
Now taking public comment from Dawn Wolfson.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Dawn Wolfson, Cameron Park. thank you for your words at the beginning of this. Really appreciate it. Hopefully it won't happen again, and you can get on with business and it'll just go away. I fear that it won't, given the junk that was tossed around in Placerville. They're probably planning something else, but I very much appreciate your words and your approach, and that actually isn't why I'm talking today. I would like to invite everybody to the Veterans Building at 130 Placerville Drive this evening, 6 p.m. There is going to be a presentation by the Friends of the Monument 2.0 to talk about the administration of the Veterans Monument. So 6 p.m. tonight, if you're interested in talking about the Veterans Monument and listening to a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the heads up. Appreciate it. All right.
There's no additional public comment.
Wonderful. Thank you all for being here today and just showing that once again, El Dorado County is a caring and connected community who is united in love. Appreciate you all for being here today. All right, and with that, we will move on to our 1:15 presentation. So Kim, can you open this item?
Item number 31 comes from Supervisor Heidel, recommending the board receive a presentation from the California Department of Insurance on the new mitigation and rating plans and wildfire risk models.
Supervisor Heidel, since this is your item, do you want to
Yeah.
start us off here?
So Mary Beth is going to share with us what's going on at the Department of Insurance office and in terms of things that have happened in the recent past, and then hopefully give us a little bit of a forecast of what are things to come. We heard about the RCRC meeting coming up, and there's just a lot of activity going on in various areas, but it all focuses back now on the insurance commissioner, because we know the legislature did not take action to try to address this. So unfortunately, it's back in Commissioner Lara's office to try to figure out what we're going to do as we go forward with primarily insurance premiums and the cost of homeowners insurance for wildfires. So with that.
I sent a PowerPoint. Are
Yes.
you going to play the PowerPoint? Okay.
Insurance is certainly on the top of all of our homeowners' minds, and just really appreciate you being here with
Yes.
us.
And
this
I live in El
afternoon.
Dorado County as well.
Oh, do you?
Yes, I
Okay,
do.
Wonderful. So you understand.
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate you being here. Foster this community conversation about where we're at with insurance.
Okay. Can I just experiment with this? There you go.
bet.
All right. So thank you for the invitation to be here today. I am an outreach analyst at the California Department of Insurance. And obviously, I just said I am a resident of El Dorado County, and I'm going to give an update on the wildfire safety regulation to help drive down the cost of insurance. So this may sound familiar to some of you since the regulations were approved in 2022. The Department of Insurance worked with the state's emergency response and preparedness agencies, including CAL FIRE and the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, to create a list of actions you can take to protect yourself and your neighbors. We call it Safer from Wildfires. So this regulation directs insurance companies to provide discounts to consumers with transparency about your risk rating. Insurance companies had until April 12th to submit their new rates to CDI for approval. The regulation requires insurance companies to recognize the benefit of safety measures such as upgraded roofs and windows, defensible space, and community-wide programs such as the FireWise USA and the Fire Risk Reduction Community. That's the FRRC. This is a pretty new designation developed by the state's Board of Forestry and Fire Protection, which currently includes the counties of Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, Butte, as well as cities and local districts. So this FRRC is growing pretty fast. So let's talk about the mitigation requirements. First one, step one, protect the structure is pretty straightforward. Have a Class A fire rated roof, enclosed eaves, fire resistant vents, multi-pane windows, and a minimum of 6 inches of non-combustible vertical clearance at the bottom of the exterior surface of the structure. Step two is protect the immediate surroundings. clearing of the vegetation and debris from under decks, clearing of vegetation, debris, and mulch stored combustible materials and any and all movable combustible materials from within 5 feet of the building being evaluated, the BBE. The term building being evaluated is the residential or commercial structure in question and includes decks that are attached or adjacent to the structure and should comply with Public Resources Code Section 4291 and any applicable local ordinances governing defensible space. Next is the incorporation of only non-combustible materials and that portion of any improvements to the property which is situated within 5 feet of the BBE. And finally, the removal of combustible structures, sheds, and other outbuildings from the immediate surroundings of the home to at least a distance of 30 feet from the building being evaluated. Now, if the landowner does not have 30 feet, we're asking them to move these combustible materials as far away from the structure as possible. Step 3 of the Safer from Wildfires framework is an effort to obtain a community level mitigation designation. So this will most likely involve at least one, if not more than that, local government agencies. Community level mitigation designations include the FRRC, as I said, and the Firewise USA site in good standing. The Firewise program is a nationwide program. It's created by the National Fire Protection Association, and California has more than 700 Firewise USA communities, and more are forming all the time. It's an important part of California's efforts to ensure communities are prepared against wildfires. CAL FIRE's Office of the State Fire Marshal's new Community Wildfire Preparedness and Mitigation Division works to assist the local communities to receive this designation. So along with discounts, transparency is another very important benefit of this new regulation. We learned that most people, when we were going out speaking in the beginning, when the Commissioner Laura was first elected, they didn't know that a fire risk score was evaluated for each of the homes in the WUI. So it's important for people to know their wildfire risk score, because if you know the risk on your property, you can take the action to reduce them and make yourself and neighbors safer. For the first time, the new regulation requires insurance companies to give you your wildfire risk score for your property. Plus, they have to tell you how they created that score, what factors went into determining it. In the past, this was all considered proprietary. So the wildfire risk score must be provided to you at the following times: within 15 days of when you apply for a new policy, at least 45 days before you are renewed, at least 75 days before you are non-renewed, and within 30 days of when you perform a mitigation on your property and ask for a new score. So, and we've also created the right of appeal. So this has given power back to the consumers. If you're not satisfied, we ask you to call our department for help, not the commissioner directly, but our 800 number. It's manned by our compliance officers. They're the only ones that can go in and look at your specific policy. You can fill out a request for assistance, and they will at that point become your advocate. So the regulation includes both residential and commercial insurance lines. Now, my understanding is that most homeowners associations will often have a commercial policy. So the property and individual buildings within an HOA will need to be recognized for the mandatory property level mitigation factors listed in the regulation, such as the clearing of vegetation and the Class A fire roof. HOAs may also qualify for other optional wildfire mitigation effort discounts, and insurance may choose to include in its rating plan. And if an HOA is located within one of the listed level designation areas, they may also qualify for a level discount. Now, I know there are a lot of mays there, so this is all a new regulation, and we're going to really see how this plays out. Now, I want to talk briefly about the FAIR Plan. CDI and the California FAIR Plan
reached an agreement to increase the commercial coverage limit to $20 million per location. This addresses the greater needs for homeowners and businesses, such as recreational youth camps, homeowners associations, wineries, and agricultural groups for additional coverage. The department approved the filing plans for the commercial property limit increase to 20 million, and it's to take effect no later than November 1st of this year, faster if the FAIR Plan can get it implemented. And the business owner's policy will increase to 20 million. That will take effect no later than December 14th, and also sooner if the FAIR Plan is able to do so. Additionally, the department, due to the new safety mitigation regulation, has already approved the FAIR Plan to begin offering insurance discounts. That approval of their rates happened in August of 23. It took a while. I just learned last week that rates are starting, homeowners are being notified now about these new rates for them. So it takes a long time for these insurance companies to get these new rates into their computer systems and to generate them for all the policyholders. So the FAIR Plan has already offered a 10% discount on policies in a participating Firewise community since May of 2018. And now the FAIR Plan is offering 2 more wildfire hardening discounts, one for protecting the structure and one for protecting the immediate surroundings of the dwelling. So when these are applied, these discounts will reduce the wildfire portion of the policy's premium by 10% and 5% respectively. So depending on your level of wildfire risk, this can be a large component of your overall premium. Homeowners should contact their broker to find out what that means for their premium, how to qualify, and when they will receive that discount. So under the regulation, we expect to see more businesses, homeowners, and communities making investments in the wildfire safety, greater community resilience, reduced losses from wildfires, and more insurance coverage for mitigated properties. We've heard from thousands of Californians who want to see discounts on their wildfire safety with greater transparency. The regulation attacks the root cause of the non-renewals, which is the wildfire risk, and they will make California safer. And with accurate pricing of insurance, we expect to see more insurance options. So lastly, I wanted to share some online tools on our website to help you scour the marketplace, search for our top 10 tips for finding residential insurance. And I know it's very hard right now, so it really takes some work to find insurance if you're living in certain areas. We do, on this top 10 list, we do suggest you can look for surplus lines. You can call outside of the area that you live in. You can call, Palm Springs, someplace where they don't have the same risk levels. You can get a broker sometimes to pick you up. I have a neighbor who lost her insurance. She called a company in Oregon. Now, I don't know. She's moved away. I do not know whether this was a company that still sells the same insurance, has the same insurance companies as we do, if it was a farmer's rep in Oregon. But she was able to get insurance at a lower price than what she was paying previously. So think outside the box. All right. Our home insurance finder tool can help you identify the insurance companies writing in the high-risk regions to help narrow your search. They give you contact information for different agents and brokers in your area. And as I said earlier, you can always call the Department of Insurance for help for any type of insurance problem that you have. Our hotline is right there, 800-927-4357. And we have a chat feature online as well. And that's my presentation for now. So any questions?
I'm sure there are a
Yeah.
bunch of questions. I just really appreciate the really clear, direct presentation today and the opportunity for our community to engage in this really important topic. So
Thank you.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions, but I'll start with a couple. One of the biggest factors that I see, because I've met with Ricardo Laurel 3 times, Zoom calls, and they asked me specific questions that I should ask him. And I said, no, I'm going to ask the question That's because I represent the people in El Dorado County, especially in my district and District 2, which is impacted by the Caldera fire. One of the biggest things, what are you going to do to lower the insurance costs, especially for these people who live in this residential area, especially my district? And the biggest part of the problem I see is a fair plan is not a fair plan. I'll tell you that right now, because I had a winery that was out there that was paying in the fair plan it was $14,000 a year. The following year, they got hit with an impact because they live in a high brush area to $104,000 separate from the $14,000 they were initially paying. And there's a problem there. You're saying you're giving discounts, but it seems like to me, it's gone up. I know in Tahoe, it was a 10% discount, but not when you had a 30 to 40% increase. That doesn't help these residents. Doesn't help them one bit. And I know an insurance writer right now that cannot find anybody. It's hard to find, insurance, especially for El Dorado County. They've reached out several areas and stuff. In fact, they've had to go back east to even find somebody to even write insurance for the people who live here.
Yeah, that's surplus line. Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's one
there's a
option.
problem. And the problem is that I can see I think there's only 3 insurance companies that are writing this for the fair plan. Is that correct or not correct?
I can't answer that. I don't
Okay,
delve
well,
into
that's
the
what I
fair
heard.
plan
There was only
details.
3, and it's the same 3 that insure everybody else prior to this that are not insuring people. My biggest part of the problem is we got to do something to help these people, because these people that are on fixed income, that's what happened in Grizzly Flat. They could not afford the insurance because they lived on fixed incomes and they were canceled and they couldn't find anything. And then when the fair plan was anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 a year, how can you pay for this insurance? There is no way. Either you eat or you pay it for insurance. There's a problem, especially when people are hurting right now, especially with your economy the way it is today. Especially gas prices are going up, food's going up. It seems like everything's going up and people are struggling is what they are. So it's really hard for them to even have any insurance to be able to be adequate, especially when they're trying to live. So I've talked to him several times and I know Supervisor Thomas here has had numerous calls with Ricardo Lauro too, the same thing. My question is, what are they going to do to help lower these costs, especially to seniors, so they can actually survive? Because more people have moved out of our state because they can't live here anymore because of the high insurance costs. And that's really sad. That's what's happened to a lot of my family. A lot of my family have moved to Tennessee because they could not afford the high insurance costs. So I want to see something done. Now, Ricardo Lauro, from what I found out, never was an insurance agent at all. He never even had anything to do with insurance, which I have a problem with that. Wouldn't it be better to have somebody that's done that represent the people of California that's been in the insurance industry? I have a problem with that. So we've got to do something. We have to, because more and more people are moving out. This poor person on this winery, they had a high brush area is because of BLM land buttoned up to their property. So that impacted them. So there's a lot of things and a lot of factors that we need to address, especially when it comes to these high insurance costs. So my thing is he needs to do something, and he needs to bring something back to help these seniors, especially to be able to live in this county. Anyway.
Okay, well, there are a couple of things. Let me address the ones I can remember. Number one, we voted Ricardo Lauro in.
Yep,
And I don't think any of the last couple insurance commissioners were insurance agents at any point that I'm aware of. So I don't know if that's going to be a prerequisite or not in the future. Number two, he knows about this. He's been on this since he's taken office, and everything is slow. He's not a czar. He can't just all of a sudden make these proclamations. That's why this wildfire
safety, Safer from Wildfires program. This took years to get enacted because we have to have public hearings. We have to have all these seminars or workshops, and it's a process. It really is. There's nothing I can do about that. And I totally understand. I was up in Markley a couple months ago talking to the seniors there, which is basically 95% of this town. And I understand, and some people, homes are paid for, they don't want to pay for insurance because they think it's better. I'm like, no, don't do that. Right? So, and I hear it all the time, my whole team, the outreach branch, we talk about it. We hear it, and he hears it too. This is his thing now. He lives and breathes this wildfire protection. It's not going to happen fast. We were hoping the legislature could have passed something, but that fell apart for whatever reason. If that's politics, that's beyond us. But since that did fall apart, the governor did make some sort of emergency proclamation to have him streamline the next regulation to come through, and maybe to be able to do it quicker. Maybe they'll take down some of the hurdles. So, and also, you're not going to move to Florida. You're not going to move to Canada, right? Look what's happening. There are emergencies now all over the country. I'm from New Jersey. We never had a hurricane before. I'm not hurricane or tornado. We've had tornadoes. New York City's being flooded. There are different aspects of the world that are changing, whether we like it or not. So where it's an impact. So it's not just California. We want the whole nation's insurance organizations to be safe and secure for everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that
Supervisor, follow up because.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on one of the big issues and stuff. And we didn't have anything in place for wildfires. We had other disasters. We had floods and tornadoes and stuff. FEMA already had them put in place. But I pushed the issue with Alex Padilla, and he put a Fire Act bill in place because of my persistence. And it's going to be a good thing to address these problems, especially when people are impacted, by wildfire and they have their homes destroyed when they do not have any insurance.
Yeah. And the commissioner actually passed the regulation a legislative act when he was in the Senate for the moratorium. So if your area like Grizzly Flats, if you were impacted, you weren't able to be canceled by your insurance in the surrounding areas based on certain zip codes. And that's beyond me, the way they figure that out. But he went into this position knowing that there was a problem. I know I live in El Dorado County. I know not everybody believes in climate change, but he started a climate and sustainability branch. And he's gotten one insurance company down in Imperial Beach to help mitigate the rise in seawater at their local area, just as a pilot program to see maybe it'll be better off for the insurance companies as well to invest the money in mitigation instead of 10 times as much in losses. So we are working with the insurance companies. We may not be getting the discounts as quickly because it's going to take a long time for mitigation to come down, but it is happening. Which is why we consider the being fire-wise is one of the most important things, because even though the fire safe councils do a lot more work, I think, the fire-wise communities, it gets into people's brains and they start thinking and it starts spreading. So that's what we're hoping for.
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I sympathize with Supervisor Turnbull. He's very emotional about this because it really affects all of us, whether electeds, it affects all of us on a very individual level, and it's widespread. I have a resident in Pollock Pines that has been trying to get help from anybody for the last 4 years, not because of his property, but because of the property next door to him that is completely out of control. CAL FIRE has cited this property 3 times, telling them to clean up, but there's no enforcement. So I'm wondering, with regards to these risk scores that you talked about, do they evaluate other parcels around you in addition to just you, or is it just your parcel?
It is supposed to be just your parcel. And I do have to say, once I listen every once in a while to the fire safe councils. They have regional meetings, Northern California, Central, Southern California. And this often comes up, what do I do about my neighbor?
Right.
And this one gentleman from somewhere up in Lake Tahoe said, well, what we do with a neighbor like that, we go knock on the door and say, hey, do you need some help? Can we help clear your brush? And sometimes they're the grumpy people who don't want to do anything. Sometimes they're just not able to. And it's a start. And if we can all start thinking a little bit more like that, I think that's what it's going to take. I hate to sound like a brownie or something, but you know.
Well, and then just a follow-up to that. What we have a lot in Tahoe right now, and what we're actually convening a multi-agency meeting to talk about is, once again, my favorite word, enforcement or lack thereof. There's ways of having, for example, trees evaluated in Tahoe to determine if they are hazardous, but there's no mechanism to force a homeowner to do anything about it. So that's an issue. And then to your point, because I like your idea of, sometimes can we just help? Maybe it's just an issue of a disabled person that really can't do the work. But in Tahoe, trees can cost anywhere between $4,000 and $6,000 to remove one tree.
I understand that.
So we have that issue, and I'm wondering if there would be a mechanism for engaging the insurance companies to recognize that if they help provide insurance to remove some of these hazard trees, it might be cheaper to help the homeowner remove the tree than to repair the roof through insurance. So I just don't know.
Yeah, well,
your
that's a
thoughts
thought.
on that.
That's a thought, or grant money. One thing, the assembly the insurance committee had a meeting yesterday. I don't know if any of you get to hear those at all, but it was pretty amazing. It went on for 3 hours. But they're thinking about now making grants a little bit easier to access, because they put a lot of money now into wildfires, the California government. So there's a lot more grant money out there, but trying to maybe make it a little more regional. So it's not as much paperwork and could be a little more streamlined process, and grant money to do something like that. And maybe, for neighbors would be great.
If we were trying to engage the insurance companies and putting some of their skin in the game, how would that best be done? I mean, it's hard to pick them off one at a time. Is it best done through?
I
like
don't know, but
your
I'll report this on our
Okay.
weekly meeting that we have with the deputy.
That'd be great.
Deputy, my branch.
That'd be great.
Just want to piggyback on your comments that you mentioned, Mary Beth, that there's a lot of money out there for mitigation, for grants, and just for the public's benefit. I want you to understand that following the Caldor fire, this board and our county staff recognized that there would be a lot of money coming down the pike. This was right after the Caldor, the Dixie fire, and that resilience money, was going to be a priority for California. That's exactly why this county established what we call as a WHOPR, the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, which is now coordinating with all of our fabulous fire safe councils, with our resource conservation districts, with our Tahoe fuels and teams, with the U.S. Forest Service. And it's a collaboration of all of the entities that are doing resiliency work. And because of that, we are having much more success in garnering grant dollars to fund resilience projects to help make our communities safe for wildfires, with the hopes that ultimately it will help you with your insurance. And it's a long process, but it's, really important work that we are seeing is having a meaningful difference in our county. So I appreciate that you brought that out.
I want to piggyback.
Actually,
on
no,
that.
actually, we're going to let other supervisors talk, and then
All right,
we'll
but I'll
get back
piggyback
to you.
on your.
All right, so Supervisor Parley, you've had your button pushed for a while.
Yeah, thank you for being here, Mary Beth. I have like a two-part question probably, or two separate questions, but so you mentioned at the beginning that this Safer from Wildfires was passed last year in 2022, and that the insurance companies had to file something by April of this year?
Yes, they had to submit new rates to us, but they all waited to the last day, so you have a
but new rates based on
wildfire, the mitigation items. So I left these out on the table in the front, but I left the flyer, which
pretty much sums up the regulation.
Right.
And it lists all the items that you will get a discount for.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you
that's
for
out
that.
there. Shit, I just had a brain
So-
freeze.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, you were asking. what-
Elaborate more, you want to, I'll carry on and then I'll come back.
No,
to
no,
you.
no.
How's that?
What was the actual question? about?
Well, then from there, so I'm on the website right now looking
Uh-huh.
at your Safer from Wildfires, which is basically your handout,
Uh-huh.
pretty much on the
Mhm.
website. And we did receive an email specifically from the Coloma Lotus Fire Safe
Mhm.
Council group. They're considering creating a Firewise community out there, but their question is, and I think this is where we all get stuck, is people need to know if I do this, what's the
Okay, how much? I
discount,
think I
you
saw
know?
that email.
Yeah, that.
Well, we know with the FAIR plan, what they're doing for the mitigation, right? For being in Firewise, it's
The
10%.
Okay.
And when we were going around talking to communities, people didn't even know that that was an option for them. So they really you have to be proactive and make sure you're getting that discount, right?
Right.
We don't know what the discounts are going to be for each insurance company. It's just like we don't know what their rates are until they submit them to us, because they're all have different risk factors. They all, a part of what their rates are based on also is their losses from the previous year, because part of the insurance commissioner's job is to keep the insurance company solvent. Because if there's nobody there to pay out, then it doesn't do us any good whatsoever.
Okay, so if somebody wanted to know what a discount potentially could be, they have
They-
to ask insurance companies?
You can actually, it is really, I can admit, takes me a long time to find it, but on our website, when the new rates are asked, insurance companies ask for it, it's all transparent on our website.
Okay.
It's a bear to find, but you could go back in there and you can see the back and forth. They ask for this, they ask for that. Part of the problems we've had with insurance companies is that when they ask for the new rates, they give us their application, it's not complete. And it takes, months to go back and forth. Part of what we're thinking of for the next regulation, when it happens, is for us, we've already started ramping up people who work in that department to approve the rates. So we're already started on that, but we're not going to accept a request for a higher rate unless the packet's complete,
Okay.
right? It's like when I have to send my invoices to work, I have to have a checklist. If it's not there, it kicks back out to me. So that'll just make that, make it more streamlined.
Okay, so then you're saying that the discount for each insurance company that filed their
Is-
rate, it's on your website.
It's on our
somewhere.
website.
Could you afterwards send us a direct link to it so that we can all
Okay,
share
but
that?
this is the state of California, so nothing's direct when you talk about IT,
Okay.
but it is a process.
Okay.
I'll send you instructions.
There you go.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
there we go. So we can tell people, because I think that people want to know, how to,
But the-
Janet here, she said she wants to help incentivize her community.
But
to
it's
come
not
into
even
this.
just that, even if your rate isn't that great now, your discount, you're safer.
Of course.
We're having hearings or workshops about, the insurance companies, their big thing they want to do is catastrophe modeling, the CAT modeling. So we've had a couple workshops and two of them, CoreLogic, and then I just heard somebody the other night, at another event, on the assembly members meeting yesterday that they had with the committee, insurance committee. They talked about these people who tell the insurance companies about the risk. If you do all of these things, your risk goes down 85%. That is huge. Now, I know not everybody can afford to do all
Well,
those
and
things.
I think that's part of the
That's the
conversation
problem.
here is, in everybody's financial situation is different.
Right.
We say it over and over, we're a broken record. We have an aging population
Mhm.
that physically is having a hard time getting out and doing the work themselves. So they're either going to have to hire, which is expensive. They're going to have to rely on neighbors. I mean, we have real challenges.
No, I
in-
know. And they can't sell the property if they don't have
Right.
insurance. So
So,
we get it.
okay.
We get it.
Okay, and then you said you did reference that the legislators failed to pass that legislation that was going to potentially
Pretty much,
help bring the market back. But
Yes.
the governor signed an executive order.
no, it
What
fell,
did he-
the communication fell apart, the negotiations fell apart.
Okay,
And then after that, when the governor saw this wasn't going to happen, that he needed to take some sort of executive action. And then
okay,
he made it, he's helping the commissioner streamline the next process, which is another regulation,
okay.
which is codified as all these little things we have to do. So we're trying to get it done by the end of next year. That's
Okay.
best case scenario.
All right, that helps a little bit
Okay.
understanding that too. Okay, thank you.
Mhm. And I also left at the front desk 9-page regulations. There's about 30 out there. If anybody wants to take them home, it's nice to read, I think. It's-
Okay.
Appreciate you
Okay.
bringing handouts. Thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Recognizing every day I hear another neighbor talking about receiving a notice of non-renewal and where am I going to get insurance, and recognizing a lot of the insurance companies have pulled back to issuing new contracts. Is there an expectation that there will be a discussion and a negotiation on rates? I mean, they've submitted rates, but when could we expect to see some of those insurance companies that pulled back re-enter the market offering alternatives to the FAIR plan? And what kind of expectation on the premium increase would you look for?
I can't answer that, the premium increase. I really
understand.
can't. But it will take time for the risk to come down, because the risk is going to be the number one thing,
Okay.
right? It is.
Well, I understand
Yeah.
if you can charge more for the insurance premiums,
Which is
then there's more people willing to enter into that market again.
right. Mhm.
And so if the
And then there'll be
premiums
more
were to go up some
competition.
amount,
Mhm.
because I understand that's one of the restrictions right now,
Mhm.
but those discussions are going on, right? The
Mhm.
insurance commissioners reviewing the rate applications. And when would we potentially hear about some of those rates being defined from the standpoint of being okayed or approved or whatever
My
it is?
team is waiting for them daily.
Okay, so it's a day-to-day thing.
Yes.
It isn't 6 months from now or a year from now. It's
No,
just
well, we were
day-to-day.
hoping by the end of this year, but nothing's set in stone. I know they're working through them.
Okay, it's good to know. Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on your item there and what you were talking about. The biggest thing, I had a Zoom call with the USDA, and there was 12 members on that, and they're represented different departments. And there's many different types of loans, and many types of loans they don't even have to pay back. And one of the things is tree removal on their property. So I'm going to set up a time in Pioneer Park and have the USDA there and all the members of Grizzly Flat that were impacted by the Caldor fire, or even the mosquito fire, that can go out and talk to them, and what kind of loan fits their purpose. They help them. So anyway, that's being taken place. We're just waiting for a time. It's already been put out there, so I'm just waiting for them to get back to me right now so we can set up that time in Pioneer Park.
Well, I would love to hear what happens. with
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
All right, we'll circle back around with you. Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull. All right, excellent. Great questions from the board. And at this point, let's take public comment, because I'm sure our public will like to weigh in on this too. So if you want to just have a seat, Mary Beth,
Oh,
and
okay, perfect.
Yep, thank
we'll
you.
capture the comments and then come back. So
Thank
thank
you.
you so
Uh-huh.
much for the presentation. We really appreciate you being here with us. All right, Kim, can you
Now
open
to
public
give public
comment?
comment on item number 31. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Kurt Kruger. I'm with the Fire Council in Auburn Lake Trails. I've been focusing on the home hardening issue for several years now.
She's raising up the podium for you, so you don't have to
She's
hold it
raising
so
her
much.
hand.
Thank you, Kim.
That's 20 seconds of my
You
time.
bet. We'll give you 20 seconds.
So the real wake-up call for wildfire in this state was in Paradise. And following Paradise, UC, among others, went through and did a study of why some homes burned and some didn't. And to answer Supervisor Turnbow's question of how do you bring rates down, you have fewer homes burning down. The industry is not making a lot of money. It's losing money because too many homes are burning down. So the whole issue of home hardening as compared to defensible space, we all know about defensible space. Home hardening is new. Well, it's actually been around for 3 or 4 years. Everyone, including the Insurance Commission, has been slow to adopt it. And I've been working on it in ALT. The things that have to be done for home hardening range from the very inexpensive, putting an 1/8-inch screen over your vents, to things that are very expensive, like changing your roof out to make it a Class A roof. That's a $2,000 to $10,000 expense. And getting a 10 or a 14.5% discount from the FAIR plan is not going to put a dent in that. So Mary Beth mentioned an 85% reduction in risk if you have your home properly hardened, and yet they offer less than 15% discount when you put in place the 85% reduction. That's the mismatch that has to get fixed. And I think it has to come from the legislature. There has to be enough incentive for people to install thermopane windows, for people to change the lower part of their siding, for people to enclose their eaves. These are the things that save houses. There's an entity called the Institute for Business and Home Safety that conducts lots of research in this area. The thing that causes homes to burn down when you don't have fire running across the ground are ember storms. Nasty fires do not take place when there's no wind. We have lots of resources that put those fires out. When there is a nasty wind, the embers are blown sometimes half a mile from the fire line, and houses burn from the inside out. That's what has to stop. And new homes are not an issue because they already have these things in place. It's the older homes that have to be fixed, and the money has to come from somewhere to fix them. And that's what will get the insurance rates down. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate you being here.
Or you can leave it there. Kim lives pretty tall.
Thank you, Kim.
I vote you need to get her a remote. Context. I grew up in San Diego County, watering my grandmother's roof in Santa Ana winds for ember started fires. I've seen fires truly where homes burn from the inside out, and they're hardened because the Supervisor Turnbow has spoken to. If you have enough fuel around, the intensity is going to just ignite everything. So it's like just a whole bunch of things. And I move up here, Sacramento first, and they show me a picture and offer me a boat because of floods. And I thought that's what was going to be the issue up here. Well, times change, right? So these are just comments because unfortunately I suffered a fire loss decades ago. Fair plan wasn't fair then. It's not fair now. It's a consortium. As far as I know, all insurance companies pay into it. But if you start having companies jump out of the California market and the fair plans doubled its participation rate, it's just not sustainable. However, and then just, looking at things, the insurance payout's been around minimally like 120 billion in California in the last 3 years. That's resulted in like a 16% rate increase. I've seen that on some of my other properties. I have a nephew in Florida, and he points out to me, which I looked up, my rates have gone up 200%. So misery loves company. Construction costs, we all know that from inflation, up 23%. But I'm just saying there's a context here. You can't control all these variables, but the consumer watchdog points out that this has been a profitable market, that over the last 2 decades, the insurance company has made 4 times the national average. So it's like, yeah, now they're suffering, but you made a lot back then. So let's not make the homeowners suffer. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thanks for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in the room on this presentation, on this item? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
I'm surprised. Okay, you can come on up.
Now's the time,
but
yes.
The 85% number that for home hardening, that was done.
Oh, yes, can you thank you.
That was done through the CAT modeling. Prop 103 does not allow CAT modeling. So this is all part of the problem. We want to modernize We want to modernize the Proposition 103, bring it more, because we all use computers. Who doesn't use computers, right? They have that dialed in where they can pinpoint more of the areas. But on our workshops, we hear from people from both sides. Who's going to do the CAT modeling? Is it going to be Stanford? Is it going to be a private company? All of this is going to be debated over the next year. And I think that, well, I shouldn't say that, but we don't know what's going to happen with that. But that's the problem. Right now, we don't have the CAT modeling.
That's
Okay,
helpful.
there's pros and cons.
Well, once again, thank you, Mary Beth, for your presentation. We appreciate you being here. I'm sure we'll see you again, whether at Rayleigh's or here again talking about insurance. And just want to thank everyone that is engaged in our fire safe councils and all the different entities to help make our homeowners more resilient. We really appreciate all your efforts, and it truly takes a full community to protect our community, and we really appreciate your efforts. So this is just a receive and file presentation. So thank you, Mary Beth, for being with us. We appreciate it. All right, so with that, Kim, let's move on to our 2 p.m. allocation.
Item number 32 is a hearing to consider 2 appeals received appealing the Planning Commission's August 24, 2023 approval of Green Gables Growers Commercial Cannabis Use Permit and variance to request a commercial cannabis use permit for the construction and operation of a cannabis cultivation facility for medical and adult use recreational cannabis and variance for a reduction of the 1,500-foot setback foot. Staff recommending the board take the following actions. 1, deny the appeals and uphold the approval of the CCUP 20-004, or 2, approve the appeals and deny the approval of CCUP 20-0004.
Okay, so before we open the public hearing, I understand staff has an update on this item.
That is correct. Evan Mattis, planning staff. Last week, we received a Public Records Act request as well as a request to extend the hearing date out by one of the appellants. That'd be the appellant for CCUP-A23-0002. In order to extend out an appeal date, that needs to be agreed upon by all parties. Yesterday, we received agreement to extend out the date from both the applicant as well as the other appellant. So with that, staff is recommending that both appeals be continued to November 7th, 2023, per the request of the appellant of CCUP-A23-0002.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any question from staff on the request to continue to November 7th? No. So at this point, we'll take public comment on the request to extend the appeal and continue the matter to November 7th. Once again, we won't be talking about the merits of the item before us because we'll be hearing that on November 2nd if the board chooses to go there. But once again, the public comment on extending this appeal to November 7th.
Now taking public comment on limited item number 32 regarding the extension. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Welcome back, Mr. Sandy.
Thank you, and I apologize
No,
for
not
the
at all.
clumsiness.
This is confusing.
A bit.
Yeah.
Thank you for the time this afternoon. Again, I'm not exactly sure what I can speak to and what I can't speak to. I guess the merits you don't want to discuss.
No, we'll be hearing that on November 7th.
Very good. So I will just give a brief overview if that's okay. We've been at this for almost 4 years. We've gone through a very extensive process with the county. We've jumped through every hoop. We got the Ag Commission approval. We got the Planning Commission approval. These appeals came in somewhat late. We're obviously going to address it and deal with that in November. But I'd like to express my frustration, if you will. This has been a long, very difficult process, a very expensive process. We have hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I want to point out to the board, and I do not want to insult your intelligence, but sometimes I feel like we're being compared to an illegal grow. This county has 1,400 plus illegal grows. There's 2 legal grows. We're trying to follow all the rules. We've done a very responsible job, I feel, and I think my county counterparts would agree. We've done everything that's been asked of us. So we're looking forward to the November hearing. We understand there's a lot of pressure because the school board's involved in this, as well as our housing development that abuts our property. We think you're going to find that the way we're doing things, the size of the grow, which is a ½ acre. We've got a 106-acre ranch and basically putting a postage stamp on it. So we just want to run a responsible farming operation and meet all of those requirements. So again, thank you again. We'll see you on November 7th.
Thank you for your comments.
You bet.
Is there anyone else would like to speak on the continuance of this item?
I can't resist. I appreciate the gentleman, what he's sharing. San Diego County, lots of legal grows. What I look forward to is in 10, 15 years, it'll be like when I moved out there and everybody's complaining about the chicken ranches and how they smell. And that had been an ag thing forever. So you're kind of moving us into the next area of ag, and I'll know you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Issue at hand. I'm Adam Savakis. I'm one of the appellants. I agree to extend the hearing to November 7th, and we'll provide our arguments at that time.
Great.
That's it.
Well, thank you for being with us, and we'll see you on the 7th. Thank you. Anyone else in the boardroom? All right, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from Lee Tannenbaum.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, board. Just real quick. While we don't like the fact that this hearing needs to be extended, it's probably in the best interest. I would like to remind the board, however, that based on what I spoke to during open forum and our meeting next week, some of this whole discussion could become moot should the board move forward with an ROI and those changes. And so we're glad that the board is looking to
Lee, let's
extend
stick
this.
to the topic at hand, whether we continue this or not.
I am all done. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from Marcia Birch.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Marcia Birch and I represent Sun Ridge Meadows Homeowners Association. And I just want to thank the board for considering the request for the continuance and also staff for responding and getting approval from the other appellant and the applicant.
All right, thank you so much for your comments. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from Kevin M.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, supervisors. Just wanted to chime in, and I think it is a great idea to continue this, not only for the request of the appellants and the applicant, but to give time for the ordinance revisions, which of course, when the definition of parcel and premise are adjusted, as we've been discussing, the basis of the appeal will likely not exist since it already has a over 2,000 foot set. So a good idea, time for everything to play out on all sides. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. We'll bring this back to the board for action. So do we need a motion to continue?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'll
we
make a
do,
motion
don't
to
we?
continue.
Second.
And it's my district, so.
Great, perfect. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And so we will see you back on November 2nd for this item. Thank you all. 7th, I'm
Seventh,
sorry,
seventh.
November
Seventh.
7th. My apologies. Yes, thank you. All right, so the last item on our agenda is, last but not least, number 25 from the Department of DOT. So, and my apologies for saving you for the last.
Well, we started with him. I think it's appropriate to end with him.
Oh, that's true.
Come on
It's a
down,
DOT
Raphael.
sandwich.
Item number 25 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board take the following actions pertaining to the Pony Express Trail Bicycle, Pedestrian, and ADA Improvements Project Capital Improvement Program. And 1, authorize an increase in the estimated total project cost. 2, authorize the Department of Transportation to utilize $523,593 in Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians Intergovernmental Agreement Tribe funds for the funding shortfall. 3, reject the bid. 4, award only the base bid of the construction contract to Doug Veerkamp General Engineering. 5, approve and authorize the chair to sign the construction contract. And 6, authorize the Director of Transportation to sign an escrow agreement.
Welcome back, Raphael.
My pleasure. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Once again, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. And thank you very much for this time opportunity to express to you the importance of this project for this community, for El Dorado County and for the department. It is an important project, but also a very fortunate one in the fact that the Department of Transportation has been working very hard to see how we can improve mobility and interconnection and safety improvements in the community of Pollock Pines. And because of our efforts, several years ago, we were able to be awarded for a grant for the construction of this project. But as somebody mentioned earlier, inflationary costs, construction costs have skyrocketed since our original estimates. And so when the time came for opening and awarding of the bid, the costs came in higher as we expected. The department does have a solution on how we can remedy that. So without any further ado, I am going to hand this over to my staff so they can explain to you not only the importance of this project, but also what we intend to close the gap so that we can proceed with construction of this important project here spring construction season of next year. So with that forward, I'll hand it over to John Balzer.
Thank you, John, for coming back and being with us this afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. My name is John Balzer. For those that I haven't met, Department of Transportation and the project manager for Pony Express Trail Bicycle and Pedestrian Improvement. So I'll briefly go over a little bit of an overview. I believe some of the attachments in Legistar also echo the details of what I'll discuss, but by all means, if you have questions, feel free to ask. I should also mention too, just as a footnote, the attachment D that's in Legistar, a lot of those same details when it comes to pedestrian improvement features you can also find on the website. So we did do an effort so that you can see projects coming up and projects that are going on throughout the county to help improve some of those pedestrian features. As Raphael alluded to, this project goes back a number of years. It's a conglomerate of different funding sources, including active transportation funds, ATP program, CMAQ program, block funds. So it's been a combined effort. And as Raphael also mentioned, obviously, it's not speaking any new news. Everybody here knows the bid climate is a little different, and this project is spread out. This is just shy of a mile of improvements, beginning at Sly Park Road, ending at Sanders. And along that course, it's really seeking, as Raphael alluded to, there's a number of existing bicycle and pedestrian facilities, and we're trying to improve upon those to offer a bit more connectivity. And did quite a bit of outreach on some different elements of the community there to make sure that what we're building upon that's out there is actually going to help provide a better means for most of those people. And that's why one of the main things you'll also see is a number of rapid flashing crosswalks. There's about 4 of them at 4 Bay Road. There's one at 50 Grand. There's one at Sanders. There's one around Cox. There was also some sheets that were shown in there. We're doing this project. One of the unique challenges I mentioned earlier is it's about a mile long, but it's spread out with small work areas adjacent to traffic. And so it's a difficult project with a lot of different features. It's got a retaining wall along it that we're trying to improve ADA access. And so we tried to provide that refuge area along a widened shoulder of the roadway. That's about 700 feet long. So in essence, it's a project of spread out features across that mile, but it's all little strips of work zones. But it's been an effort that's been a combined effort to really get it to where it's at. As Raphael mentioned, we had 4 bids received. Those bids range from about 2.2 million to about 3.3 million. And one thing that you definitely see is a very large variability in different features of the work. Now, I will say that the 2, 3, 4 bids, those last 3 are clustered very tightly in the low bid. The apparent low, is mentioned in the report, unfortunately was an unresponsive bid. So this has federal funds on it, of course, with the grants. This does go through competitive process. Of course, it does have DBE requirements, and that low bid was not a complete bid, and ultimately did not submit good faith efforts and those types of things that are required to be complete. And as so, the number 2 bid is what we're looking at right now. But that's just kind of a backbone, I guess I'd say, in a short synopsis of project and what happened on bid day. Are there any questions? I know I went through things very quickly, but hopefully that gives a little bit of a flavor of this project. And certainly I'd be remiss not to say this project is a very important project for the people up there. Absolutely. We do have time constraints with the bids that, or with the grant funds, that kind of put us in a situation that we are looking at trying to award this project. We do need to. With the ATP funds, those ATP funds do require, just so you guys know, it's a 6-month from authorization that we will have to award, which is next month. But more importantly than those administrative components, this project is a really important project for the people that are there. That definitely came out in the years of work that have gone into it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your excellent explanation of the project. And it's exciting that we're here at this time. Supervisor Lee.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for bringing this project forward, for construction in the spring of 2024. Yes, the people of Pollock Pines have been worried about this area, accented by the tragedy with the children getting hit in the crosswalk. It just made it, the exclamation mark on there. And I know that it was not the Department of Transportation's desire to not do this project sooner, that there were a whole bunch of steps that need to be taken. And if we could have prevented that accident, we would have done everything within our power to do that. It was just awful, timing. But I did want to mention to my colleagues that part of this project is moving that current crosswalk about, I would say, half a block or almost a block down further. So to give you the visual on it, the crosswalk right now is near the top of a hill. It's about 3/4 of the way up the hill. And so when this accident happened, the person coming down the hill, there wasn't a long line of sight. By moving this crosswalk much further down to where there's a school street, and I think it's called School Street.
It'll move a bit further towards Sly Park, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
So it'll move it further down that hill. So there'll be a lot better line of sight for cars coming down the hill, and it'll have the same accommodation for cars coming up. They'll have also a long line of sight in there. So this is super important that we get this done. I just want to thank you for this. I also just want to put out on the record on behalf of the commercial businesses in this mile that you've identified, that they would very much like to, and Mr. Martinez and I have talked about this in the past, but they would very much like to be considered a business corridor for purposes of therefore being able to slow down traffic to 25 miles per hour. We've talked about this. The problem and the reason why they currently are not considered eligible to be a business district is because the buildings are set back pretty far off the road. But if you apply that line of reasoning to their situation, The reason why they had to build back was because Caltrans had a right of way through there. So for years, that was being reserved by the state of California to be the road to Tahoe, which we know they didn't do. So they since abandoned it. But in the meantime, everyone had to build back off the easement. And now that very situation is creating their inability to be a business district. So it's like the rules, you know, it's a conflict.
Yeah.
And so I'd love to, and we talked about it and we agreed that we were going to see if there was anything we could do to kind of skirt around those rules or find other opportunities for them.
My staff, currently, you are correct, Supervisor, currently it does not meet the warrants for being a residential district, therefore the reduction in speed. But we are looking into possible variances and accommodations for that during within other aspects or specifications within the California Vehicle Code to do so. As soon as we finish our analysis, we'll let you know.
Much appreciated.
Sure.
Thank you.
You and Supervisor Lane just throwing it out there for fun. It sounds like with the wider, because I know where you're talking about, it kind of sounds like an opportunity though to do a neat commercial area with some outdoor type of, you know, some street. I mean, it could be potentially a fun project to try to pursue something, especially with our transportation commissioner commission, you know, and their mobility and walkability in these commercial areas. It could be something really fun. Because Pollock Pines is in my mind struggles, you know, with all the visitors that come and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know, I see a neat opportunity up there. What are you just saying? So
Yeah.
and it could be a fun project.
Right.
Okay.
I agree, especially when they have that going on in Truckee. So you can see all the businesses and all the outside door seating as you're driving down the middle of the road.
It's so lovely to sit
Yeah, it
outside
is.
up there.
It is.
Did you have any more comments, Supervisor?
I
Parlin?
did have a comment, but you
did it.
triggered me, of course.
Okay, great.
No, I just want to say, thank you, Raphael or John, if you wrote this, but expanding out the tribe fund explanation of what it is and putting the whole name of this fund source, because it was confusing recently in conversations. And I think that because we have people come and go and we're not always going to remember what tribe funds means, I think this was a good move to include the full name of this funding source for all eternity. So thank you.
Whoa.
Well, because it did confuse some folks recently, and I was like, oh, we're so familiar. So I appreciate you noticing that and putting that in there.
Thank you, John.
All right. There are no further questions for staff. We'll go to public comment on this item. Thank you, John. Appreciate your presentation.
Now taking public comment on item number 25. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Public safety is one of our most important things. When we've had something tragic that has happened, it makes us even more intensely interested in succeeding in getting that straightened out so that it never happens again. I'm supporting this item. I think this is what people have not apologized, but sometimes our system functionally isn't set up for quickness. Do we know that?
We've experienced that.
Experienced that. And guess what? We finally get there, and here's the time today. Thank you very much for this time and opportunity.
Well said. Thank you.
Lyle Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines, my new community. This is going to be another challenge. And I mean no disrespect. You guys do awesome work. But this is my third time addressing sidewalk issues. And I'm so glad, but I'm a special ed teacher, and this kind of trauma is going to take a long time for those kids. And I'm so glad they're alive, because the last 2 times kids weren't alive. All 3 times, I'm sorry to say, what Chris just said was true. Systems respond slowly. I'm going to use 5 years since the project started, 5 months since the accident occurred, 5 more months until these awesome fixes occur. 5 children injured. I urge you to think that there are responses out there. There are traffic cones on the sidewalk in question, crosswalk. If you go to Coloma and see a business district, slow down the speed. They also have the green signs and the flaps, all this stuff. I don't know who the nerds are, but I'm one of them. You can make sidewalks safer with signage and paint, and those sidewalks are faded. So I urge you in the next 5 months, if you have capacity, to go ahead and paint them and add the cones. Right now they're fixing 4-Bay Drive, cones everywhere to keep warning signs, hydrants safe. 2 cones on this 1.7 miles. There's a small group of us that at midnight on Halloween may dress in black and paint it, just so that you know. And then trying to end on a positive note, this is such a great project. When you watch the citizens there, and I'm sorry as a teacher, the teenagers, cross the crosswalks, walk as pedestrians, ride their bicycles. This project is so going to enhance the safety of everybody. So thank you. But I hope you paint before then.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else in the boardroom like to speak on this item? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, excellent. We'll bring this back to the board for action. Is there any more discussion?
Yeah, I just want to thank Raphael. There was an issue at Cameron Park Lake where the signage wasn't visible enough where people were walking across the road from the park. So thank you, because I requested it. And so they did put a larger signs that went from 24-inch to 48-inch. So I want to thank you, Raphael, for doing it.
All right, so bring this back to Pollock Pines. Do you want to make a motion?
Sure, I'd be happy to move approval of the Pony Express Trail Bicycle Pedestrian and ADA Improvements Project for Pollock Pines.
All right, I will second that. All right, any further discussion?
No.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, go forth and build. That's
Yes.
very exciting. Thank you so much, so
Yeah,
much.
thank
That
you,
was
guys.
that was a great
Appreciate it.
item to
See
end
you
on.
later.
Appreciate you both. Thank you. All right, so with that, is it the will of the board to recess back into closed session and hear our final items?
Or do to and from. So how do you want to deal with that?
I do anticipate a report out, so it's likely we'll be back
Let's-
anyway.
Okay,
let's
let's
go
do
do-
that. Yeah.
Can I get them over with? Because we keep delaying it and my
Okay.
list is huge.
Well, what is the will of the board? Was the will of the board to do two?
We'll let
months?
Lori do
It's
hers.
been
then.
3 weeks,
No,
you
I'm
guys.
I
since
know
we
it has.
reported
Okay.
out.
I know.
All right, so
I just want
what's
to
the
get
will
them
of the
over
board?
with.
Get them done.
We're
Let's just
gonna
do
have
it.
to hear from her sooner or
All right,
later.
so
so
you
you
start.
Right, you don't want 4 weeks next time.
you start Supervisor Farland, and then we'll recess to closed session.
Okay, so, well, on September 20th, Supervisor Thomas and I went on the water agency tour of the Alder Creek, proposed Alder Creek Reservoir.
Well, it has been a
So-
while, hasn't it?
I know, well, that's my point. It's like, so I just wanted to, I think we both put it in our newsletters and you guys might get copies of those, but we put it out there that what is it? Congress is allocated to go forth and feasibility study it. So it'd be nice to build some new water storage. So that was cool to see the site. Never seen it. And then I drove down to Monterey for the RCRC annual meeting, and I just wanted to say that we had a breakout session on 3 of the counties that were involved in the first cohort of the care court. And they reported out, and I sent my notes to Tiffany and Olivia. Just there was a common theme of things that they're noticing as they were gearing up for the October 1st start. And it was collaborate with your judge. It turns out the judge is critical. The judge of this care court thing is who's going to say where the people go, what services you need to have ready. So you must be collaborating with your judge. All 3 of them said that. And I thought that was really interesting. I hadn't thought of that. The other was collaborate with others that are already doing this work, which is kind of obvious. And then the third one, and I hate to say it out loud, but it was housing. They all were like, because the two of them were small counties and they go, we don't even have housing. So I don't know, but just throwing it out there, those were the threads. And I'm hoping that there'll be a video link that I can send everyone when it's available. So that was a really good breakout session. I met with the arts and culture executive director, and she asked me to bring an item to the board to introduce our poet laureate because he's from Georgetown. So I'll be doing that soon. I don't know when it is soon. Let's see, I'll try to just do things that you guys might care about. I did go up to the Mosquito Firehouse. Was it last Thursday? Let's say it was last Thursday. DOT gave an update on the bridge and how well it's going with the construction company. It's just been fabulous. The community has a good relationship with them, and they're letting them know, like they've built a concrete plant out there, you guys, their own, to mix the concrete out there because of all the truckloads that are coming through. So everyone really seemed appreciative of that effort to be thoughtful of people trying to drive those little roads. Supervisor Heidel and I had a meeting with the Chili Bar Ad Hoc Committee, and bottom line is there will be an update to the board fairly soon. It's probably going to just be an update on consent though, because it's just a report out of our progress and some challenges that we've met. And then last week again, I don't know what week it was. I went up to French Meadows with Mountain County's Water Resources Associates for just to see the restoration project up there. And it was just a really good networking experience to see a prescribed burn that had just happened the week before. So it still smelled really smoky. That was, and all the work that is similar to what was done around the Sly Park to prevent wildfires from taking off. And I met another good contact that maybe can help us with the biomass facility. So that was exciting. And then lastly, that wasn't so bad. I picked the highlights. Yesterday in the evening, we had a first 5 commission meeting, and we just continued our discussion about sustainability of the funding for those services and the hubs. And then we're working on updating our strategic plan. Ta-da.
Very nice, very efficient. Thank you. I'm busy. All right, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to, on Tuesday, actually Wednesday, the 20th, we had an APAC meeting. John and I attended, and some of the conversations was what's going on in El Dorado Hills. Also, earlier that day, I met with the school district in Latrobe, and we had met with the principal and some other people and a lot of the teachers and stuff. So it was really good because talking about that old school, they're still using that old school down there on part of the schoolhouse. So it was just amazing to me, especially when that was built in the 1800s. So isn't that amazing? So anyway, and then also on the 28th, on the 25th, I had a sheriff's monthly meeting and some of the issues that are going on, especially with the homeless and other things we talked about. And then we had on, let's see, Wednesday, we had Lori and I attended the SMUD ad hoc meeting that we did, and some of the issues that's going on there. And then let's see, then we had this so far biomass working group was on the 28th, and we had a CDAC meeting. John and I attended. So hang on just a minute, I got it. And then we had the El Dorado Hills 2x2 meeting, and some of the issues that's going on there. So that was kind of a good. And then I really enjoyed the HHSA nutrition education. That was fantastic.
That was fun. Yeah.
That was a lot of fun, especially what food they can make with just a
I
few
actually
cans.
made that for dinner last night.
You did?
I did.
I think it was great. And I appreciate it. Then we also had the transit meeting and transportation meeting on that particular day. And then I met with the new grand jury, had a meeting with them. I don't know if you guys attended yet, but they called me in and it was a meet and greet.
You can't say.
With the new ones. Well, yeah, but it's just.
Yeah, I bet they called you in.
Yeah, they called me in. They called me in.
If we
Just
tell
for
you
a
we have to
meeting,
kill you.
you know,
Sheriff there?
No. Yeah, exactly. So then, and then, like I say, I've got, we had talking about the USDA. It was a great meeting. There was 12 people on Zoom, all the different organizations from the USDA and what they offer and what they can help with, especially the people in our county, but also impacted by the wildfires. So it was a great thing. We're trying to put something together that'll be great for, those people out there, especially when it comes to no interest loans or low interest loans, to help them rebuild in the process. So, and then hopefully we can get this meeting and have, building and planning and some of the, and HHSA, and we can all get together and stuff and see what we can do to help these people in Grizzly Flats. So, and then that's pretty much it. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna not cover the things that have been covered with the exception of RCRC. I also attended, that was Wednesday through Friday. Great annual event. If you're a supervisor and haven't been yet to one of the RCRC meetings, try to make the effort to go. It's just so informative. I mean, it's cordial. There's a lot of good things that happen. It was just a very enjoyable trip. We had staff there too, that helped, basically gather understanding and talking to people, but that's where you learn about best practices of what other people are doing. I mean, there's many ways, but that's one of the ways. And then you bring that back and say, hey, we could do that over here. So just want to mention that. One that wasn't mentioned, Wednesday, the 27th, we had our monthly LAFCO meeting, and there's 3 MSRs, municipal service reviews, that are now under review. One is the city of South Lake Tahoe. One is the city of Placerville, and the other is the Cameron Park Community Services District, all of which have different considerations. And the comment period is open through December 6th. So if anyone in the public would like to review and weigh in on with their comments relative to the MSRs, and one of the primary things we're looking at is sphere of influence increases. And for the most part, there's not a lot of proposed increases. There may be one in particular, but that's yet to be determined. So we'll just have to kind of follow that. Then on Thursday, the 28th, I attended the Pioneer Community Energy monthly meeting. The biggest part of that discussion was the financial analysis, the review of the Nevada County possible expansion. And unfortunately, it turns out that that's a negative situation from the standpoint of overall activities, from the standpoint that we would have to establish some kind of a rate incentive, not a rate incentive, but a rate differential where there would have to be additional monies put in to bring them to parity with the rest of the communities that are involved. We currently have 2 cities, Nevada City and Grass Valley, that are in Pioneer. Nevada County stayed out the last cycle. They wanted to come in. And so we may or may not hear that they are wanting to move forward, in which case we will have a discussion at this board. If they decide they want to pull back from the current efforts, then that will be, just basically a pause until we determine what the timing is. But I was really kind of surprised. And what it really says is electrical rates have gone up tremendously from what they were even a year ago. I'll just remind everybody, in El Dorado County, we're getting a 19% discount compared to what the PG&E rate would be, the equivalent rate. And then in Placer County, they're getting a 15% discount. So a lot of that's timing upon when you get qualified for the PCIA. But unfortunately for Nevada County, this is just not good timing. So, but it's in their court to make the decision if they really want to participate and join with the rate add to balance things out. Then that's their determination. Going on to Monday the 2nd, we held our monthly El Dorado Hills Community Council meeting. Our guest speaker was Judy Aragati. She's the president of the El Dorado Hills Arts Association, and they talked about their first annual event that'll be held at the El Dorado Hills Library from 10 to 5 p.m. They're going to have art sales, live music, food trucks, and artistic activities for kids. So something for everybody. El Dorado Hills Library, 10 to 5.
What day is that?
It is October.
That's okay.
I'll have to look it up.
I can look it up.
Off the top of my head, I can't remember. I think it's a Saturday, if I'm not mistaken, but I'll look it up. Moving on, we had the Engage It event that was co-hosted by GSEC and the Growth Factory in El Dorado County to talk about what are our growth opportunities here. We had various presentations. Barry Brew made a presentation. Trolls, his vice president, made a presentation. And then we had a panel discussion with 4 panelists talking about the different elements within El Dorado County that contribute to our economic well-being. One was Sierra Tahoe, what the ski resort has had as a recent experience with the Caldor fire and their recovery and where they see the future to go. One was agritourism. Lexi Boger represented that. One was a gentleman from the actual Growth Factory who was talking about incubators and accelerators. And then another speaker that was really talking about the more general aspect of economic growth. So very well received, a lot of good ideas. We'll see where this goes, as the next steps. But I'm proud to say that there was probably 40 to 45 people in attendance, and a lot of the chambers were represented. And I think, there's a lot of good ideas that came of it. So that's just the first stepping stone into getting into more detailed programs. Then lastly, on the 5th of October, we had our transit and transportation meetings. Many of you attend those, so you're probably familiar with. And then we also had the Senator Alvarado Gill's ribbon cutting down for her El Dorado Hills office.
That was great.
Great event. It was really good to see her be welcomed into the community.
And
And
well represented. A lot of people there.
absolutely,
Yeah.
And
good turnout.
Wendy,
So,
you did a great job of
you, Lori.
representing the county and presenting her with our certificate. It was very nice.
Oh,
Very
thank you.
nice.
Really
Yeah.
appreciate that. It was a pleasure to be there.
great event. I didn't
Yeah.
see newspaper or television or newspaper coverage on it, but it was a good event. So hopefully,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was.
But that's
Yeah.
it. That's what I had.
Excellent. Thank you. Supervisor Lane.
Well, on September 20th, I woke up in the morning, had breakfast.
No, you did not.
That's too funny.
Is that gonna be a board item soon?
Oh, I'm still getting used to this. So I do want to share with you that I did represent El Dorado County on the California Tahoe Conservancy Board, as well as Tahoe Regional Planning Agency Board in September. Also, the first official meeting of the VHR Advisory Committee took place. So we have one under our belt and at least 4 to go. The goal is still to report back to this body sometime in January, February. But we do plan on having public forums to demonstrate what the committees come up with, but to hear public comment and maybe have a little bit of a time to amend any of their recommendations if they feel that's necessary. I'm also working with the El Dorado County Sheriff's Department with Emerald Bay speed limits. Right now, El Dorado County posts a speed limit of 15 and TRPA mandates 5.
Oh,
And so we're like, we need to kind of all get on the same page. So we're working on that right now. We're waiting for the sheriff to weigh in on whether or not his department would be accepting of a 10-mile-per-hour compromise, but that's at least consistent. Also, the Tobacco Prevention Group from HHSA did a presentation in my office, and I thought, boy, it would be great to have maybe the city of South Lake Tahoe consider being a testing ground. So I put them together with the city and they had a very good meeting. And so we'll see what comes of that. Also, I'm working very closely with county staff on the Meeks Bay North Tahoe Fire possible department merger. That's still in progress. I do meet quarterly with the U.S. Forest Service, and that just took place last week. Very good meeting. It's funny when you go into those quarterly meetings, you go, what do we have to talk about? And then like an hour and a half later, you're like, okay, gotta go.
yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk
Always.
about. I also want to mention that I am very curious about the workings of transit down here on the West Slope and possible El Dorado County Transit expansion up in the basin, because I think all 4 of you serve on that body along with
Not on
3
Transportation Commission.
Transportation Commission. See, I'm still trying to get them all
The 3
straightened
of
out.
us are on
The
transit.
3 of us
right?
are on transit.
Transit.
We're on yeah.
Well, there's a El Dorado bus, as you know, that goes from Sacramento to Tahoe every day
Right.
and back. And I'm starting to talk with folks about possibly expanding that service. So any support that I could get from those of you that are on the board that have the power to make some of those decisions, I would appreciate it. I don't think they're big asks right now, but there's going to be more to come. And I'd be very happy to update. I don't know how I can update them individually necessarily. So maybe I'll pick one person and just kind of let you know some of the thoughts behind my asks so that when they are discussed at a board level, if you could step in and help represent where we're coming from, that would be great. So
I'll
that's
say that conversation has already started because we
Good.
had requests from people. So staff is looking at it.
good.
So,
Great.
yeah, but
Yeah.
your inputs are welcome. I mean, that's what we need to hear is what is the most greatest need, right? And what timing makes the most sense,
Right.
that type of thing. So,
Is
yeah.
there a document output from those conversations that you're
No,
having?
it was
Oh,
real
okay.
free form. We
Okay.
had the Tahoe Transportation District, TRPA. We had a representative, the mayor pro tem of City of Placerville was there. Woody was there and a gentleman from, I guess it would be El Dorado Transit
Mhm.
Agency.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. With the right people
So,
in the
yeah, I
room.
think we
Yeah,
had
that's
all the right
perfect.
people in the
Good,
room
good.
and a great conversation. So more to come on that.
Okay.
And then finally, we filled out our time with celebrating South Tahoe High School's homecoming.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, with a nice little city parade. So it was
Oh,
fun.
lovely.
It was fun.
Good.
That's
Yeah,
lovely.
great weather.
All right, I'll be real brief. All kinds of good work going on in our county. Would like to make the public aware that the Diamond Springs Community Park, the draft environmental impact report is out for public review. So wanted to make sure I recognize that. It began on September 19th and comment period goes through November 2nd. So you can look on our county's website, or if you have, let's see, if you have comments that you'd like to submit, you may submit your comments to Vicky, VICKI.Sanders@edcgov.us. So feel free to weigh in on the Diamond Springs Community Park, which is an exciting project. Let's see, thank you for reporting on Alder Creek. That was exciting to have.
It was very
you know,
good.
4 to 5 legislators with us and all
Yeah.
morning, talking about the possibilities of additional water storage and security for El Dorado County, as well as downstream, collaboration. Really important day. It was great. Following that, I then had a request from Senator Alvarado Gil, who said, I'm going to be up here. I'd love the tour of Apple Hill. So it was a fabulous afternoon, an opportunity to show the senator how important our agritourism is and what it really means to have working family farms that are protected within our general plan and supported by our county. And it was just a fabulous day where we toured all kinds of wineries and manufacturing business as well as family farms and well as explored some ideas on what rural camping opportunities are and what legislation needs to happen at the state level and engage at that area. So really great conversations and a great day. Also, it was a pleasure to host the El Dorado Chamber Leadership class here at the county this week. And it was 26 people from the class. And I know our CAO opened the day and we had county department heads talking about what county government is with this leadership class. And it was a really enjoyed engaging with them. And we even led a mock interview, a mock board meeting with all of the attendees that went very well. It was a very exciting, engaged day. Continue to meet with my Harvest Traffic Committee, as well as coordinate with Caltrans and the El Dorado County Transportation Commission and DOT to make sure that Harvest traffic is flowing. I've also driven up there every weekend since mid-September, and traffic, it seems to be moving fairly well, which is really nice. Even though we have disrupted traffic patterns with the median wall with Caltrans, community safety project, but it seems to be going.
Which
as well as
weeks are
possible.
typically the heaviest? Have we?
End of September through end of
Okay,
October. So it
so-
ramps up every
Okay.
weekend. But this last weekend, I was there Saturday and Sunday, and it wasn't bad. So
Nice.
yes, I was
Okay.
really happy to see that. Really enjoyed a presentation with Supervisor Lane on Barton Hospital that shared their expansion plans, just so we have an awareness of what healthcare needs are up in the county, recognizing how important healthcare is to all of our communities. So really enjoyed that. Thank you for extending that invitation to me. And lastly, but not least, following the Zoom attack 2 weeks ago, it was heavy on my heart to reach out to a few small leaders and the rabbi in South Lake Tahoe, and he came down the hill last week. And I really want to thank the faith and thought leaders that joined me that day, as well as a couple of community advocates. as well as Laurel from the Chamber of Commerce to represent our business districts. That was important to the rabbi to have the business district represented. We had a really productive community conversation. And I'm just really grateful for everyone that took place in that. So
I got one, go back.
And I got two, but go ahead.
Okay.
So I attended the Cops and Routers thing
Right.
event that was at the air park in Cameron Park, and I took the 65 Chevelle, so it was great turnout. It was raining early in the morning, drizzling or whatever. It was really cold, but then it kind of warmed up during the day. It was a great event. A lot of people there, a lot of classic cars. It was a great event.
Oh,
So I
that's
just
always
want to
good.
thank everybody that put that on. They did a great job.
Excellent. Supervisor Heidel?
Yeah, the gentleman I forgot to mention that attended the Engage It was Tyler Clark from Ansync. They've been a business down in the business park for 20 years, but that's the wet labs aspect of things and what we're trying to do to promote those kinds of businesses. And then the second thing is the El Dorado Hills Arts Association Festival is this Saturday,
Okay,
October 14th, and again, from 10 to 5. So
Great.
you can dial in on that.
thanks for that update. All right, CAO.
I have no report. Thank you.
Really? 3 weeks and nothing?
Well, it's always telling because I hear all of your updates and I'm like, yep,
Yep,
that,
yep,
yeah,
yep.
yeah, and that, and I was like, I have nothing else.
That doesn't mean that you aren't busier than anyone
Oh.
else I know.
Exactly.
All right, so with that, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 34 through 39 as on our agenda. So we will be back after that time. is 5:20. We are back from closed session. And so County Council, do we have any reportable action?
We do, Madam Chair. So the board met in closed session to hear items 34 through 39. Concerning item 39, the matter of George Sheets versus County of El Dorado, the Board of Supervisors on a 5-0 vote authorized the retention of the law firm of Aiken, Gump, Strauss, Hauer, and Feld LLP to represent the county at no cost in the pending United States Supreme Court proceedings. And the board further ratified the county council's signature on the engagement letter with said law firm. That concludes my report.
Very good. And so with that, it's 5:20 now. And with that, we are adjourned. Okay. Good night.